Morning, Chairperson, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Mnisi.
Chairperson, good morning. Good morning to
Thank
Commissioners
you.
as well.
May I, as the Americans usually say, ask Council to approach, please, please? Yes, Mr. Shaskalsi.
Morning, Mr. Mnisi.
Morning, SC.
So yesterday we spent the better part of the day dealing with the TMPD-1 tender, and a familiar refrain of yours through that, or through the entire day, was that it was not possible for documents to be manipulated or the process to be manipulated because documents were kept under lock and key throughout the process.
Yes.
You recall? Now, over this period, were you aware that there were problems with the control of documents relating to tenders in respect of the TMPD?
There were no problems in terms of documents being safeguarded.
Well, I think that answer's wrong. Let me take you to page 429 of file 2. These are the minutes of the BAC, not in relation to TMPD-1, but in relation to TMPD-3.
Sorry, SC, I think I lost you. 429 of the second bundle.
The second bundle, indeed.
My annexes.
Sorry, your annexes,
Okay.
yes. So it's file 2, page 429, it's your annexes.
Yes.
Now, this is a minute of a bid adjudication committee that you chaired in relation to TMPD-3
Yes.
on 23 October 2025. And that committee noted that there were 6 documents lost during the relocation of documents to another storage. Therefore, measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented. You see that?
Yes, Chair. These are one of the reasons why this tender had to be cancelled. Irregularities were noted. I see that.
We'll get back to this tender later. This was not one of the reasons why the tender was cancelled, or not one of the stated reasons why the tenders were cancelled. What the committee stated was that measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented. You see that?
Yes, I see that, Council. Permission to explain. In relation to the process and the presentation from the BEC, these irregularities were picked up in this instance. Hence, they needed to be, I think, enhanced in the near future when they're handling this tender.
So the BEC had been unable to control its documents over the period of TMPD3.
As evident in the probity report and the presentation, those were one of the flaws that were picked up.
Again, we'll come back to see whether it's evident from the probity report. I don't want to deal with TMPD now. I want to deal with the proposition that everything was kept under lock and key so we can be confident that there was no tampering with the process. And what I want to put to you is that if over the same period documents got lost in relation to TMPD3, there is no guarantee that over the same period documents couldn't have been replaced in respect of TMPD1. What's your answer to that?
My answer is that I don't agree with you.
Why is that?
Documents are kept under lock and key. The ability of any committee to pick up any mishap from transferring a set of documents to another is an internal control that's been put in place specifically for that. In terms of transfer of documents, they happen in 3 ways. Tenders are received, they are stored under lock and key at demand management section. From that point in time, evaluation commences. Same documents are handed over to the bid evaluation committee, still stored under lock and key. Once the probity process starts, similar transfer happens, an individual signs off for it, they are responsible for who can access that particular storage facility, and when they are transferred back again, a similar exercise is done. So in this instance that you are referring to, the BEC came to BAC, presented probity report. Over and above that, they indicated that during the transfer back, either from probity back to BEC, they noted that there were 6 documents that were outstanding. So I disagree with the notion, SC, that documents are never under lock and key.
I didn't say the documents weren't never under lock and key. My proposition was that if 6 documents could be lost during a relocation process in respect of TMPD3, there's no reason to believe that documents couldn't have been replaced in some part of the process of TMPD1.
I respectfully disagree with that again, SC. Reason being, you're referring to documents lost at this stage. So linking documents lost and replacing of documents is a completely different thing from my perspective.
Why is it different? If documents can be lost, why can't documents be slipped into the files?
They're under lock and safe. The individuals who sign off for them as part of the segregation of duties. They accept and they make a vow to ensure that they will safeguard these documents and they will ensure that there's nothing that occurs in the form of tampering. So we rely on the delegated powers that we send to various officials as well.
Yes, but in this case, despite that vow and despite the protocol of lock and key, 6 documents disappeared.
Indeed, and this was a positive thing that we were able to pick this up because it showed that the internal control processes were in place and they're working adequately. We were then able to hold the process accountable. Between probity and BEC upon transfer, we were able to hold an individual accountable for documents that have been lost.
And who was held accountable here?
I don't recall.
Was anybody held accountable?
So at this stage, we make recommendations and we send them through to the accounting officer. At this point in time, I don't recall.
The recommendation isn't that anyone should be held accountable. The recommendation is that measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented.
That's true. We are BEC, and as a BEC, we have to make recommendations that will enhance the procurement processes, SC.
And what that recommendation presupposes is that the proper measures and controls to safeguard documents had not been implemented in the time leading up to 23 October 2025.
Yes, SC, I agree with that, but I would like to make an explanation that documents were lost or could not be found between probity and BEC after the process was done.
Sorry, after?
Yes, it was between the transfer process where the probity report was available. And this is the
So it was after probity had made its report. All of the documents were given to probity, but they disappeared between probity and BEC on the way back from probity. Is that what you're saying?
That's the report I received.
Well, let's look at the probity report. Because one of the things that probity says is, if you go to page 419, at page 54.9, paragraph 54.9, no score sheets were received for BEC member Mr. Tsukudu Malachi. We could not confirm whether he scored from previous meetings. The absence of scoring from one member undermines the integrity of the evaluation process and compromises fairness and consistency in the adjudication of bids. So what they are suggesting there is that Mr. Malachi, who purported to be present on the day, had no score sheet in the documents. Was that one of the documents that was lost?
Okay. With your permission, Chair, this is true. Yes, I agree with you. The score sheets were not there as part of the pack that Probity was conducting oversight on. However, I need to qualify the statement of documents that were lost. When they say documents, they're not referring to individual components of documents. It was actual tender documents of bidders. So in this instance, for argument's sake, because from the top of my head, I'm aware of 57 bidders from TMPD1, what was brought back was 51 bidders without 6 documents. So the resolution in the BAC-SC does not refer to individual documentations. It refers to actual tender documents for bidders. Hence, BAC raised that as an additional measure, as an additional instance which was not picked up or identified in the probity report. We had to isolate that as an additional mechanism or as additional shortfall that was identified.
So you're now saying that entire bid documents disappeared?
That's what I've been saying from the beginning. I probably think there might have been a misunderstanding. The 6 documents were 6 bidders' documents that couldn't be tracked back between handover from probity to BEC or vice versa.
And are the score sheets supposed to be kept under lock and key?
Score sheets are within the same room under lock and key. They should be.
So if a score sheet can disappear under lock and key, why can't something else disappear under lock and key?
You see, this is where now members of BEC must be accountable for safeguarding certain documents. And these were the major shortcomings that were picked up at this point in time.
Yeah, you see, I agree with you. There were major shortcomings. My problem is that when we talk about TMPD1, you want us to approach the issue as though there were no shortcomings at all in relation to the document control process under the BEC.
SC, with your permission, I could equally refer you back to the probity report of TMPD1. And the probity report of TMPD1 did not identify any shortcomings of that nature. That then, of course, gives me assurance that for TMPD1, there were no shortcomings, documents were validated to be under lock and key, and there were no instances of irregularities that were picked up. Upon evaluation on TMPD3, however, the same exercise is repeated. There must be a test to ensure that documents were still under lock and key and they were safeguarded. For this instance, that test failed, which was then, as a result, which was then one of the key factors that led to disqualification.
Well, how would probity ever pick up if there had been a tampering of the process, not in respect of documents disappearing, but in respect of documents being changed before they went to probity?
There's no suggestion that documents were tampered.
Well, that's not my question. How would probity pick up if that had taken place?
So as far as I'm concerned, probity they utilize a number of systems when they do their work. Within that, they evaluate documents as well. Within that, they could probably have systems to see whether there's been an amendment or a tamper of a document that was there.
Now, you see, if one looks at what Sergeant Nkosi was doing and wanted, we've seen in TMPD1, he wanted the award of the tender. So he didn't want to leave traces behind that would lead to the cancellation of the tender. You accept that?
No, I can't accept that.
He wanted the award of the tender to Nkapashe and El Shaddai.
I can't accept the component of saying he didn't want to leave traces.
Well, if you wanted the award of the tender to two bidders, and you left traces of tampering, like the removal of documents, you would expose yourself to the risk that the tender got cancelled, and then there wouldn't be an award. You accept that?
I accept that, but in this instance, through the assurance exercise, there was no tampering of documents that was identified. And
No, Mr. Mnisi, you can't say there was no tampering. You've already conceded that document control measures by this BEC were faulty over the period.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm going to object to the proposal put by my learned friend. If it's my learned friend's case that there was indeed tampering, then he should deal with it in that regard. He's currently speculating and putting speculations to the witness. And that's not my understanding of what the Commission's work is. The Commission's work is not to speculate when you put proposals to witnesses. You can only put a suggestion or put a version or put a proposal to a witness if it's based on an actual fact or an inference that's drawn from facts. Here cannot be an issue of inferences being drawn from facts, because that happens right at the end. When the Commission sits and takes all the evidence, it's the only time they can draw an inference from the facts. So I would, with respect, say my learned friend needs to either rephrase his question or withdraw it or deal with it. If it's his case that there was tampering, then put to the witness there was tampering. We've got evidence there was tampering, but not in the manner that is currently going on. May I please?
Thank you, Ms. Van Heever. I will let Mr. Shaskelson respond, but I must say right away I do not have a problem with the question, because with cross-examination sometimes you do not want to be direct. You want to lay a background before you come to the point that you really want to make, but I'll let Mr. Shaskelson respond.
Chair, I'm simply testing the proposition that the witness, the refrain of the witness from yesterday, that none of this could happen because everything was under lock and key. There could be no tampering because everything was under lock and key.
I actually counted from when he testified last week up to yesterday. He said this no less than 4 times. Yes, please continue, Mr. Shaskelson.
So my simple proposition to you, Mr. Mnisi, is that you cannot offer this Commission any assurance that everything was kept under lock and key, and thus we can assume the document control was perfect.
I can assure you, we need to look at these particular tenders in isolation of each other. It's not the same members, first of all, that sit in TMPD1 versus TMPD2. So it's incorrect to make an inference from shortcomings that were identified as a result of the internal controls that we've had put in place, and align those shortcomings to TMPD1, where the test of time was passed. The test of document arrangements, safeguarding and safekeeping was conducted at TMPD1. It passed the test of time. Probity report has been attached. TMPD3, a separate set of individuals conducting the same work. When assurance exercise is being conducted, the test of safeguarding is failed. So I would respectfully disagree with you when you link shortcomings of TMPD3 to shortcomings of TMPD1, particularly when we're testing the notion of documents being safeguarded under lock and key. That test was passed, and we've got sufficient evidence to prove that.
Well, I'll leave it here. I've put the proposition. I'll leave the commissioners to reach whatever conclusions they want to reach. I want now to go to TMPD3 because there is a fundamental difference between TMPD3 and TMPD1 in relation to Sergeant Nkosi. And the fundamental difference is that in TMPD1, Sergeant Nkosi wanted the award of the tender to Ngapashia and El Shaddai. And in TMPD3, he wanted the cancellation of the award. Let's look at the chronology. And the easiest place to see the chronology of TMPD3 is the probity report on TMPD, which is GM20. It's at page 403, where it starts. And it deals with the chronology from page 416. So I just want to get clarity first on the chronology, and if you have difficulties with any of the stages in the chronology that I'm going to put to you, indicate them. Paragraph 46. The bid was advertised on the 12th of December 2024 with a closing date of 21 February. You confirm that was correct?
What page are you on, SC?
416.
12th of December, 21st of February, yes.
The bid expiry date at the foot of the page, 47.3, was 21 May.
I agree.
If we go down to 418, we see that the BEC met on numerous days, starting on the 24th of March and ending on the 7th of May. Can you confirm that's correct?
I confirm that as per page 417.
Well, ending on the 7th of May is incorrect because there was a meeting of 28 May where the recommendation was made. 54.5. Signed minutes for 28th May where the committee was recommending tender. You see that?
I see that on page 418.
Now, if we go all the way down to 426, we see that probity has identified certain potential problems, and it recommends in paragraph 71 that the BEC considers our observations with the intention of curing them before submitting the report to BAC, and BAC satisfies itself that the observed defects have been sufficiently cured when the BEC report is tabled. So the position of probity was that nothing that it had identified was irreparable.
I disagree with you, SC.
What would the purpose of indicating that there should be a process to cure these deficiencies, to attempt to cure these deficiencies, be if the probity people had already identified them as being irreparable?
Perfect. SC, firstly, 406 gives a detailed summary of the findings that were identified by a probity report. In terms of those findings, the recommendation is cure matters that are curable. There are instances where matters can't be cured. For argument's sake, BEC score sheets, I'm on page 406, Commissioners. It states, BEC score sheets are dated 29th of May. However, there are no minutes to support the assumption that there was a BEC meeting on the 29th of May. This is not curable. The only way to cure a finding of this nature is to recreate minutes and then attach them. So, which wasn't a plausible mechanism of regularizing a tender with shortcomings. Just raising this as one of the obvious matters which are uncurable. The second one I want to bring...
Can I take you up there? What if it turns out, as it seems to be, that there were in fact minutes, their minutes were just incorrectly dated 28th May, because the minutes of 28th May reflect the recommendation. And unless there was an out-and-out fraud in this case, and a very clumsy fraud, it is not possible for the recommendation to have been made before the score sheets, the scoring process had taken place.
As in normal instances, probity reporting team as well as the BEC meet before the reports are finalized. Findings are put towards them. When findings are put towards them, the BEC has got the opportunity to provide the relevant supporting evidence if they are disputing a particular finding from probity. I'll give you an example. We had a discussion on TMPD1 on the probity report, where the probity team came on board and clearly indicated there are two instances where we are disqualifying this bidder of Mnisi Security Services as a result of the audited financial statements not being there and as a result of the 5-ton truck not being there. Probity team provided the relevant evidence to, the BEC team provided the necessary evidence to the probity team, convinced them accordingly, an amended confirmation letter was provided. In this instance, the BEC could not prove beyond reasonable doubt to probity that the minutes were there, which gives us surety as BAC that these findings are accepted, both 1 and 2, with the minutes for the one scoring member which were not there. They failed to justify to the probity team on the availability of those documentation.
So you are saying that it was then established that the BEC had made a recommendation on the 28th before the scoring took place on the 29th. Is that what you're saying?
No, Chair. What I'm saying is there's a missing element in terms of our protocols, and our protocols are there must be minutes that clearly detail what happened in the previous meeting as part of the compliance process. Within the process that was there was a major deficiency in terms of minutes not being available, which are a key part and parcel of the process in order to ensure that a tender is legitimate. That was not there in this case, and respectfully, that's what I'm saying. And it couldn't be proved, apologies, SC, it couldn't be proved to the probity team when the internal arrangements and debates were occurring between the BEC and the PAC. When they came to the BEC and the probity team, when the teams came to PAC, they confirmed that the minutes were not there.
Well, that doesn't appear in the BAC report, but let's take the implications of what you're saying. What you're saying is that there were no minutes of 29 May.
Yes, yeah, I'm not saying that the probity report is saying that.
Okay, what you're saying is that the BAC accepted that there was no evidence of minutes of 29 May.
I'm accepting that, Chair.
Yes. The BAC also accepted that that 29 May was when the scoring took place. The score sheets are dated 29 May.
We accepted that.
The BAC also accepted that in a document purporting to be minutes of 28 May, a recommendation was made for this tender.
Please repeat that.
On a document purporting to be minutes of 28 May, a recommendation was made for this tender, because that was the problem picked up by probity.
Yes, we accepted that.
So what the BAC accepted was that on 28 May, a recommendation was made. You accept that?
I think I accept.
Yes or no? Yes. Yes or no?
I see the probity report indicates that. From a BAC perspective, I just want to add, you mentioned earlier on that in the BAC report, we did not mention that. So what we do, we don't regurgitate all findings as is. We add matters that were not there. So we wouldn't have seen that isolated in the BAC report, SC, with all due respect. Taking into account the presentation that were brought to us, point number 5 indicates that the minutes of the meeting held on the 28th of May lists 4 members, with Mr. Enos Ramanana's name appearing twice. We accepted that with the flaw that came with that.
Can I ask you to confine yourself to answering my questions? My question was that the BAC accepted, do you confirm that the BAC accepted that a document purporting to be minutes of 28 May 2025 recorded a recommendation for the tender?
See, I accept that.
And the BAC also accepted that the scoring or the score sheets were dated 29 May.
Accept that.
Now, how can you recommend a tender on the 28th May if you only score on the 29th of May?
Those are exactly the irregularities that were picked up. This is an anomaly. It can't be like that.
Now, if you accept that anomaly, will you not also have to accept that what happened on the 28th of May was a deliberate fraud because no scoring had taken place?
Chairperson, at a BAC, our restrictions and functions are restricted. In terms of these functions being restricted, we need to ensure that procurement processes have been followed and the necessary oversight from a BAC perspective. Once those cancellations have been made, first, we would have expected that either to be made by the probity assurance team or when the accounting officer is assessing that to make further recommendations. From a BAC perspective, our functions are clear. We can't overstep those functions. We can't make recommendations that are outside our powers. And I want to just give a quick example to support that. There are instances where departments would come to BAC asking for budget adjustments. We clearly say to them, that's outside our mandate. We can't make a resolution of that nature. Go to the accounting officer. Similarly with that, we had to confine ourselves to the roles and responsibilities that have been assigned to the BAC. And those were ensure that you assess and the BAC, the procurement process is followed to the T. In this instance, probity says cure these findings. We had to go back and assess each of these. And if these were curable, what BAC would have done, SC, is refer the matter back to the BEC and say, BEC, these are the 7 issues that you need to cure. These are curable. It will not have an adverse effect on the regularity of the process. In this instance, there were matters and findings that were uncurable without committing fraud. And that fraud will be backdating minutes and recomputing score sheets that were not there. Hence, this tender was uncurable.
Mr. Mnisi, if the recommendation was made on 28th May and the scoring was done on 29th May, you have a series of members of the BEC who are participating in a fraud. Is that not right?
I can't comment on that.
No, you can comment on it. If they made their recommendation on the 28th and only did the scoring on the 29th, the scoring was a complete sham, was it not?
I would be making an assumption because I wouldn't have known what would have happened in that instance. I can't answer that question, SC. If individuals are committing fraud, it's a very difficult question for me to answer without having any corroborative evidence for me to rely on.
Well, in this case, you are saying that you assumed that the recommendation, or you accepted that the recommendation was made in a meeting on the 28th, and the scoring took place on score sheets dated the 29th. You've accepted that?
The BAC accepted that.
No, I'm not. The BAC, including yourself, you chaired that meeting. Yes, you accepted that.
So we made a collective decision. We accepted that.
Yes. So you accepted that scoring took place on the 29th, although the recommendation had already been made the previous day. Now, how can you make a recommendation?
Don't nod, Mr. Mnisi, please.
Sorry, Commissioner.
I understand the nod to be a yes.
Oh, apologies. I'm trying to concentrate, Commissioner. Apologies.
Yeah. No need to apologize. Thank you.
So you accepted that a recommendation was made on the 28th, and then the next day, the people who had made the recommendation purported to score the bids that they, in respect of a tender where they'd already made a recommendation.
We accept that, and it's an anomaly.
Yes. Now, let's assume that those facts are correct, because you've accepted them. Are we not looking at a fraud?
The facts are correct, because
Yes.
we've seen this having been validated by the third party. There's no way that a report can be produced on the 28th, but the minutes are scored on the next day. It's a major anomaly from our perspective. For me, there needs to be an investigation firstly on that, which will now give me guidance that indeed fraud was committed. I don't have sufficient evidence to make that conclusion. The only conclusion I can make is that there's an irregularity here. It's a major cause of concern.
Did you instruct any investigation?
No, outside the BAC, I didn't.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, I find that very difficult to accept. Are you suggesting to me that when the BAC sees prima facie evidence of fraud and makes a decision on the basis of facts that prima facie indicate fraud, you can't instruct any investigation?
At this point in time, there's no prima facie evidence except for a finding. The finding that is raised is that as the probity team would pick this up, if there was prima facie evidence, the probity team would have raised it and made those attachments accordingly, which would have then empowered me or us as BAC to act on that accordingly.
You see,
Sorry, I don't understand that answer. You are in the BAC, you have the probity report.
Yes.
It tells you these facts that are being put to you. That's what the probity report tells you, right?
Yes.
That the scoring happened a day after the recommendation was made. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
I don't understand why you have a difficulty with conceding or accepting that with those facts, if that's what happened, what the probity has established is a fact, fact, which you accepted at the BAC as what has happened, that constitutes a fraud. That must be investigated, not only because you're chairperson of the BAC, but also as CFO, you are responsible for the procurement, the integrity of your procurement processes. Why are you struggling to accept that it constitutes a fraud if it happened the way that probity has recorded it to have happened and that the BAC accepted to have happened?
Commissioner, I'm not struggling. Yes, the answer is yes. In the context of us sitting at BAC, we received finding number 1 on 406. It says the BEC score sheets are dated and signed on the 29th of May. However, there are no minutes to support the assumption that the BEC meeting that there was a BEC meeting on the 29th of May.
Yes.
We accept that it raises alarms for us,
Yes.
and those alarms lead to a cancellation confined to the roles and responsibility of BAC. When we are discussing this matter now, of course I need to further have prima facie evidence to escalate the matter further, but I'm agreeing with you that when we are having more discussions and deliberating further in this matter, it does seem like it's constituting fraud.
Yes.
I'm just at a stage where I don't have prima facie evidence
You
as a
do-
result of this finding to
You
conclusive.
do have prima facie evidence. You've got probity assurance, right?
Yes.
Which is part of your system, so of your evaluation system, or even adjudication system. You have them. They've done the work. They've looked at the documents. They report that there is this irregularity, and they report it as a fact, irregularity. That's prima facie evidence that requires you to investigate, that requires an investigation, 1. 2, that qualifies you to say it looks like fraud was committed here. We may need to investigate it further, but surely you have to easily be able to say, yes, it does suggest a fraud. I'm battling with why are you struggling to accept the proposition that is being made to you, because it seems to be the a reasonable proposition being made to you that it suggests a fraud.
I agree with that.
Okay.
My answer is yes.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chaskalson.
Commissioner, if I can
Yes,
just
you may.
expand with
Yes,
your
you may.
permission, please. At the point of BAC conducting our work, this led to the cancellation. So we took that into account and we acted accordingly. Within our BAC, there are a variety of subject matter experts. Included in there is a legal expert as well who sits as part of our BAC. So I think in hindsight, the BAC should have made a recommendation of that nature. The basis of us cancelling that, Commissioner, was confined to the roles and responsibility of BAC, confined to procurement-related processes.
Thank you.
If we go to your BAC cancellation report, I've already indicated to you that it was noted that during the discussion of this matter by, if we go to 429, during the discussion of this matter by the bid adjudication meeting held on 23 October, the committee noted the following, that there were 6 documents lost during the relocation of documents to another storage. Therefore, measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented. So you were happy to indicate what should happen going forward in relation to document control, where there was, on your version, no evidence of fraud.
SC, documents that were missing are 6 documents. With your permission, I want to just expand further on that because I want to deal with if there's a confusion, that the 6 documents relate to score sheets, they relate to minutes.
No, we've clarified, they're bid documents.
Okay.
There are 6 bid documents that were lost, you say.
Yes.
And that means that your control systems are not working, and so you want the control systems to be improved and implemented. That's what you're saying there. Your committee is saying that. Is that not correct?
The answer is yes. That's what we're saying. Me expanding with your permission, SC, is that further to that, that these are additional findings that were not noted in the probity report. So we escalate the additional 3 matters that are discussed and are picked up. So we raise them in isolation. Within additional findings that we are raising as the BAC, we propose additional measures to safeguard the procurement process, in particular reference to this bid. We have to, when we're looking at the minutes of each bidders, look at them in line of the unique nature of that program and what was happening on that particular bid. I wouldn't want us to interrelate that to all other bids within the city, because the process this is not what happened in all other instances. So in this instance, the test of safeguarding documents was failed. So this finding was not raised. From probity, you can see that under the findings that were there. BAC picks this up. We then make a mitigation measure as well, which says you need to enhance and safeguard documents in the next process.
So when it comes to losing bid documents, there are mitigation measures that you're happy to put in place or to decree?
That's incorrect. We put mitigating measures everywhere. These mitigating measures were ones that were not identified. I'm trying to isolate the two, that we identified this as BAC. It wasn't part of the probity exercise that was there. Hence, we felt there's a duty for us, because we are picking this up, to put additional measures on board, over and above what we already seen from probity report, which has also made certain recommendations in summary. And amongst those recommendations that they had made, cure the process, etc.
But you didn't see fit to put in place mechanisms to investigate what appeared to be an out-and-out fraud in relation to this process, where a series of BEC members, on the facts that you accepted, made a recommendation the day before they purported to score the bidders.
You see, at that point in time, we confined ourselves to procurement-related matters. In hindsight, I'm agreeing that as a BAC, we should have considered that, and it's a matter that should have been raised. But at the point of adjudication, we performed our functions accordingly. We took into account the recommendations that were made by probity team. We put systems to try and cure all the findings. There were findings that were uncurable, which then led to the cancellation. But in hindsight, I agree with you, possible further steps should have been taken.
Can we look at what the BAC actually resolved on page 429? So there's a recordal of what the BEC discussed. During the discussion of this matter by the bid adjudication meeting held on 23 October, the committee noted the following. First bullet point, there were 6 documents lost during the relocation of documents to another storage. Therefore, measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented. We've dealt with that. Second bullet point, the material irregularities identified by probity were due to the pricing schedule, which was issued as an addendum. In regard to the interpretations of the addendum, it stipulated that the pricing schedule must be completed in full, no blank statements, no blank spaces. Third bullet point, the BEC interpretation is that the pricing schedule need not to have blank spaces. According to probity report, which its recommendations have changed the initial BEC recommendation, states that blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. This resulted in potential selective evaluation of bidders and the potential unjustified disqualified bidders. That the material irregularity due to the interpretations of the specifications, particularly the pricing schedule, remains an issue that could not be cured. Therefore, the committee agreed to the following recommendations. So we see nothing in that narrative of what was discussed as to whether the meeting was held on the 28th and the scoring was done on the 29th. That's just not mentioned.
I see the answer is yes. Commissioner would like to expand further. As I was reiterating during my explanation earlier on, matters that are raised in isolation within the BAC report are additional matters that the BAC wants to emphasize on, one, or that the BAC did not take note of within the probity report. So we don't ignore the findings that are already there in the probity report, but also we don't rehash or regurgitate those findings word for word because they've already been accepted. We only raise matters that were not there in the first place so that it can add to the potential, to the irregularities that are identified. And then we attach that probity report in full as an annexure with all other documents for the accounting officer's consideration.
We then see the actual resolution. And will you confirm that this is the resolution that the BAC adopted? It is resolved, it starts at 429, it goes through to 430. Is that the resolution that your committee adopted?
I accept it.
Do you see any references to the meeting of the 28th and the scoring on the 29th in that resolution? Anything that could possibly include, even by reference, that problem?
Standard practice, SC, we don't include that. This is a summary of the discussions and the resolution of cancelling. The discussions have already been held. The probity report has been considered. Additional matters on 49 have been identified. The resolution is now compliant to the Municipal Finance Management Act and the city's supply chain management policy on why we can cancel this tender. And it was a basis of point number D, where there was evidence of material irregularities. And those material irregularities had already been discussed. They've already been noted, not only in the probity assurance report, but further issues in the statement and discussion notes of the BAC. So by standard practice, we don't regurgitate all those matters again. We've got a number of other cancellations that I could bring to the commission. So you can see the standard practice of our cancellation resolutions at BAC.
But you did actually indicate your reasons for cancelling here. Let's look at the resolution. It says 1, TMPD 3 2024-25, tender for the appointment of a service provider to provide security services at various sites belonging to the city of Tshwane, including substations and reservoirs for a 3-year period, be cancelled due to material irregularity as indicated below. And then we see what is indicated below. During the evaluations of the tender, the committee identified the following misalignment and material irregularities. So, what is the difference between a misalignment and a material irregularity?
They're both material irregularities in this context. There was no coherence. So there was a misalignment.
So what do you refer to, when you refer to a misalignment, what do you mean?
It's an irregularity. There's no consensus.
No consensus?
There's no agreement. This matter couldn't be resolved.
Well, let's look at what you... So you're saying misalignment and material irregularities are the same thing?
In the context of our discussion here, that's what I'm saying, SC.
When you say consensus, whose consensus between what? The probity and the BEC?
Yes, yes.
Is that what your procurement policy, your supply chain management policy requires? I mean, I thought the BEC evaluates.
Yes.
And then probity looks at what was done and submits a report. It's not required to reach consensus with the BEC because it is not part of the bid evaluation committee. And then it submits a report, and then the matter comes to the BAC. So when you say there was no consensus between probity and BEC, on what basis? And you would have to point us to the policy, not just your opinion. On what basis do you say there has to be a consensus between the two?
Commissioner, maybe it's our discussion and how it's coming across in the commission. The point I'm trying to raise is that when a probity report has been prepared, finalized, signed off, before it's tabled to the BAC, that report is discussed with members with the BEC. They put the findings. Probity team comes, we put these 12 findings to you as the BEC. Do you have evidence to conclusively disagree with this, or do you accept these findings? In this instance, the findings were accepted, and that's what we're raising. And maybe the wording wasn't correct, but that's what we're indicating, that the findings stand, the findings were not cured, this tender is irregular, it must be cancelled.
Is your use of the word consensus, saying there was no consensus, a misnomer perhaps? Because I'm really questioning the principle of it, the principle that you're suggesting, in fact you say so in so many words, that your procurement process requires that there must be consensus between probity and BEC, and absent that, at least insofar as I followed you, absent consensus, that could be a basis, or in fact is a basis, to cancel a tender. I have a problem with that as a matter of, maybe I may say even as a matter of law, but as a matter of supply chain management principles and policy.
Commissioner, the process does not require that. Maybe it's a word I use. The SC was asking me about alignment, about material irregularities, in trying to explain that maybe that's not a suitable word, but that's not required in terms of the city supply chain management policy, and that's not what I meant.
Your resolution says that your decision to cancel was due to material irregularity as indicated below. And there are 3 bullet points which provide the indication. The first says that during the meeting between the BEC and probity teams on 26 August, it became apparent that there were multiple interpretations of the specifications, particularly the pricing schedule, which was issued as an addendum. In regard to the interpretations of the addendum, it stipulated that the pricing schedule must be completed in full brackets, no blank spaces. The BEC interpretation is the pricing schedule need not to have blank spaces. According to probity team, the blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. So there is a dispute as to what the requirements are between BEC and probity. Probity says you've got to fill in a 0 when your pricing on a certain matter is 0. BEC says provided you don't leave blank spaces, for instance by just drawing a line through the space where you have nothing to price, that's compliant. There's that difference between the two. You see that?
I see that.
And is that what was being referred to there?
As additional findings that were not clearly articulated in the probity report, these were additional measures that we were isolating as the BAC.
That's not what the resolution says at all. What the resolution says doesn't refer to the probity report. It refers as forming the primary basis. It says the tender be cancelled due to material irregularity as indicated below. And then this is the first one. It doesn't say be cancelled due to material irregularity as set out in the probity report and in addition as indicated below.
So I'm trying to clarify that there was no need to say that it was already accepted. The probity report was not disputed. The probity report was already accepted by the BEC included. And in actual fact, the report when it came to BAC, it came with an acceptance of the findings and an acknowledgement by BEC of the shortcomings that were there. When it comes to BAC, it does not come with a recommendation, SC. The BEC reports already come to BAC having acknowledged the shortcomings that were agreed upon, that were presented to them by probity. BAC, through the discussions, notes that there are additional issues that we've captured on page 429 and at the top of 430 that need to be emphasized on. Add those. It already came to BAC as a cancellation. So BAC did not change the decision of BEC. It came to BAC, agreed that it must be cancelled because those matters can't be cured.
That's not what your resolution says at all. Let's look at what your resolution says. We've dealt with the first material irregularity or alleged material irregularity identified in the resolution. Can I just look at this? Why was this an irreparable problem? One of the interpretations was going to be right, the other one was going to be wrong. Why couldn't the BAC take a decision on which the right one was and then act accordingly?
We did take a decision, the right one was that of probity.
Okay, and so then you can cure. You can disqualify the people who should have been disqualified according to probity, and you can mark the rest.
However, there are 2 findings that were raised that are uncurable. It would be a fruitless exercise referring a team back to go and cure matters in isolation. where other matters can't be cured. So even if BAC took a decision to refer this back, cure these irregularities, it would have came back and been cancelled in any case as a result of findings number 1 and 2. It would have been a time waster.
Well, I'm confining myself to what the resolution actually says, as opposed to what you'd like us to believe the resolution meant. The first reason for cancelling is a difference in interpretation between BEC and BAC, BEC and probity. You have confirmed that BAC accepted that probity was right. So, can you confirm that?
I can confirm that. But
Now, if just looking at this in isolation, not looking at anything else, if probity was right, this was a curable problem, looking at it in isolation. You're nodding your head. Can I get
No.
confirmation that this is correct?
no, I'm listening. Apologies.
Oh.
I think it's a bad habit that I have when I listen and
So-
nod my head. Apologies.
So if probity was right and if BAC agreed that probity was right, this was a curable problem. You could disqualify the people who probity said should have been disqualified, and you could have marked the rest.
The answer is yes. Can I please explain further?
I'm taking them each in isolation. You can explain at the
Please
end.
allow me to do that. I need to state this point. It's extremely important for me. So SC, when you are doing supply chain management processes, you can't look at matters in isolation of each other. So I just wanted to give that overview that indeed you are correct. This is a matter that could have been cured. However, procurement process is the entire picture. It's not certain aspects. That's why we have administrative, mandatory, and evaluation-related criteria. That if an individual is compliant in one aspect, we can't just look at that aspect in isolation of the entire picture. So with this instance, with all due respect, we had to look at the entire picture, and the entire picture included the uncurable matters as raised by probity team.
Yeah, we'll get to the entire picture at the end. For now, I want to focus on each of the individual reasons given by the BAC in its resolution. We've dealt with the first one. You've accepted the first one was curable. Let's look at the second one. The specifications stipulate that some areas do not require armed guards, whereas the mandatory requirement dictate that bidders who do not submit firearm licenses as part of their bid would be disqualified. Therefore, it is disadvantaging those who do not have firearm licenses. So that was your second reason. Now, this is something that presumably should have been picked up in the bid specification committee a year previously. What's your comment on that?
My comment on that, SE, is that I can't say it could have been picked up at that point because that BSC committee is made up of a multitude of individuals, specialists as well, including TMPD. So I'm not aware of the reason behind them not including that at that point in time. However, I just want to add that whilst we are looking at these matters individually, I agree with you. However, these are not the only reasons that led to this cancellation.
You're going to have the opportunity to explain that at the end, but I now want to confine myself to what the resolution says as opposed to what you might have wanted it to say. So the second one, it says, the mandatory requirements dictate that bidders who do not submit firearm licenses as part of their bid would be disqualified, so it's disadvantaging those who don't have firearm licenses. Is this an irregularity?
It was identified as an irregularity at this point.
It seems to me it's more of a misalignment than an irregularity, that maybe, with hindsight, you would have drawn the specifications differently because, with hindsight, you didn't want firearm licenses to be a disqualification factor. But I don't see any irregularity here. Where's the irregularity?
If any evaluation process is outside the confines of the bid specification process, it is an irregularity.
Well, this is not outside the bid specification process. The bid specifications themselves stipulate the requirement for the firearm license.
However, if you look at the rest of that sentence, whereas the mandatory requirements dictate that all bidders who do not submit firearms as part of their bid will be disqualified. So that contradicts what the first part of the statement says. Hence, it was highlighted that in the, I'll stop there, see.
The document, the tender document, that comes out of the bid specification committee, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So that document approved by the bid specification document had a mandatory requirement that firearm licenses were required.
Yes, that contradicted. So the specifications, the entire document had 2 points that were contradictory to one another. The first is that specifications stipulate that some areas do not need armed guards and it must be clear. However, in the mandatory requirements, the same document now dictates that bidders who don't submit firearm licenses must be disqualified. The problem was that there would be bidders who say, I will refer you to clause 3.5, imaginary, of this specification and this document. It says here, not all areas require firearms. So why are you now disqualifying us as a result of the second mandatory requirement?
But that is a mandatory requirement that the bidders are alerted to. In the bid document, it says, mandatory requirement firearm license.
Yes, it's part and parcel of that. Within the specifications, the requirement of firearms within this mandatory was also a requirement. That firstly, you don't need to have all, and then secondly, there's another requirement that says you must have, all firearms must be there. So this was contradictory.
And is that not something that should have been that it was capable of being clarified at those meetings where you, I forget what they called, but where you call all of the bidders in to get an explanation? The briefing, the tender briefing.
I'm not certain. I don't sit in those
If you are a
meetings.
bidder and you are confused, do I need a firearm license? Do I not need a firearm license? Is it not incumbent on you to raise that at the briefing meeting, the compulsory briefing meeting that you must attend?
In some instances, yes, some bidders raise that. However, in some instances after the fact, when a bidder has not been awarded and has been disqualified for this reason, it might be an issue for the city.
Why would it be an issue for the city? The bid specification document has a section where it says mandatory requirements. And in those mandatory requirements, it says firearm licenses required. If you're a bidder and you look at the document, you look at what the mandatory requirements are. Even if the mandatory requirements don't make sense, you know that if you don't meet those requirements, you're going to be disqualified. Is that not correct?
That's correct. However, I would like to add, please, SC. The reason why I'm adding is that if the document on its own is contradictory, if a bidder is unsuccessful, and these were amongst the reasons that were outlaid as part of their disqualification, unhappy bidders, unfortunately, are highly litigious. We've seen in the past that this exact same tender was taken to court, irregularities were identified, it was, I think, cancelled from that point. From a high court perspective, I'm not sure of the details, but I'm aware of a situation of this nature. So in this instance, we had to make sure that all issues of concerns and all gaps have been covered accordingly. So this was a major contradictory, which could have opened up the city to litigations. It is a highly litigated tender. We've seen in the past the interest that it goes along with this. Hence, the contradictory could have been an issue that's problematic, particularly for bidders who are not awarded and were disqualified for this reason. They would want to take the city on.
Mr. Mnisi, which document was contradictory?
The tender document
You say
itself.
if the document is contradictory, which document is contradictory?
It was the actual tender document.
The invitation to tender.
The invitation to tender, the specifications within the evaluation criteria, the actual tender documents.
So the specification that says some areas do not require armed guards, you're saying that was in the published tender?
Yes.
Yes, but why is it contradictory that you've got that which says some areas don't require that, and yet the client says we require everybody to have a firearm as a mandatory requirement, even though some sections or some sites they have determined would not require firearms? Why is that a contradiction?
The contradictory came in the form within those discussions that you now need to be clear which of those sites wouldn't require firearms. This is taken into account that you might need 100 firearms. Some companies might have 50 firearms. If that distinction is not there, it could be an area of concern. So the distinction in terms of the mandatory requirement, there needed to be a split. In terms of the areas which would require firearms and the areas which would not require firearms. Then it will be easy for the bid evaluation committee to look at a bidder's submission and say, you have submitted a document with 100 firearm licenses. You, however, have submitted a bid with 50 firearm licenses. Yes, you've got firearm licenses, but it's not sufficient. That distinction needed to be there.
No, I'm still at the contradiction. If the advertised tender informs bidders what is required, yes, it has a line somewhere which says not all areas will require armed guards, but the bid document, that same document, is very clear to all bidders, everybody who bids, that everyone who submits a bid must submit firearm licenses. What is the problem? I don't understand the problem that you're raising about that, because bidders, as a rule of fairness, fair procurement, bidders must be informed what is required of them. That bid document does inform them that you must submit firearm licenses. I don't see why you have a problem with the fact that elsewhere that document has said something to the effect that some areas won't require armed guards. I don't understand that, and that becomes another reason to cancel this tender.
Well, Commissioner, I think these were discussions that were held at BAC. I did not take these decisions on my own. Presentations were made, it was assessed, it was accepted that this could be a contradiction that would affect the evaluation of this bid.
A committee necessarily by definition means you are not the only one there. You are with other people. You happen to be the chairperson of this committee. You are the witness in the box right now, and you must justify as part of that committee. You must explain in a way that we understand. The issue is your committee that you chaired provided a reason, another reason for cancelling this tender. And I guess maybe to put it positively is I don't see and I don't agree that that was a valid reason to offer as one of the reasons to cancel the tender, because the bid document has informed bidders what is required of them, and that's a basis on which we evaluate a bid as the BAC. So I guess what I'm saying, what I'm putting to you is I don't accept the reason that you are offering why that bid was cancelled, at least this one reason. I don't know if you have any comment that.
Yes, please, Commissioner. At this point in time, I was convinced that this is a valid reason, that the contradiction would lead to potential litigation and open the city up to litigations. I was further convinced that it would be an additional matter to accept and to highlight as part and parcel of the myriad of other irregularities that were identified at this point in time.
Thanks.
But let me take it further. This is for ad hoc security services, is it not? You're going to appoint a panel, and then you can call on them to perform security services as and when needed at various properties of the city.
As far as I'm concerned, this is for watchman services.
It's an ad hoc security service.
My answer is, as far as I'm concerned, this is watchman services. TMPD chooses whether they would like to use this for ad hoc security services or advertise another tender for ad hoc security services. But the content of this tender was for watchman services and replacing the existing tender that was there. Not specifically for ad hoc. It was to guard all 30 sites. All 30 sites.
So what happens then to the ad hoc needs that are no longer going to be capable of being addressed in the 2016-2017 tender, under the 2016-17 tender, because that tender will have run its course?
Ideally speaking, if those ad hoc areas, okay, firstly, SC, risk assessments are done by TMPD and the relevant user department, which identifies the need to add an additional site for security-related services. So at this point in time, risk assessments have been concluded. All sites that are deemed important have been included on this. If there were ad hoc sites from the previous tender, I would presume that within this tender, that assessment, if it's still valid, they'll be included on this now, so that you stop a process of saying, we'll now add this later on. They should have been included on this. This will be to guard all city sites. And if in the near future, if this tender was successful, another site which wasn't included as part of this bid is identified, TMPD and the relevant user department have discretion to conduct their own risk assessment and decide whether it is a valid point to have another ad hoc service on that point. But for this tender, all key and essential sites would have been taken into account.
Even so, why is it an irregularity to say some of our sites are going to need armed guards, some are not? We want a security company to be able to service all of our sites depending on where we place them.
I see my answer is that at the time when the report was being considered, this was a valid contradiction from mine and the BAC's perspective. And this was a valid flaw that needed to be highlighted as part and parcel of the myriad of other matters that had already been raised.
Well, I want to put it to you that this is not a material irregularity at all. Certainly not one that in its own right would justify cancellation of a tender. What's your response to that?
I respectfully disagree with you, SC, on the basis that when we looked at this, it was a valid contradiction. The presentations, I might not recall verbatim what the outcomes of the discussions were and what the main reason was that led us to isolating this as an additional issue. But it was of high concern, and that contradiction was raised at that point in time as a key issue that must be highlighted, which might not have received the necessary highlights from the probity team. And this, just to add, it was an additional matter. There were more than 12 other findings that had already been raised by the probity team. Amongst those, there were essential matters that couldn't be cured. So this is now raising every single issue that's there. This is another issue. We have to raise this thing accordingly. This is why I'm saying that. Some instances were also taken to court for cancelling tenders. So we need to ensure that we have covered all angles and all loopholes that have been identified. So you throw in every single additional issue that you think is a reason that's valid to justify this cancellation.
You keep on speaking about additional reasons, but if one looks at the resolution, which is the decision of the committee, these are the only reasons given.
I did respond to that matter, that the probity report has already, BAC has already discussed all findings that were there. As standard, we don't regurgitate and repeat all those findings again onto this report. The BAC report is just a summary of the discussions that were raised. The attachments, which include the detailed BEC report as well as the actual probity report, are part and parcel of the entire pack. So this doesn't mean they're disregarded. So I'm explaining it in that way, that these are additional matters. It might not be clear in terms of the writing that's there, but the context and sequence of events were raising additional matters that were not raised in the probity report.
You talked about being taken to court on other cases in relation to cancellations. You must then know that when you get taken to court for an administrative act of cancelling a tender, your decision stands or falls by the reasons that are given for it. And if we look at these reasons, the only reasons that are given for it are these 3 bullet points.
These are not the only reasons. These are additional reasons. They are reasons. I'm just trying to put a point.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, look at the document. This records the decision of the committee. Where do you see any other reasons reflected in the document that records the decision of the committee?
I respectfully disagree on that conclusion. I'm trying to explain how BAC operates and how we do it.
Don't disagree, just answer my question. Where in the document do you see any reference to reasons other than the 3 bullet points?
With all due respect, I will refer you to the probity report, which is an
It's
attachment.
not in the document. Refer me to the decision of the committee. Where in the decision of the committee do you see a reference to any other reasons?
My answer to that is the reasons to that are not there. I can't refer you to a page. With respect, may I please
Thank you.
qualify?
That's all I needed. We've had the speeches already. That's all I needed. So nowhere in the document that records the decision of the committee is there a reference to any other reason other than these three?
SC, my answer to that is yes. May I please have permission to expand?
You don't need permission from me. I wouldn't be inclined to give it, but it's the Commissioner's choice.
Mr. Mnisi, I will allow you to explain, but you make a habit of giving explanations for all the responses or answers that you give, even to questions that do not require explanations. With regard to this one, much earlier, you mentioned that there are additional reasons, meaning reasons that are additional to the reasons that are actually reflected here. Now, Mr. Shaskalson is asking you a simple question as to whether there are reasons that are additional to the reasons that we see here. Yeah, I just find the need for an explanation in this context not understandable, but I've said I will allow you to explain. Do you want Mr. Shaskalson to repeat the question, or can you go ahead and give the explanation you want to give?
Can I please go ahead, Chair?
Yes, but please, Mr. Mnisi, bear in mind what I've said at the beginning of this comment, which is that try to avoid giving explanations even where they are not necessary. And quite a number of times, explanations have not been necessary at all. Don't understand this to be a gag on you and on the testimony you want to give, but we have limited time. So please do not explain what does not need to be explained. But go ahead with this explanation.
Chairperson, first let me profusely apologize to you. I in no way or fashion intend on wasting the Commission's time at all, and I want to emphatically apologize on that. The reason for explaining is when the conclusion from the senior counsel disregards the explanation that I had given. So for the record, I would have just requested that permission to clarify that yes, he is disagreeing with that. I can't falter him on that, but I need to explain the business of the day.
Please go ahead and explain.
Thank you, Chair. And in this instance, I agree with the senior counsel that on the resolution, it's not there, I've agreed. My explanation further was that may we please, senior counsel, consider that with the property report and the explanation that I've given. For the record, so it's clear that yes, this is how we're resolving, however, that's how BAC operates, and that's how we do the business of council. And I thought it's very clear, it's very wise for me to also bring that for the Commission to understand.
Do you mean this is, when you say this is how you conduct the business of the BAC, do you mean when the BAC makes resolutions, it does not include in those resolutions some of the reasons that informed the resolution? So it states some, but deliberately leaves out some, or others rather. Is that what you mean by when you say this is how you conduct the business of the BAC?
Chairperson, yes. They raise additional matters that were not raised in the property, but the property report is an attachment. So you don't disregard them. We just don't repeat them.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Let's look at your third additional reason. The specifications were silent on the CERA pricing guidelines that should be considered. So what does this mean?
So what this means is that CERA is regulated and they give pricing. So the document in its own was not clear whether that would be taken into account. Again, this was one of the additional reasons that were just brought on board, and that's what it meant.
Why is that a material irregularity?
Because this is a regulated area from a pricing perspective, so we need to be clear that we're not going to follow those potential pricing that are regulated by CERA.
Sorry, you're not going to follow potential pricing that's regulated by CERA?
The specifications were silent on the CERA pricing guidelines that should be considered. The document in itself and the specifications did not have a clear indication on what happens on the regulations of CERA and the prices that are there.
So what? I mean, why is that irregular? You're going to assess these bidders on price and BEE after you've excluded people who don't qualify. So you will see what the best price is and you will award to the best price. Why do you have to refer to CERA guidelines?
It was an additional issue that was raised over and above the myriad of issues that were there. Hence, at that point in time, it was deemed valid that when the new specifications are presented, and the reason why we bring them on board is that when the new specifications are being compiled, because this tender is being cancelled now, they need to ensure that all potential loopholes would have been covered, including these. So at that point in time, this was an additional reason that was identified.
I can understand half of that. If you're thinking ahead and you're thinking to how you want to rewrite specifications in a new bid that will come out after this one is cancelled, I can understand you may want to refer to CERA guidelines. So that I can understand. What I can't understand is why you regard the failure to refer to CERA guidelines as an irregularity that justifies cancellation of this bid.
Thanks, SC. During these discussions, these were additional issues that were identified. And there was a consensus and agreement amongst members of BAC, chaired by myself, that this should be highlighted as an additional matter that must be improved upon and would lead to the material irregularities and cancellation.
Sorry, but why is it, I mean, we've heard that answer several times now, but you haven't addressed my question, which is, why is it a material irregularity? What is irregular about it?
It's a loophole in the specifications.
What is the loophole in the specifications that renders this irregular?
CERA has got strict guidelines on how much you need to pay per guard. If the document of the city is saying, regardless of the strict guidelines that we have, we will accept our own prices on this matter. Though that was silent on the city's specification document, and all this is saying is that what should have been clearly indicates, because these are specialists of CERA, they are aware of how the industry operates, to avoid a situation where we award a bidder, then comes award date, he then tells us, CERA says, you need to pay me this amount of money, these are the regulations. So it was a form of binding bidders to whatever price that they'll bring on board to the city. Because in most instances, I will suspect that there will be, the reason the city didn't have or go with CERA rates is that we wanted to get cheaper prices, wanted to get a competitive bid. So that was there to safeguard the city in the instance of that as well. That we need to be clear that when it's time for anniversary, bidders don't take us on in terms of guidelines of CERA. So this would have binded them from the beginning that you are aware, your price is absolute, don't tell us about CERA now.
So now, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that the bid is going to have prices in them. CERA has guidelines that may be higher than the bid prices. And you were worried that come renegotiation time or come escalation time, people would want to escalate up to the CERA maximum. Is that what the concern was?
That's the concern.
Well, first of all, I want to put to you that is not an irregularity, a material irregularity in the bid. It's not an irregularity. At best, it's a specification that you should have drawn differently. You've changed your mind on the specifications. What's your response to that?
As the legal experts, I'll take your assertion on this matter, and I agree with that. But when we looked at it at BAC, it was a necessary additional matter to bring on board as a shortcoming which would lead to that.
But you'll accept it's not an irregularity that would have justified cancelling the tender as an irregularity.
I can't accept that, Chair, because pricing is
let me
key.
put the proposal to you this way. Assume you award the tender and there is a losing bidder who is dissatisfied with your decision, and that losing bidder goes to court and says, I want to have this tender reviewed and set aside because it doesn't it is silent on zero pricing guidelines. Would that losing bidder succeed?
If the city's tender was silent, well, I don't know what would have happened in the proceedings, but there could be something that might be considered.
Why would it go to the regularity of the bid that there was nothing said about zero pricing guidelines in relation to the specifications in this document? Why is that an issue of regularity?
Essie, with your permission, on this same document, can I request that we go to page 38? It's going to be, it might be able to answer this question that we're raising here. Page 38, GM4.
Sorry, page 38?
Page 38 of this bundle that we're looking at, my bundle with my annexures. Page 38 of this pack that we're currently on now. Thank you, Chair. So on page 38, what I would like to bring to the attention of the Commission is resolution number 4. Well, it was not resolved, but this was a request from the department. The circumstances around this was that the department was coming to PAC. This tender had closed. They were coming to PAC saying, we want to extend this bid because the previous tender had not closed. Recommendation number 4 states that they also want an approval to be granted for any envisaged price escalation subject to verifiable annual cost calculation in line with the Private Security Industry Regulation Authority CIRA rates that may result from the period of appointment. So we had seen instances of this nature when dealing with this tender. Raising that as an additional area of concern was to cover inconsistencies of this nature, so that it's clear from the onset that when you apply within the city of Tshwane, you apply at your rate that you are given. You will not be giving any further motivations on CIRA escalations at any point in time.
Well, but that's clear from the tender document. If they don't give you a right to escalate in accordance with CIRA in the document, then your bid is your bid. And in this case, there was no reference to CIRA guidelines.
Yes. So that was the flaw that was identified, SC, that we need to be clear, we need to be certain, because even in the previous tender, there was no guidance provided in terms of what will happen on CIRA rates.
Yes, there was no guidance, and so people asked for special dispensation to escalate by CIRA, and you said no.
So in some instances, they take us to court. When we say no, they take us to court, and I'm aware, as we speak now, there are litigations on this matter.
But Mr. Mnisi, that last reason, the requirement that it's specifications is silent on the CIRA pricing guidelines, I think using it as a ground for cancellation, in fact, would have entitled any bidder to take you to court. That was not one of your requirements. That's not one of the prescribed tender stipulations, and it cannot, therefore, be a valid reason to cancel. I think it's simply that.
Okay.
That your BAC, in its, you're being inventive and thinking we should have had this in the first place, we should have it in the future, doesn't have any consequence for this bid, for the validity or regularity of this bid. In fact, you are open to being challenged. I think the city is very lucky that no bidder took you to court on this ground, that there was no such requirement in the tender, therefore you can't cancel on this ground. I'm putting that to you as I want to say as a correct position of law, that that's not a valid reason to have cancelled this tender.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, you're nodding, Mr. Mnisi. Are you agreeing with the proposition by Commissioner Baloyi?
I'm agreeing. She's
Thank
a
you.
specialist in law. I can't. I'm agreeing.
Thank you.
You see, Mr. Mnisi, what I want to put to you is that if we look at these 3 bullet points, none of them justify a decision to cancel. You've accepted that in the first one, it would have been possible to, well, not it would have been possible, the BAC accepted that probity's interpretation was right and it was possible to go back and apply probity's interpretation. You've accepted in the third one it wasn't a ground for cancellation, and there seems to be some debate in relation to the second one, but I want to put to you that the second one in its own right is not a basis for cancellation. So we have a situation where each of the three reasons stated by the BAC, and the only three reasons stated by the BAC for cancellation, are bad reasons. What's your response to that?
I don't agree to that. These were not the only reasons that were stated by BAC. We considered
Sorry,
the
let me
property
stop you there.
report.
Where did BAC state any reasons other than these? Where in the document do you see a stated reason other than these?
Commissioner, I have to expand on this, but I'm
Answer
also
the
very
question
mindful.
first. If the answer to the question is nowhere in the document, say that, and then we can move on.
The answer to that question is yes. These are the three reasons that are mentioned. In me expanding, it's not the only reasons.
No. The question is, where in the document do you see any other reasons?
These are the three reasons that have been allocated in the BAC report, SC.
So there are no other reasons in the document?
Yes, yes, Commissioner, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
That takes me to what was going on in relation to TMPD3 outside the official channels. And if we go back to our timeline, we see that the first meeting of the BEC was 24 March. We've been there before. That's recorded in the probity report at paragraph 54.3. The day after the first meeting, if we go to page 158 of file 3,
What page is that, SM?
158.
Bundle 3.
Yes, bundle 3. You'll see that on the 25th of March, Sergeant Nkosi sent you that document that you describe as a draft report of the BEC on this tender.
Yes.
It was a big day, the 25th of March. Sergeant Nkosi, you and the General were going to meet together. Sergeant Nkosi sent you this document. He then later sent you the document with the mandate that Victor had from NICO, and he also sent you his list of 7 bidders in priority for the land tender, all on the same day. You recall that?
I can see that.
Let's get back to this document. Is there any legitimate basis on which Sergeant Nkosi should have access to this document?
This is a TMPD, no. Permission to expand?
Go ahead.
I'll be very quick. The TMPD report for 03 draft admin report, it makes reference to the closing register items. So on this, when I evaluated this document, there was nothing sensitive that had been done. But my answer is yes. There was no need for him to get this. He could have just got the closing register, which would have been published. It was there on the website. That would have been the best document to get.
Yes, but he didn't get that document. He got this document, which was a draft prepared by someone inside the BEC process.
I can't confirm that. I don't know where he got this document.
Well, it was a draft prepared by someone inside the BEC process was the proposition I was putting to you. A draft administrative report on TMPD3 could only emerge from someone inside the BEC process. Is that not correct?
It's a proposition, SC, so I'm not going to disagree with you, but I don't know where this could have
Who
came
else
from.
would be preparing draft administrative reports in relation to TMPD3?
SC, I don't know. I can't give an answer to that
The
right now.
only body that could produce draft administrative reports in relation to TMPD3 at this stage was the BEC, surely.
Okay.
Does the okay mean I agree?
Commissioner, I don't agree. My answer is I don't know, but I'm accepting the proposition that the senior counsel is bringing on board. I just don't want to speculate.
Which other body could have produced this report other than the BEC? Which other body? Certainly could not have been the BAC.
No, it's not the BAC.
So which other body other than the BEC?
I don't have the full report. I can't see the contents of it. So it's very difficult for me to give a conclusive answer and bind someone at this stage.
Can I ask you to look at page 175 where we get past the list?
Yes.
(2.1) Late bids received, if applicable. No late bids received. 3, pre-compliance. The following 435 bidders were evaluated on pre-compliance. So some evaluation has already taken place. Who does the evaluation on pre-compliance?
It's blank. This means no evaluation has taken place.
It says, well, it is blank at this stage, but it says the following 435 bidders were evaluated on pre-compliance.
So it's a shell. That's what they would have needed to complete once evaluation commences. If it's blank, it means the process had not started.
And it's a shell for whom?
Like I said, I don't know for whom, but I'm accepting the proposition that it could be from BEC.
The proposition wasn't that it was could be.
Ordinarily, Mr. Mnisi, who within Tshwane would use this blank? Ordinarily. And please don't be cagey. Ordinarily, who would use this blank?
This blank would be used by members of BEC.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskal.
Anybody else?
It's incomplete. I don't know. I can't say. But it looks like it could be used by that SC. Anybody else, I don't know.
Well, it's not entirely incomplete because if we see the list contains 435 bidders and pre-compliance, the item 3 refers to 435 bidders. So someone has taken a template and done some change to it in relation to this bid. You see that?
They've loaded the closing register, the contents of the closing register.
Yes, they've loaded the contents of the closing register and they put it onto a template, which I am assuming is a template used by the BEC.
Yes.
Right. So let's get back to lock and key. Despite lock and key, a document, a template that is used by the BEC has made its way to Sergeant and Corsi. Should that be possible?
And these are the reasons. It shouldn't be possible. The answer is no. But these are the reasons why this tender was cancelled.
This is not the reason why this tender was cancelled. Nowhere in any of the reports does it say Sergeant and Corsi received a template from the BEC, the process was compromised.
I was saying that the test of safety and ensuring that documents were safeguarded was one of the reasons why this tender was cancelled. Not specifically that Sergeant Corsi, but the test for documents being kept safely was one of the reasons that were identified.
That's the 25th of March. You now know that a template used by the BEC in relation to this tender has been sent to Sergeant and Corsi. That's going to taint the process of this tender, is it not?
No.
So then it's not a reason why the tender was cancelled.
The documents that were lost was the reason. We just agreed, SC, that this was not the reason that Sergeant Corsi received it. We agreed on that.
Yes, it should have been, but it wasn't.
Yes.
But you knew from the 25th of March that this was happening and that this, objectively viewed, would taint the regularity of this tender.
I had received this from my evaluation of the document. It contained information of the closing register, which was published. There was no additional sensitive information that was brought on board through evaluating, assessing this document that I had received.
But you knew that the obvious inference to draw from the fact that Sergeant and Corsi sent you this document is that he had someone inside the BEC who was giving him documents.
I didn't know. I don't know where that comes from. So I did not know where he received this.
The obvious inference to be drawn from this was that Sergeant and Corsi had someone inside the BEC who was giving him documents. Is that, do you take issue with that?
I do take, that's not true.
Well, what other inference could you draw?
The truth of where he received this. And the truth
Where-
of,
From what other source could Sergeant Kosi possibly have received this document? Bear in mind that you have said, ordinarily, this is a document used by the BEC. So other than the BEC, what would his source have been, ordinarily, other than the BEC?
yes, Commissioner. That information is known. He received this from the General. He did not receive it from anyone in the BEC.
And where
It
would
was
the General
attached-
have
The
received
general
it?
was he not a member of the BEC?
No, he was not a member of the BEC.
Well, where would the General have received it?
I don't know where he would have received, but he would have received it internally. He would have received it somewhere internally.
Presumably from someone inside the BEC.
Presumably, yes.
Yes.
But
So,
Sergeant
so Sergeant Nkosi had an indirect route into the BEC through the General. You didn't know it at the time, but directly or indirectly, Sergeant Nkosi must have had a route to the BEC to get into the BEC to get this document.
Well, I'm not sure, and I can't comment on that. I've got no comment on that.
Mr. Mnisi, was this a publicly available document?
The document in its form, no.
Yes. So he didn't get it properly. It wasn't shared with him in a permissible way, in a regular way. Surely you must accept that. We
I've
shouldn't
accepted
spend
that,
another
Commissioner, and I've
3
agreed
minutes
to
on
that.
it. Yes,
So
that's
that-
a simple proposition that's been
Yes.
made to you, that
Yes.
Sergeant Gosi had possession to a tender-related document that he should not have had. That's a simple proposition that's being made. You must accept that.
Commissioner, I've accepted that.
Okay,
But if you
thank
had
you.
listened to the discussions, the inference was that Sergeant Kosi received it from BEC directly. So,
Well, I'm reformulating. Sergeant
Okay.
Nkosi had access to a tender-related document that should not have been in his possession. You accept that?
I have accepted that.
And that suggests, or at least on the face of it, is a corruption already of the tender process. It is being muddied. Do you accept that? That
No.
a tender document that is internal of an incomplete tender assessment process is sitting with a member of the public, because that's what he is. It's sitting with a member of a public. That is problematic for that tender process. No?
Commissioner, I don't accept that, with all due respect.
Okay,
The contents
explain.
of this report that's here does not contain any sensitive information
No, it
whatsoever.
doesn't matter. No, from my question, it doesn't matter whether it contains sensitive information or not. It's a tender document or tender-related document. As a matter of policy, it should not be outside
I've agreed to that, yes.
of the municipality. That it is outside of the municipality with a member of the public in itself is an irregularity. You must be able to accept
I've
that.
agreed to that.
Thank you. That's all I'm checking with you. Thank you.
But you didn't take any steps upon being made aware of this irregularity, did you?
Indeed, again, I assessed the content of the document. The document, from my perspective, did not need me to take any further steps. This was information that was already available to the public upon my receiving of this document. Did not contain anything sensitive or confidential. There was nothing for me to raise.
But there was something for you to raise. It was that a document internal to the city relating to this tender process had made its way to Sergeant Nkosi.
From my perspective, all I'll need to do is safeguard the procurement process, as I previously stated. In this instance, I assessed the document that was received. It did not contain any sensitive information in terms of the evaluation process in its entirety. Hence, I felt there's no need for me to escalate this any further. I don't have any conclusive evidence on any leak at this stage in time. But I do agree, this is a leaked draft administrative report. It doesn't contain anything sensitive or confidential. I had nothing to report.
Did the probity report pick up that this document had made its way to Sergeant Nkosi?
I'm not certain if those are one of the reasons that were provided.
If we go to the document, I think you'll accept that it didn't.
It did not specifically say Sergeant Kosi received this, no.
It didn't specifically speak of leaking of any documents to members of the public, did it?
Nope.
So the probity report was unable to pick up the leak of members of the of this document to members of the public.
No, it was unable to. Didn't focus on that.
So the probity report didn't have mechanisms that enabled it to identify potential leaks of information.
This was a closing register, firstly. There's no sensitive information that's contained in this. And as far as I'm concerned, there are sufficient processes that are designed by the probity teams to test any potential leaks within the system.
But they didn't pick up this one.
As far as I'm concerned, the process and systems are there.
At this point, Mr. Chaskalson, I think we should take the adjournment. Let's swear in. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:45.
Good morning again. Just to bring to your attention that we're dealing with some scheduling and rescheduling issues which is taking longer than expected. So please bear with us. We will announce as soon as we're ready to resume. Thank you. Apologies for the slight delay. We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskolson.
Chair, my learned friend has indicated she'd like to address the Commission.
Chairperson, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. As a legal team, we want to address you very briefly on the following. And what we say with the utmost respect to yourselves, to my learned friend, and to the work that you do. We believe that to put to the witness that he's wasting time of the Commission by the manner in which he answers is unfair to the witness. And to edit his responses is equally unfair at the end of the day. Of course, you're entitled to agree as Commissioner or disagree with what he says, and that is accepted. I think Chairperson or Chairperson Baloyi, you indicated that the only person of the BAC that's here today that can comment on the workings of the BAC is the witness. And yet, we see that he's not given, in our respectful opinion, proper time to answer and explain what actually happened during the deliberation to come to this decision. None of us were there. The only person you are correct, that were there, that can enlighten us on the process and the reasoning and what transpired is indeed the witness. And we respectfully request that he be given an opportunity to explain why he answers in the way, or to allow him to answer the questions in the manner that he believes is a way in which he can convey to the Commission what transpired. Thank you very much.
Can you please, Ms. Fanny, substantiate the point that says Mr. Mnisi's responses should not be edited? I didn't quite...
Edited in the sense that he's cut off. He starts to provide an answer and then he's cut off. Very often, again, with greatest of respect, Commissioners, we were all in practice, or some of us are still some were. It's very difficult when one tries to convey something and when one's cut off. Sometimes it influences your thought process. It makes you lose your trail of thought. And it's something I think one should be mindful of when it happens. So again, what we place on record, with the greatest of respect and to yourselves and to the work that's been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van den Heever. I will not invite a response from you, Mr. Chaskalson, because this is directed at us. Your first point is that it's unfair to say that Mr. Mnisi is wasting time. I think there's a nuance on that. I did not put it like that. It was in the context of Mr. Mnisi wanting to explain. And I immediately said, before anything else I said, I immediately said, Mr. Mnisi, I am going to allow you to explain. But let me make this comment. I said, in basically all your responses, you explain. And you do that even in instances that patently or objectively show that there is no need for an explanation. I'm retired now, but I was a practitioner for a number of years. And I will tell you this, as a practitioner, unfortunately as a judge, for the better part of my life as a judge, I sat at an appellate court, so I did not again experience issues of questions, responses, and proper responses, improper responses. But I did practice for a number of years, and I will tell you this, and I would be surprised if you will not agree with me, that there are questions that do not require explanations. I would be surprised if you disagree. And with those questions, explanations do not then become necessary purely because a witness thinks that they must explain. If objectively the question does not require an explanation, it doesn't. And the answer to that cannot depend on what a witness thinks or how a witness feels. And then my mention of time was in that context. The context that it cannot be that all the time you must explain. So all I did in that context, and having said, short of the bit about experience and practice and so on, having explained to Mr. Mnisi that it cannot be that you must explain all your answers. It was in that context that I then made the point, we have limited time. When I started, I referred to a nuance. It may be a distinction that lacks a difference, but I think I did not quite say you are wasting our time. So it was in the context of what I've just explained that I then said, we have limited time. And I will say this, I am not going to, I understand where you are coming from, but I will never agree that Mr. Mnisi will be given a free hand to explain even where that is not necessary. But I agree, and I will be the first person that allows him to explain when that is necessary. And most times, in fact, because he has been explaining since the probing questioning started, he has been explaining basically on each and every response. And we were patient with it. But at some point, or rather, we must reach a point at which we say to him, Mr. Mnisi, you cannot explain each and every response you give. And I do not think there's anything wrong with it. If you say there is, as I said earlier on, I would be surprised. Let me move on to your point about editing responses, which you explained by saying that we should not cut off Mr. Mnisi. There again, I think much leeway has been given to Mr. Mnisi. But there are times when you will ask a question, and from the moment he opens his mouth, you see that the response he's beginning to give has nothing at all to do with the question that's being asked. So must we listen, keep quiet, whilst Mr. Mnisi is going on and on and on about a response that has nothing to do with the question? But there again, as I say, we have given Mr. Mnisi leeway. And I doubt that we've given any other witness as much leeway as we have given Mr. Mnisi. Lastly, you say that he's not given, or rather he was not given sufficient time to explain what transpired at the adjudication process. And I did not finish my note here, but I think you were saying that you are asking that consideration be given to all of the issues that you have asked. There again, to the extent that perhaps you felt that he was not given sufficient opportunity, from where I'm sitting, he gave lots and lots of responses with regard to this subject, going on to even say that there were additional reasons that informed the resolution that was made in the end, and a whole lot of other substantiation. I am not sure that he was shortchanged on that. But, and more importantly, I think, to the extent that you feel that he was shortchanged, you have a right to re-examine and traverse whatever ground you feel ought to have been traversed, insofar as he may have been shortchanged.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Heerden. Mr. Schatzkelsen?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mnisi, we had been discussing TMPD3 and the document that Sergeant Nkosi WhatsApped to you on the 25th of March. Do you know who the late Mr. Msibi was?
Do I know him? I don't know him.
Sorry. Do you know who he was?
I know, I've read about him in newspaper articles. I know who he was.
You didn't personally have a relationship with him?
No, not a personal relationship.
Did you know that Sergeant Nkosi had a close personal relationship with the late Mr. Msibi?
No, I wasn't aware he had a close personal relationship. I was aware that they knew each other.
I see. And in his evidence, Sergeant Nkosi referred to someone who is saved in his WhatsApps as Mampani Taxi Man, and he described this person as the right-hand man of Mr. Msibi. Have you any knowledge of Mampani Taxi Man, Mr. Mampani, who is someone communicating with Sergeant Nkosi?
No, SC, I don't know who's that.
You've never encountered any reference to Mr. Mampani?
I don't know who's Mr. Mampane, and I've never met Mr. Mampane.
You see, the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi was that on the 30th of April 2025, remember, he sent you the TMPD 3 draft report on the 25th of April, so the 25th of March 2025. And then on 30 April 2025, he sent the same document to Mr. Mampani. Were you aware of this?
No, I was not aware of that.
And the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi was that shortly after receiving this list, still on the 30th of April, Mr. Mampani wrote back, WhatsApp back, saying, and I quote, "Booty, please let him say no to that appointment. Booty, please let him say no to that appointment." Did Sergeant Nkosi ever speak to you about the TMPD 3 tender?
No.
So he sent you that draft report and then never mentioned it again?
Never mentioned it again.
Never again?
Never again.
I see. But the BAC you chaired ended up cancelling that tender?
End up cancelling the tender in line with the reasons that I had provided.
Yes, well, we've seen the reasons in the resolution, and I've already put to you that none of the 3 reasons in the resolution justify cancellation of the tender.
The BAC took into account in the resolution, we referenced the probity a number of times. So that gives consistency that the probity report is part and parcel of the key reasons why we cancel a tender.
Yes, we've gone uphill and down dale on that front. My proposition stands that none of the 3 reasons given for cancellation in the resolution justify cancellation. And so we have a situation where Sergeant Nkosi is asked by Mampani Taxi Man to, quote, let him say no to that appointment under TMPD 3, and then a BAC that you chair cancels TMPD 3 so that there is no appointment, and does so in terms of a resolution which gives 3 reasons for cancellation, none of which justify cancellation. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do, SC. I respectfully disagree with that. I had indicated clearly that the probity report is a critical document that was considered by the BAC in terms of cancelling that. And I further disagree with the notion that I had any knowledge of whatever discussions were occurring between Mr. Mampane or Sergeant Nkosi.
Let's get to a different topic now. Can I ask you to go to page 131 in file 3? Sorry, 127. Let's start with 127. Do you have 127?
I've got page 127 within my bundle, third bundle.
That's correct. And at the foot of page 127, you send Sergeant Nkosi a picture or a screenshot that says collecting my weapons. It's a screenshot from a chat with someone who is described as Ntando Mpofu-Walsh. And lower down, there is another screenshot of the back of a man holding 2 weapons, 2 rifles that look like automatic rifles to me. Who sent you these pictures?
These are pictures that I saw from a status of a friend.
Sorry, these are pictures that you've got?
These are pictures that were sent from a status of a friend.
From the status of a friend?
Yeah.
Which friend?
I don't recall which friend it was.
You don't recall the friend whose status this was?
No, the status is clear. The status says tandem 482.
Sorry, I think I'm mishearing you. Can you repeat? You got these pictures from where?
I think it was clear, and you're aware of the details that these were forwarded messages.
Yes, they are forwarded messages, yes.
So these were forwarded message from a friend of mine. And these were weapons that I liked shooting as part of my socializing that we normally do with Sergeant Nkosi. These are weapons that I wanted to try out as well.
So you're saying that these were weapons, pictures of weapons that a friend sent to you because that were forwarded to you by a friend who presumably knew that you liked shooting?
Yes.
I see. And was that friend Ntando Mpofu-Walsh?
No, it wasn't him. It was a forwarded message.
I see. Underneath those pictures, at the top of page 130, you message Sergeant Nkosi saying, they say he is coming for me, but. Who was coming for you?
Chair, like I said, the content of this was me making use of these weapons in our next shooting expedition. This was just me and Sergeant Nkosi saying, this was me expressing to him that I want to try out these weapons. No one was coming for me.
Was it an autocorrect error?
No, I'm not saying it's an autocorrect. I'm saying no one was coming for me. I don't recall the details of this discussion in particular, but what I want to put to the commission is that the contents around our discussion was that these were weapons that I had seen, and I wanted to try them out after it had been sent to me.
So you see a picture. Can you identify the man in the Vuitton 00 T-shirt that we see at page 129?
No, I can't see who's it.
So you see a picture of a man holding 2 automatic weapons. You message Sergeant Nkosi saying, they say he's coming for me, but you can't remember who you were referring to.
Chair, like I'm saying to you, The content of this discussion was for me to try out those weapons. I don't really recall what was happening on that, but that was the discussion that I was having with Sergeant Nkosi. That I need to be ready. I need to be able to use weapons when whatever competitions that I want to attend in the near future, I need to be certain that I'm able to utilize these weapons accordingly. I love shooting.
Sergeant Nkosi thought that you were referring to someone in particular because he responds back saying he won't stand a chance.
Yes?
But you weren't referring to anybody.
No, Chair.
You spoke earlier about the removal of your security by, I think it was officers in Nkomo and Mabunda of the TMPD. You said that's why you asked Sergeant Nkosi who they were.
Yes.
And you stated then that your security was removed in December 2024.
Roughly December 2024, yes.
Yes. What security arrangements did you make following the removal of your security?
I didn't make any additional security arrangements. From a time-to-time basis, when I had to go to various events, I would ask Sergeant Nkosi to accompany me. What I had done is requested him for services of a driver.
Services of a driver?
Of a driver. To recommend me someone who can help me with driving.
And no one other than a driver?
Ad hoc. Sometimes we travel far, and I would see that the driver gets tired, and I would need to drive. So sometimes I would say, please beef up. I need an additional individual so that they can exchange between themselves when driving, because I didn't want to drive.
And this was just driving, it wasn't security?
No, it was driving ad hoc, various places.
Well, let's test that proposition. Can you go to page 97? There you text Sergeant Nkosi and you say something is off with Bonkosi today.
Yeah.
Who was Bonkosi?
The driver, my driver.
The driver, right. And how long did you engage Bonkosi through Sergeant Nkosi?
From this point, it was from December.
Yes, but for how long did
From
Bonkosi
December,
stay?
so at this stage it was about 1 month.
No, my question's different. How long did Bonkosi stay as your driver?
So maybe just to add some context, he was not permanent. It was an ad hoc arrangement where I would need him. I was driving myself, Chair. On certain instances where I would need him to assist me, he would come by and drive me. So it wasn't something that was a permanent arrangement. I would utilize him in some instances for 3 to 4 days in a month, some instances 10 days in a month. So it was not a permanent arrangement. It was as and when I required the need, Bonkosi would come and I would pay Bonkosi from myself.
And how long did that ad hoc arrangement last? When did you stop engaging Bonkosi, or do you still engage him?
Roughly, at this point, it stopped till about September-ish. I don't recall the exact date. But on an as and when basis, he still drives me.
So you say it stopped in September, but on an as and when basis, he still drives you?
Yes, when I need him. But it stopped in September. I drove myself, I think, for about 2 months on my own, and I started requesting to driving me again sometimes from the beginning of this year. So there was a break.
And Sergeant Nkosi put you in touch with Bonkosi?
Yes, he did.
And he was just a driver,
Just
not
a
a security?
Driver. Just a driver, Chair, and would assist me with anything else.
So let's see what you say to Sergeant Nkosi at page 97. Something's off with Bonkosi today. First, he's 30 minutes late when he picks me up. Second, he misses an off-ramp from the airport. Just informing you, keep it between us, don't act yet. What action were you contemplating that Sergeant Nkosi might take?
He needs to scold him, Chair. I mean, how does he pick me up late? So he needs to scold him. He allocated me this guy. He told me he's responsible, told me he's trustworthy. So the first point of me picking this up, before me addressing it directly, is, Sergeant Nkosi, you recommended a guy to me that you said was responsible. Picking me up at the airport is irresponsible. So you deal with it first before I take action on my behalf. That was the point of that.
So you understood Bonkosi at some level to answer to Sergeant Nkosi.
Well, he introduced him to me. He indicated to me that he's responsible. I'm not saying he had to answer to him, but he's the one that recommended him for the job.
But if he wasn't responsible for Bonkosi, what role would he have in disciplining or chastising Sergeant Nkosi? Bonkosi.
Well, he introduced him to me. So he needs to be there to provide guidance when there's anything that goes wrong. Because the next action for me was to fire him and get someone else. So I always give people an opportunity, Jay. It's a fair opportunity that you need to give everyone. Could have been an honest mistake on that particular day. So the individual who introduced him to me needs to address the matter.
Well, why don't you address it directly with Bonkosi? He's the one.
Yes. So at that point in time, there was no need for me. It was the first instance.
Yes, but if it's the first instance, why must Sergeant Nkosi address it rather than you? I mean, you sit in this man's car for large parts of the day, do you not?
He drives my car, he sits in my car.
You sit in your car being driven by him. You have the
Yes.
opportunity to raise complaints with his service.
No, at this point, I give individuals a fair opportunity here. Like I said, this is how I deal with individuals. This is how I deal with potential areas of conflict. Whoever introduced me to him needs to address the matter. I mean, it's a fair opportunity. Because my next action from there is the second opportunity, and most likely I'll need to dismiss the individual. So it's how I do things. It's my way of managing people. It's how I just operate from a people management perspective.
So you were giving Sergeant Nkosi an opportunity to chastise Bonkosi because absent that you'd have to dismiss him.
Scold him. He needed to scold him.
And you didn't want to scold him.
At this point, there was no need for me. It's the first instance. When I intervene, I need to intervene with decisive action. I'm not just going to scold someone. I'm going to be at a point of saying, this happened on this occasion this happened. This arrangement is not working. I think we should part ways. That's how I do things, SC.
Well, let's look at how the chat progresses. 10:56, you say, we traveled this road too much for him to miss an off-ramp. I'm just being cautious. What do you mean by that?
He was off, Jay. I mean, how do you miss an off-ramp that you travel so often? You know where we're going. How do you miss that? You're off. It means you're not concentrating. It means your mind is preoccupied with some other issues. Potentially, my life is not safe. If someone is driving me and is not concentrating, cautionary measures must be applied. Could be involved in an accident.
And you're not the one to take those measures yourself. You're not to say to him, Bonkosi, you've just missed that off-ramp. What's going on here? Focus.
Chair, like I said, how I manage instances of this nature, I allow people a fair opportunity. It was the first time that this was occurring. I had raised it to the individual who introduced him to me. I've done this on some other occasions as well.
So the opportunity you're giving is to Bonkosi?
No, Chair, I don't understand you, SC.
You said you allow people the opportunity. I'm just trying to understand who's getting the opportunity here. Is this Bonkosi being given an opportunity by you because this is the first time he's messed up?
Indeed.
And how you give him that opportunity is you tell Sergeant Nkosi to reprimand Bonkosi rather than reprimanding him yourself.
Because he introduced him to me and he told me he's a responsible individual, there was a massive element of irresponsibility in this case.
Well, let's see how the chat progresses. Sergeant Nkosi says, okay, please call me when you're alone. That's at 10:57 message time, 12:57. That's after your message at a minute previously. There is then a call in the same minute as Sergeant Nkosi has said, please call me when you're alone. And a minute later, you say to Sergeant Nkosi, I'm going to release him the minute we get home, my brother. Is that fine? So what happened to giving Bonkosi the opportunity?
No, releasing him to go home. It's not fired. It doesn't mean he's being fired. It's me saying, today for the rest of the day, I'll drive myself moving forward. So you can go home. As I said, this was as and when. It's not a permanent arrangement. Pick me up from the airport, drop me off at home. From there, you can go home. I'm fine on my own. I'll deal with my own duties for the rest of the day.
And that comes after a...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Shaskalsin. May I get an idea where this is taking us?
It's taking us to the relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, and it's taking us to the relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, and to the witnesses failure to disclose the full extent of that relationship.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You say, I'm going to release him the minute we get home, my brother, is that fine? And Sergeant Nkosi says, not now, just finalize all your today's meetings and tomorrow you will decide. It must not be obvious to enemies that bodyguard was for only December. Let's confuse them for 2 or 3 days. It's your call, Mfowethu. So Sergeant Nkosi regards Bonkosi as a bodyguard, does he not?
That's what he says here.
And why would he think Bonkosi is a bodyguard when all you've asked for is a driver?
Well, I'm not going to comment on why he wrote that up. Asked for a driver. He was my driver. You can see the contents of our discussions is that of an individual who's driving me. If it's a bodyguard, there would be no reason for me to even release him. Also, to be quite frank, a driver can't be a bodyguard because he's concentrating on driving. How is that guy safeguarding my life if he's focusing on driving and concentrating on the road? So I requested him for service of a driver, and that's how I viewed that request.
So Sergeant Nkosi clearly regarded Bonkosi as a bodyguard. He was speaking of enemies, and enemies needing not to know that you would be without a bodyguard after December.
I can't comment on Sergeant Nkosi's message. I can comment on what I requested for, what this relationship was about, and how I understood it at the time of request, and how I still understand it now, SC.
So your response to Sergeant Nkosi, immediate response, okay, my brother, in order. So he's saying, let's confuse your enemies for 2 or 3 days. Can't be obvious to them that the bodyguard was only for December, and your response is, okay, my brother, in order. It's not, what are you talking about?
For me, what was in order was not to release him for the day. That let him continue driving me. Sergeant Nkosi was probably thinking for me that I probably had traveled late. I was on a flight. I must be tired. So why would I start driving myself now if I already have him for the day? My understanding and my response of saying, okay, my brother, that's in order, was purely meant at the advice that he was saying, no, finalize your duties for the day, and then you can decide what to do.
So the reference to bodyguard and enemies was just a bizarre suggestion of Sergeant Nkosi. You didn't know what he was referring to?
No, I didn't know what he was referring to. I focused on the content of why I had engaged him and the advice that he was providing me. And that advice was, just finish what you have to do for today. Then you can release him if you want. That was relevant for me.
Let's go down to page 287. Top of page 287 on the 17th of May, 6:58 p.m., 8:58 actual time. Sergeant Nkosi calls you and says, Mfowethu, how's it? I'm told tomorrow you got a trip. I'm arranging extra personnel. Is he not arranging security personnel for you?
It's an additional driver, so drivers can swap. Remember, I indicated that I don't prefer driving, Chair. So when a driver gets tired, instead of me taking over the wheel, I prefer someone else take over the wheel and proceed with the trip. I prefer not to drive at all. I had noticed that when it's just Bonkosi and myself, I would see that he's tired throughout the driving process. Of course, then we have to swap. There was a major inconvenience for me. I don't like to drive. Hence, I said it was preferable to bring someone else so that they can exchange between themselves, so I can sit back and do what I normally do.
And let's go to page 307. You say at 6:33 message time, can you help me with a beef up tomorrow, my brother? I need Bonkosi to drive the madam to Sosh tomorrow, May about 11. Is Sosh Soshanguve?
Yes.
And he says, okay, cool, on it. 2 guys will do, or more. Why would you need more than 2 people to drive to Soshanguve?
All right. I think you need to understand, Chair, that if you were to drive the madam, they need to drive on their own. I'm not going there. I had other responsibilities to do. So if you bring 2 people, the other one must drive with me, while the other one drives the madam. That's why you need 2 or more people.
Why would you ever need more than 2?
If it's a long trip, Chair, sometimes if it's a long trip, you need more than 2.
From where?
Depends. Could be from Joburg to Nelspruit. But in this instance, the more than 2 was that one would continue driving the madam while the others would drive me.
So what trip were you talking about? Where was the madam, what was the trip that involved the madam going to Soshanguve? Where was she starting?
Chair, that's a private and confidential matter. I will not answer that question with all due respect.
No, it's not a private confidential matter. It's testing what seems to be a very implausible answer to a question that I put to you under oath.
For me, answering where an individual was driving the madam, was driving her to Sosh.
To Sosh, from where?
From Joburg.
You need 2 drivers, more than 2 drivers, to drive from Joburg to Soshanguve.
So the other would drive me.
To where?
To the office and all my other responsibilities, Chair.
Yes, we've got 2 drivers now. We've understood that there is a need for 2 drivers. Why do you need more than 2 drivers?
Because one would be driving the madam and 2 would continue to drive me.
To drive you back and from the office, you need 2 drivers.
Not only for the office. What if I was going to a trip outside the province?
You see, Mr. Mnisi, what I want to put to you is that your answers on this line are actually false, and that it's quite clear that Sergeant Nkosi was providing protection for you.
Okay.
What's your response to
I
that?
disagree with that. He was not providing protection for me. Did not pay him in any instance or any form. I would pay the individuals that he would allocate or recommend to drive me on an as and when basis. So I completely disagree.
We're not talking about payment at the moment. We're talking about whether these individuals were providing security to you.
From my understanding, these are driving services.
And when he refers to enemies and bodyguards, he's just got it wrong.
He'll need to answer that for himself, Chair.
I see. When you were asked in paragraph 2.5 of the Regulation 10.6 notice, have you received any payment or benefit from Sergeant Nkosi, whether directly or indirectly? Please also address whether you received payment from a third party through Sergeant Nkosi. Your response mentioned, I've not received any payment or benefit either directly or indirectly from Sergeant Nkosi. I further confirm I've not received any payment or benefit from a third party from Sergeant Nkosi. I do, however, wish to state that on a few occasions, Sergeant Nkosi accompanied me to meetings and or gatherings because I felt unsafe or vulnerable, purely as a friend. I never perceived or understood him accompanying me to be a benefit of sorts for either of us. You recall that?
Yes, that's my statement, and that's what I provided to the Commission.
So there were occasions where you needed security. You felt unsafe.
He's a friend. He's got a physical presence. So if I go with a friend with a physical presence, I feel a bit safer.
But you didn't see fit to mention that he had provided people who he described as bodyguards to you.
I had to provide a sworn statement of my understanding as per my request to him. Can't provide a statement on what he might think of situations. And as per my sworn statement, Chair, is that he provided me with a driver, and I do state that in my sworn affidavit, and I further go on to disclose to the Commission that there are some instances as well where Sergeant Nkosi himself, he would go with me, but not the people. The people, it's something completely different because I'll pay those from my own pocket. Where he himself comes, I view that as a possibility of being viewed as a benefit. However, I'm clarifying that there was no financial exchange, so there's no benefit that he obtains, number one. Two, he's a friend. We socialize with a number of activities together, and I disclosed that as fairly as I could to the Commission.
Let's look at other aspects of your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi. Can we go to page 100?
Page 100. Yes.
11th of January. You actually, 6:17 a.m. message time, 8:17 a.m. actual time. You message him, off on an urgent meeting in Durban, will be back later today, just an in and out. Morning, my brother, go well, he responds. You say, cross your fingers, Mpofu, going for a massive business deal that side. Do you recall what the business deal was?
Yes, it's a personal matter that I had to go to.
Yes, well, can you tell me what it involved?
I'm going to object to my learned friend's line of questioning. The meeting is private and confidential, and if my learned friend's case is that it's relevant to the work of the Commission, I would respectfully request that he motivates why this is relevant to the work of the Commission. Thank you, Chairperson.
It's relevant to the work of Commission because Sergeant Nkosi's answer is, my man, I'm crossing my fingers. I know when you grow, I will grow too. I stand by the question, Chair.
I respectfully stand by the submissions that I made in this regard. To disclose here his private, financial or business affairs with respect is not part of the work of the Commission.
Mr. Chaskalson, without more, my inclination is to disallow the question.
Chair, I won't persist then. What did you understand? Well, my next question then is, did Sergeant Nkosi know that you were talking about a private business deal?
Of course. Yes, SC, he did know.
And his response is, I know when you grow, I will grow too.
He's happy for me. If he gets a promotion at work, I'm happy for him. It's friends being happy for each other when there's growth in their respective lives.
I see.
No, Mr. Mnisi, that's not what that message is. You can read it and consider it again. That response that says, when you grow, I will grow too. It's clear that he's saying your growth will lead to his own growth. That's what that message says. So do reconsider your answer.
No, Commissioner, respectfully, I don't reconsider my answer. I read this message, I understood this message to mean, I'm happy for you, my friend, in the same way I would say to him as well. It's a form of expression. We had a deep friendship with Sergeant Nkosi. So I respectfully stick to the answer that I've given. I read this message, I understood it, that he's happy for me.
He's not just happy for you. He says, your growth will lead to his own growth.
Yes.
You can't say your answer, therefore, your answer cannot be that, well, when I succeed, he congratulates, and when he succeeds, I also congratulate. The message doesn't convey that. The message conveys, on its own terms, it conveys that whatever growth you are going to be reaping from this business, big business deal that you are going for, he knows that that growth for you will lead to his own growth. That has nothing to do with his employment. There is a clear relationship that he's creating. You may want to say he had no business to create a relationship, but the text creates a relationship. That you must accept. No, Mr. Effer, I am asking the witness a question, and the witness can answer. And if you want to re-examine, you can do that. But I will not allow you to interfere with my question. And if the witness doesn't want to answer, that's it. That's his answer. But I must insist the witness must answer my question. Mr. Mnisi, answer my question.
Commissioner, I respectfully disagree with you. I understood this message to be a friend, happy for a friend. It even says, Phakama mfowethu ixesha lifikile. That for me is a guy who's happy for me. That's how I understood the message at the time. That's how I still understand it now. And that's the answer that I'm providing to you as the Commissioner.
Thank you for your answer.
And we've already established that you had a very close relationship with Sergeant Nkosi.
Very close, yes.
He described you in his New Year's message, I think we may have been there, as, he says, compliments my brother. Indeed, in you I found a true brother.
What page are we on, SC?
I'm on page 96.
96. Yes, I see that. It's preceded by me sending him a message first.
Yes.
Yes.
And then 281 in July, he says, good evening, my brother. Remember, you are my brother forever. And you respond, good morning, Mpofu-Walsh. I know my brother. And some thank you emojis.
Spot on.
So, a brother forever.
Yeah, we're friends.
Now, I want to go back to huffing and puffing, because you have this incredibly close relationship, but essentially, you're telling this commission that to someone who you regarded as a brother forever, you were willing to create the false impression that you were going along with his requests to appoint Ngapeshaya and El Shaddai, despite the fact that you had no intention of doing that whatsoever.
Spot on.
So you were misleading him in relation to your texts to him on Ngapeshaya and El Shaddai on your version.
In the same way as I had presumed that he was misleading me, yes.
Sorry, how was he misleading you?
He was constantly sending me reminders that he needs me to check for compliance. I then established on my own that this is more than that.
But it's after that you exchange your messages about being brothers for life.
It's within the context of those discussions. These are not isolated events, they are interrelated.
Sorry, what's interrelated?
You're speaking about me huffing and puffing.
Yes.
I'm explaining to you how that came about. Firstly, I'm agreeing with you, yes. I did huff and puff. I did create a false impression that I would check for compliance, as he would constantly request me to. However, due to the persistence, I had indicated that it was clear to me, even though he's not saying it verbatim, that I need to assist in checking for compliance. In my mind, it rang a bell, that this looks like it's more than that. I took a decision in my mind that he's also misleading me in some way or not. I'm going to play the same game.
But it wasn't to check for compliance. By the time that you were huffing and puffing, it was quite clear that he was giving you a list of bidders in priority and our list. So he was no longer misleading you. If he, at the beginning, was asking for compliance, if that's what he was doing, by this stage it was clear that he was asking for something more.
It was clear, Chair, but not verbatim. He did not at one point state that. Throughout our discussions on 148, 152, and 157, right through 177, the discussions were clear. Please check for compliance, please check for compliance. In my mind, it rang a bell that this is more than compliance. He does not say at any point, but I realized that from my own due to the persistence. Hence, on 177, I start misleading him intentionally to stop this matter from proceeding any further.
I just want to correct something that you've just stated. There is no text ever where he asks for compliance.
I did mention to the Commission that we had a discussion. He phoned me on 148 when he initially sent me that. We had a telephonic discussion. I indicated to the Commission that there are various modes to communicate with one another. The first mode would be via text message. The second mode would be via telephonic discussion. In this instance, he raised that via a WhatsApp telephonic discussion.
The message that he sends you saying, find below our vehicles for land to be given Mpofu-Walsh in order of priority, it's not preceded by any discussion.
Let's see, what page are we on?
We're on page 177.
177 is the last instance of trigger. This is where I start huffing and puffing intentionally as well. So before that, if you go to 148, this is where you see the discussion which takes place. 148, after that, there's a telephonic call that comes on board. He then explains to me why he's sending me those things. I clearly indicate to him that, Sergeant Nkosi, there's nothing I can do for you. I can't check for compliance on 148 after he had sent me that. That's the evidence I had provided yesterday.
Yes, but if we go back to 177, it's your response to the list of vehicles for land in order of priorities, you're on top of it. And it's more. This is ours, Mpofu. This is the final list, right? Question mark. And your response, and his response is yes, it's our final list.
Yes.
At that stage, there's no doubt about what he's asking you about.
And this is exactly why I responded in the manner that I responded, with the evidence that I provided to the committee, to the commission. Apologies. This was me huffing and puffing now.
So this is your huffing and puffing, and what you're doing is you're taking someone who you regard as a brother for life, and you are misleading him.
Yes. In the same way he misled me by persistently saying, check for compliance. And I realized that it's more than that.
Why do you not take him up? Is your complaint then that he misled you, that he said he just wanted you to check for compliance, whereas in actual fact he wanted you to rig the tender?
The reason I don't take him on is previously stated.
I just need to understand what your complaint was. Was your complaint that he misled you by asking to check for compliance when in actual fact he wanted you to rig the tender? Was that your complaint?
There's no complaint.
Is that why you...
There's no complaint. I strategically took a decision to take ownership and manage the situation. There's no complaint from me.
You said you started misleading him only after he had been misleading you.
Spot on.
And the misleading of you was that he asked you to check for compliance when in actual fact he wanted you to rig a tender. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And so despite the fact that he's misled you, you mislead him, you regard each other as brothers for life.
Yes.
Is this how you deal with your brothers?
Yes. That's how I dealt with the situation. And I would deal with it in the same way again.
You see, what we have, if we step back and we look at the overall picture, is you and Sergeant Nkosi have an incredibly close relationship. You describe each other as brothers for life. He clearly cares about you very much, and you clearly care about him very much. You accept all of that.
I've accepted that, SC.
In respect of TMPD 1, he engages you wanting the bid to be awarded to Ngapeshare and El Shaddai.
He engaged me asking me for compliance.
No, but at a certain point, he moves from compliance to rigging the tender. That's what you've just said.
He doesn't move, I assume, because of his actions. I'm not saying, I assume that because I picked up from the persistence. There's no way where he verbatim tells me, rig these tenders in favor of this.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, a minute ago you said you only started misleading him because he was misleading you. He was misleading you by asking for compliance when he really wanted you to rig the tender.
That's exactly what I stick to, SC. That's what I say.
Yes. So he was asking you to rig the tender, is what you understood the situation to be.
That's what I assumed on my own, SC. He did not verbatimly ask me anyway.
And he wanted you to rig the tender in favor of Ngapeshare and El Shaddai.
From my reading of that, he wanted me to prioritize that, yes.
Yes. And out of the 57 bidders who initially competed in this tender, 2 of the 7 ultimate successful bidders were Ngapeshare and El Shaddai.
Through the rigorous procurement process that was undertaken and the probity report from external parties, that's true.
Then we come to TMPD 3. And there we know that Sergeant Nkosi has been asked to get the award cancelled. Which
is something I know nothing about. I don't know the gentleman who sent him that request. There's no certainty that they are speaking to is me. Secondly, he doesn't even forward me that message at all.
And lo and behold, TMPD 3 does get cancelled in terms of a resolution that provides 3 reasons for cancellation, none of which justify cancellation.
As well as the probity report, which is a critical part of the procurement process.
I'm putting to you, Mr. Mnisi, that if one looks at the objective facts, as opposed to what you say happened and what you say documents actually meant, it looks very much like your very close relationship with Sergeant and Corsi tainted both of these tender processes that you presided over.
I respectfully disagree with you. There was no bias or any impairment of my objectivity in terms of handling both tenders. Tender TMPD 1 the process was followed right to the T with a conclusive probity report from an external party validating that. Tender TMPD 03, I further disagree with you respectfully, SC, as a result of the probity report must be read in consideration with the bid adjudication committee resolution. The BAC resolution is not the sole reasons that were mentioned there for cancellation. The probity report is a critical component which must be brought on board when we are making conclusions. So on those reasons, I respectfully disagree with you.
But of course, everything you say about probity is not mentioned in the resolution at all.
In the resolution, we only mentioned additional matters, as I had stated before. The probity report was part and parcel of this. Within the resolution itself, we refer to the probity, which means it has to be read together. You can't read the BAC resolution in isolation of the probity report. Had there been an instance where in the BAC resolution that signed off, we don't refer to probity at all, potentially I would say, hey, I think I'm tempted to agree with you. By virtue of the actual proceedings of BAC, including the probity report is a critical document, and by virtue of the resolutions making reference, I think on 3 occasions, to the probity report, further justifies that the probity report was an essential document which was considered for the cancellation.
Can you just take me to this resolution and show me where the references to the probity report on which you're placing such reliance are?
On page 429 of the pack.
428. Your first reference is 429.
Yes, I'm starting with 429.
Is that of 3, Mr. Mnisi?
Two.
2, I'm sorry.
What's the reference you're relying on, or the references to probity?
Just waiting for the chair to have the same page. Thank you so much, Chair. Firstly, on page 429, paragraph from the item number 4, bullet point number 2, says the material irregularities identified by probity, which means the probity report.
Sorry, keep reading.
Yes. The probity report, well, Chair, that the material irregularities identified by probity were due to the pricing schedule, which were issued as an addendum. In regard to the interpretation of the addendum, it stipulated that the pricing schedule must be completed in full, no blank spaces.
So, sorry. Are any of the probity complaints that you are placing such reliance on linked in any way to the pricing schedule?
I'm bringing your attention, SC, to the word probity, that the probity report was considered, that this BAC did not take place without reviewing that. By referring on bullet point number 2 to the word probity, there's only one probity report that's there, and that's in reference to the previous GM20 that was just prevented. It's the only feasible resolution that we can refer back to within the sequence of these events. Secondly, if you go down, there's another reference to probity. Bullet point number 3, the BEC interpretations is that the pricing schedule need not have blank spaces according to probity report, which its recommendations have changed. The initial BEC recommendations stated that blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. This resulted in potential selective evaluation of bidders and the potential unjustified disqualification of bidders. The second line of bullet point number 3 clearly references the probity report, which is GM20.
Yes, and it's referring to the issue of blank spaces versus numerical figures, is it not?
Over and above a probity report.
No, not over and above probity report. It's saying that the probity recommendation states that blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. That's the point of that reference to probity.
It says according to the probity report, which references GM20. It's the entire report. You don't just look at this without considering that. So by virtue of this second bullet point, well, the third bullet point and the second sentence referring to a full probity report, this probity report, in all fairness, can only be referenced to GM20.
It is GM20. It's obviously GM20, but the point is what you take out of GM20. Out of GM20 is the issue of the blank spaces, not anything else.
And that's what I was trying to explain from when we started this discussion, SC, that if we agree from the beginning to look at the BAC report in isolation of the probity report, we will have issues of this nature in the end. And so now I want to bring it back on point again, that the BAC report that considered this cancellation was read in conjunction with the probity report, and it was referred to GM20, the entire probity report. The additional elements that are raised here is as the result of BAC picking up additional matters that must be emphasized upon. But the probity report in its entirety is the baseline document which leads to cancellation.
Sorry, let's look at the only reference to the probity report in the actual resolution. It's not an additional issue. It's an issue raised in the probity report, the issue of blank spaces versus not blank spaces. You know, numerical insertions versus deletions. That's mentioned in the probity report. During the meeting between the BEC and probity teams on 26 August, it became apparent that there were multiple interpretations of the specifications. That's an issue that comes out of probity. It's not an additional issue.
I was explaining the context and what happens at BAC, this specific BAC that's set on this specific day. I was explaining that maybe there needs to be, in fact, not maybe, there needs to be an improvement in how discussions are captured. But when we are capturing resolutions, it's a summary of the discussion that took place. Within those discussions, there's an entire pack that's attached before it is sent through to the city manager for approval. So not only was this considered in isolation, the entire pack, which included the probity report, was received and assessed and analyzed by the accounting officer from the BAC, who further concurred with these reasons. He interacted with the entire pack, would never have signed this. If the city manager was not of the view that he's happy with the reasons provided by the BAC, it's within his rights to refer this thing back. The city manager by profession is an attorney as well, so he would have seen issues of this nature, and he would have probably been aware more than I would have been as a finance individual of any law-related matters that I couldn't have foresaw at that point in time. So when he considered this cancellation report, it was not in isolation with the probity report. He assessed the contents of those findings as per the probity report. He then agreed that the reasons within the BAC report, coupled with the probity report, are sufficient. We don't want to incur irregular expenditure as a city.
I'm going to move to a different topic now. I can take a very short topic so that we can still get it in before the lunch break. Can I take you to page 230?
Of the
Bundle 3, File 3.
page 230. Yes.
And there you'll see that from page 230 to page 275, there are 45 pages of pictures of two SUVs.
Yes.
Can you explain what these pictures are about?
Well, these are pictures of cars. He was asking me for advice in terms of which is a nice car.
So he sent you a nice car for what?
Well, I presume he was contemplating on purchasing it, but I don't know. He sent me a picture for cars to give him my comment and my views in terms of which car do I think is nice.
So you understood him to be advising you to be asking your advice on which car he should buy.
On which car is nice.
Did you not discuss this at all? I mean, there are calls beforehand, and it's quite strange to send 45 pages of pictures without a discussion.
I think we discussed it afterwards, because afterwards in 275, you can see their responses, and then we discussed this matter afterwards in terms of, I think this one is nice because of these reasons, not beforehand.
Yes, but before you even have a call on page 275, you're saying this is the one. What was the one for?
That's the nice one. That's one I like.
Yes, that's the one you like.
Yeah.
But what did you understand him to be asking you in relation?
Asking me to check which vehicle is nice.
And that presumably came before the exchange in relation to this car.
Well, I say this one, referring to the one above, meaning I like this one. He then obviously either doesn't understand me, then he calls me on the next message. I clarify that for him, SC.
Yes, but my question is, presumably before he sent all of these pictures of cars to you, he must have given you some context for it.
No, there was
No.
no context given.
So, all right. The pictures of the car in the bundle come immediately before a PIN that he sends you.
What page is that?
So if you, your exchange ends on page 275, and then on page 276, the following day he sends you a PIN, which is at page, well, at 3:28 on message time, 5:28 on the 30th of April.
Page 276, yes, I see that.
What was that PIN for?
This must be related to page 277 as well. If you look at page 277, there's a screenshot.
Yes.
On page 277, this is where he was going. I presumably think that was the pen.
Where was he going?
There we go. He was going to see Mr. Joe Sibanyoni.
And why was he sending you a message saying, I'm going to see Mr. Joe Sibanyoni?
We probably had to meet, so he was unable to meet me, if I recall correctly. That's the only reason. There's no other reason he would send me that. So in fact, he was telling me we can't meet up anymore. I've got a meeting at this place.
If you go down,
Yes.
you'll see that your message is, okay, my brother, let me know how it goes.
Yes.
Why were you interested in his meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
I was not interested per se. I mean, you just canceled our engagement that we should have went to. So just let me know how it goes. So we can go for our meeting. Let me know when you're done, so that we can resume the activities that we needed to do.
Had he previously mentioned Mr. Sibanyoni to you?
We'll have to check, Chair. I think previously he had sent me a TikTok video of some sort of Mr. Sibanyoni, so he might have mentioned it. I can't say for certain yes or no, but I think he might have.
I think the TikTok video you are referring to is at page 42.
Oh, yes, then he has.
And what was that about?
Oh, he was just sending me a TikTok video that was trending.
A trending message about the launch of the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation.
It's spot on.
And why did he think you would be interested in the launch of the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation?
In the same way, I would send him articles. That's just sharing information, I guess. I was not interested in the Joe Sibanyoni Foundation. Got no interest in matters of that nature. Never met Mr. Joe Sibanyoni. He was just sending me this in a similar way. I would send him articles.
Can I take you to the foot of page 86?
Page 86.
There on the 16th of December, you say, at the foot of the page, I'm okay, my bro, I always wake up early, it's in my blood now, I'm taking it easy today, how's the madam feeling? He responds, she's great, thanks. I got a call at 6:30 to come see number one. You say, who, my bro? Number one. And then you say, JS, question mark. Who were you asking in relation to JS?
I was referring to Mr. Joe Sibanyoni.
And why did you think that Sergeant Nkosi, when he refers to seeing number one, would be referring to Mr. Sibanyoni?
He's the president of one of the taxi associations. He's number one within in the taxi fraternity as far as I was concerned.
He's number one in the taxi fraternity?
As far as I'm concerned,
As
yes.
far as you're concerned, yes. And you must have known then that Sergeant Nkosi had a relationship with him.
We had a discussion. He had sent me this. He told me he knew him. Whether it's a personal, business relationship, I did not know. And honestly, I was not interested as well. I knew they knew each other. I knew they met occasionally as well. But I was not interested in their discussions. It's none of my business.
You see, earlier when I asked you if you'd ever had discussions with Sergeant Nkosi, about Mr. Sibanyoni, you couldn't remember. You vaguely remembered a TikTok in relation to the launch.
This is 2024, almost 2 years ago. So, I mean, when you bring it up, my memory is jogging up and I'm recalling that matter.
But now when I point you to the fact that you do refer to Joe Sibanyoni, suddenly your memory is refreshed.
Of course, SC, I mean, discussions are clear. And I'm fully aware, as we are doing the cross-examination, what these discussions are. My memory is being jogged.
Why would you not have remembered a discussion about Mr. Sibanyoni when I first asked you, but only when I pointed you to the fact that you were referring to Sergeant Nkosi about to a meeting with Joe Sibanyoni?
Yes. I think we were moving from topic to topic, so my mind was still trying to conclude the previous topics that we had done. So immediately when you brought that up, my mind couldn't immediately recall. But I did state to you that, yes, I think it did send me a TikTok video, which was true, because that's what came out of my mind immediately. So I did not say I did not have any discussions. I referred to you what immediately came to my mind when you asked that question. And of course, when the cross-examination is proceeding and you are pointing me out to certain discussions leading to that, I am responding to you honestly.
So you now say you recall that he had a conversation about Joe Sibanyoni with you at an earlier stage. Was it one, several?
Chair, as we've seen now, there are 3 instances. We saw the TikTok video. We saw him sending me a pen that he's going there on the 29th to the 30th of April. You're now pointing me out to this additional one that takes place here. So there's 3 that I'm seeing now.
I see. Let's go a little lower down. He tells you it is Joe Sibanyoni. He says JS. And he says, we'll handle him with, I think it's will let you know is what he meant to say. Your response is, Aish, should we be worried? Why would you be worried about him going to see Joe Sibanyoni?
Again, firstly, the we is not me. And this is what I was trying to refer to the commission, that this was our way of speaking. This is another example of that we, of that ours, etc. So this we is not me, it's him. Why I'm saying that, Chair, we're sitting here on the 16th of December. It's a public holiday as far as I'm concerned. Someone wants here at 6:30 in the morning. So for me, what's going on? What's such an urgency that's required in this? A public holiday, people should be resting. So I think on those bases and on those grounds, I asked that question. But the we is our way of speaking. And I did raise this to the commission as well earlier on in terms of various discussions. I was not referring to me at all.
So it's not 6:30 in the morning, it's 10:30 in the morning. You see that? Aish, should we be worried, is at message time 8:30, which is 10:30.
So if you go to page 86, page 86 says, she's great, thanks. I got a call at 6:30 to come and see number 1. That's the 6:30 I'm referring to.
Yes, but the first time that Mr. Sibanyoni is mentioned, even indirectly, is at 8:26 at the foot of page 86, 8:26 being 10:26. I got a call at 6:30 to come see number 1.
Mm-hmm.
So at 10:36, he mentions Mr. Sibanyoni, and
Yes.
you think this may be a cause for concern?
Yeah, because he tells me that Mr. Joe Sibanyoni calls me at 6:30 on page 86 at the foot. Says, I got a call at 6:30. So why would someone call him so early? Yes, he raises we have a discussion at 10, but he received the call at 6:30.
I see. And why would a meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni be a cause for concern on the part of Sergeant Nkosi, even if it was a meeting called at 6:30?
Even if it was a meeting called by someone other than Mr. Joe Sibanyoni, by virtue of this being a public holiday, you'd assume almost everyone is sitting with their families, relaxing, or partaking whatever preferential hobbies that they have. If someone calls you at 6:30 in the morning on a public holiday, there's a presumption that there's something urgent that must be going on. Hence, in the presumption of the entire situation, I ask, is the cause for concern? It would only be natural taking those factors into account.
And yet again, this is, should we be worried? You're referring not to you, you have no worries at all.
100%.
Yes, you're using we to refer to Sergeant and Course here.
Yes, SC.
He says, not at all, he sounded in good mood around afternoon time, we'll give you feedback. And you say, okay, my brother. What feedback did he give you?
I don't recall. No.
You don't recall.
I don't recall. I don't even think he gave me feedback. I don't recall, SC.
Were you not interested in the feedback
No,
after
no.
you were concerned that this meeting had been called?
Had he told me about it, I would have listened and probably given an input here and there, but it was none of my business.
When we asked Sergeant Nkosi about this meeting, he denied that JS was Joe Sibanyoni. You're clear that it was Joe Sibanyoni.
When I sent this, that's what I understood. I can't answer for him and how he understood that. I think he needs to answer that for himself. In terms of my communications, I'm clear. When I sent this communication, that's what I understood. And that's what I was asking.
Why do you call him JS?
It's a short, and it's long to write Joe Sibanyoni. It's informal communications, Chair, so JS would have been easier for me.
And Sergeant Nkosi knows when you say JS, you mean Mr. Sibanyoni.
I can't speak for him. I hoped he knew. That's why I put it in this manner. I hoped he knew.
I thought your answer earlier was you referred to, the two of you, referred to Joe Sibanyoni as number one because he was the president of the taxi association or something?
No, we don't refer him to that. That's how I knew. It
You
was
knew
him.
that that's how he's referred to?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't refer to him as that. I just knew that.
So it's more than that's what you thought at the time or that's what you understood at the time. You knew that number one is JS.
I knew that, Commissioner,
Okay.
indeed.
All right, thank you.
Chair, we've gone past 1 o'clock at this point. I wonder if we should take the adjournment.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2:05.
We are ready to resume. Devices off, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mnisi, I want to turn now to the issue of the invoices for ad hoc security services that we've touched on. And I'm going to deal with it in three different sections. So I'd like you'll have the opportunity to address each of the three sections. The first section relates to the events of 5 and 6 March, where there was a mad rush to get the invoices paid. The second section deals with the events of 4 April, where there was another mad rush to pay the one outstanding invoice that related to a previous financial year. And the third and last relates to the events of 26 June, when the provision of ad hoc security services is terminated. So I'd like you not to deal with later events when we're dealing with the earlier events. You'll get the opportunity to do that. And to start on the events of 5 March, for the most part, I'm just interested in the structure of the communications. So what I want to do is I want to take you through the full set of communications between yourself and General Dlamini that are mediated through Sergeant Nkosi, and I want to take you through them all first, and then I will be asking you questions. And for the purposes of this process, you really need to have files 3 and 4 open simultaneously, because you're going to be communicating with Sergeant Nkosi in file 3, and then Sergeant Nkosi is going to be communicating with General Dlamini in file 4. And the starting point, I suppose the starting point is the version in your statement, which you address at page 31 of your statement. So before we get to the file, to the actual chats, let's look at what you say in the statement. Page 31, paragraph 125, you say that Sergeant Nkosi overheard a telephone conversation between me and Mr. Calvin Mahlangu, during which he complained about the city owing his company a significant amount in outstanding payments. He indicated that legal action against the city was being contemplated should the matter remain unresolved. And then you describe the previous correspondence going all the way and what you communicated to Mr. Mahlangu. But the first question I want to ask is, that conversation, when did it take place? Was it on the day when there was this mad rush to get the invoices paid, or was it earlier?
It was not on the day. When Mr. Calvin Mahlangu called me, it was in the early days of March.
On the 3rd of March?
The early days of March.
Early days of March, so it was before the 5th?
Before the 5th.
Yes. So Sergeant Nkosi overhears you speaking to Mr. Mahlangu sometime before the 5th of March, a few days before the 5th of March.
Yes.
Right. What you say then is that following the call, I think we go down to page 33, Sergeant Nkosi, as I discovered subsequently, took it upon himself to assist as he knew Deputy Chief Mr. Umashi Dlamini of the TMPD, 132. Now, when did you discover that Sergeant Nkosi had taken it upon himself?
So while we were driving, he went on a call and he called Deputy Chief Dlamini and he gave me the phone. That's when I had identified that he had given him a call already.
Sorry. So you're driving with Sergeant Nkosi on the 3rd of March, or early days of March, and he overhears a call from Mr. Madlanga to you.
Yes.
A few days later, you're driving with him again, and you overhear him calling Deputy Chief Dlamini.
No, Essie, that's incorrect. On the same day, while I was wrapping up my call with Mr. Calvin Madlanga, Sergeant Nkosi calls Deputy Chief Dlamini on the same day.
So when you say in 132, following the call, Sergeant Nkosi clearly, as I discovered subsequently, took it upon himself to assist as he knew Deputy Chief. But in fact, you didn't discover this subsequently, you discovered it on the same day.
Yes, it was subsequent to my call with Mr. Calvin Madlanga. It was on the same day. Subsequently does not mean another day, I see.
Yes, but you say, as I discovered subsequently. There was no discovery. It was happening right in front of your eyes, or ears in this case.
It was happening while I was concluding on my phone as well. So I wasn't really concentrating on what he was doing. I was concentrating on wrapping up what I was doing.
Okay, so while you're speaking to Mr. Madlanga, Sergeant Nkosi is speaking to Deputy Chief Dlamini.
Yes.
And that's on the 2nd or 3rd of March, a few days before the 5th.
Yes.
Now, what we then see is the texts, which start on page 141 in file 3, and at the same time have page 503 open on, well, it will be 427 and 503 as we jump through file 4. So on the 5th of March, towards the foot of page 141 at 9:38, you message Sergeant Nkosi saying, "Is the general winning?"
Yes.
Now, this is at least 2 days after you have had the call from Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
And you understand what the issue is.
Yes.
Now, you're asking Sergeant Nkosi, is the general winning? So you know he is engaging with the general.
Yes.
How did you know that?
On the day when he called Deputy Chief Dlamini, he handed me the phone. I spoke to the Deputy Chief Dlamini. I expressed to him the concerns on the call that I just received. He said he was not aware of this matter. However, he will look into it accordingly. Then I requested you will then give advice, and the call ended.
But this is a Tshwane matter, is it not?
The Tshwane matter is.
And when you ask General Deputy Chief Dlamini to give advice, presumably he gives advice to you as the CFO.
Yes.
So why is Sergeant Nkosi staying involved in this 2 days later?
So at this point, after the call had been made, Sergeant Nkosi was already involved. From my perspective, it was convenient for him, taking into account that I was busy with other strategic matters as well. So one operational matter off my table would be easier for me to focus on the strategic nature of my job. In hindsight, I did admit that at this point, I should have requested for the contact details of Deputy Chief Dlamini.
So you effectively used Sergeant Nkosi as your representative in dealing with Deputy Chief Dlamini on this issue on the 5th of March?
Because he was already involved and I knew they were close to each other, I asked him for feedback. I wasn't necessarily using him as an official representative. That's too formal, and it's as if I was formalizing this. It was still informal in nature. I took advantage on the convenience for me because I could then focus on other essential work that I was to do.
So this was just an issue of convenience. Sergeant Nkosi was offering to do part of your job at the city.
It was an issue of convenience, but it's not Sergeant Nkosi doing part of my job.
Well, what is he doing?
He's coordinating a message between myself and Deputy Chief Dlamini.
But why can't you just deal with Chief Dlamini directly?
As I alluded to, in hindsight, I should have done that. And that's the point where I should have obtained his contact details. I would have then dealt with him directly. Unfortunately, at this point in time, I didn't do that. And I took advantage of the convenience that I'm alluding to now.
Can I just ask, sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, I might have missed what you said, Mr. Mnisi. Before you sent this message, is the general winning, between this and when you received the call from Calvin Mahlangu in the car, did you speak to General Dlamini about this at all?
In fact, me bringing up this as a reminder, I had received a call from Mr. Mahlangu again in the morning. It was the 5th. He had called me earlier in March. There was presumably nothing that was proceeding. He called me in the morning. Hence, I requested Sergeant Nkosi. It's the general winning. What prompted me to send this message was me receiving a call from the service provider requesting for feedback.
Yes, my question was, did you speak to General Dlamini? So you got the first call from Mr. Mahlangu, you say, the very first time he calls you.
Yes.
My question is, after you got that call and before you asked Sergeant Nkosi whether the general is winning, in that intervening period, did you speak to General Dlamini about this inquiry from Mahlangu?
Yes, Sergeant Nkosi handed me the phone. While we were driving, just as I was about to conclude my discussions with Mr. Calvin Mahlangu, Sergeant Nkosi was already phoning the Deputy Chief. At that point, he gave me his phone and I spoke to the Deputy Chief.
I see. Thank you.
Can you just clarify this afternoon, Mr. Mnisi? You just said a few minutes ago, Sergeant Nkosi getting involved was one operational issue off your table.
Yes.
What does that mean? Have you delegated an operational issue to Sergeant Nkosi?
No, I have not delegated.
So what do you mean when you say him getting involved is one operational issue off your table? Because it suggests to me it's an operational issue you had to deal with, but now Sergeant Nkosi was dealing with it. Correct?
So what I mean, and I said, it was convenience. The only reason I asked Sergeant Nkosi to send the communications to the Deputy Chief Dlamini was an element of convenience for me. In hindsight, I would have done that directly with the Deputy Chief Dlamini. I was not delegating anything to Sergeant Nkosi. He's not an official of the city. He can't in no way have any delegations to deal with any matters.
I'm concerned with what you mean when you say it's one operational issue off your table because Nkosi is now dealing with it, which is what you said, and you confirmed that that's what you said. Let me go back. An operational issue is something that you, as CFO, have had to deal with, correct?
Correct.
And now Nkosi was dealing with it.
He was not actively dealing in the matter. He was Deputy Chief Dlamini was dealing with the matter, actively. The individual who was actively dealing with the matter, analyzing documentation is the Deputy Chief Dlamini. Nkosi was not actively dealing with the matter. Nkosi was the individual who was sending the message on my behalf. He was not actively dealing with this. He didn't even have the details of what was going on in this. I used this as an element of convenience for myself.
So he was inactively dealing with the matter because you deliberately chose the word actively. Are you saying he was inactively dealing with the matter?
I'll say he was, but not on delegation as a means of convenience.
Thank you.
That convenience, Mr. Mnisi, you accept you would have been dealing with it otherwise. So you would have been communicating with General Dlamini if Nkosi had not inserted himself or been inserted by you to be the go-between.
In hindsight, I accept that.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm still not really understanding why it's convenient. If you deal with it yourself, you speak to General Dlamini or Deputy Chief Dlamini, you tell him what needs to be done, he comes back to you. This way, what happens is you speak to Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi then conveys your message to Deputy Chief Dlamini. Deputy Chief Dlamini responds to Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi then conveys Deputy Chief Dlamini's message to you. What's convenient about that process?
Like I said, ideally I should have got the contact details of the Deputy Chief. I didn't have his details at this point in time. He didn't have my details as well, obviously. Even if you look at what Sergeant Nkosi was doing, was just sending those messages verbatim as they were. So it was convenient for me because the matter was being attended to. But in hindsight, I do agree that I should have got his numbers directly and had the communications with him initially from the matter, when the matter was raised, Chair.
But I'm still not understanding why it would be convenient. This seems to be much more complicated, with much more potential for a sort of broken chain of communication than you're dealing with him directly. What's your response to that?
I didn't have his contact details at this point, Chair. This is why I didn't deal with him directly.
Yes, but Sergeant Nkosi did, and you could have asked Sergeant
I should have
Nkosi.
asked it, and I agreed. I should have asked for them, but I didn't ask for them for my thought process of saying it's just convenient for me. While I'm busy in other engagement, I could easily check, is General winning with this matter? So at that point in time, it was convenient for me. I didn't have his contact details, which is what limited me from dealing with him directly. I should have had that, Chair. I do agree to that. In hindsight, it's something I should have done to avoid this entire complication.
How long had you been at the city by this point?
Since November 2023.
So it's about 16, 17 months already. And you didn't have the contact details of the deputy head of the TMPD?
No. I normally engage the chief of police.
And you don't have a central directory available for senior executives at Tshwane?
That gives cell phone numbers, no.
You do not have administrative staff in your office,
We do have.
so you have a PA,
I do have a PA.
and you didn't think the PA should deal with this and communicate with the general with General Rahman instead of an outsider who's really a member of the public for all intents and purposes.
At this point in time, it didn't cross my mind, Chair.
Okay.
But in hindsight, I should have.
Well, let's just quickly run through these messages. 141, you say, is the general winning. That's at 9:38. The response by Sergeant Nkosi is at 9:46. Morning, my brother, I'm on to him. Then if we go to 503 of file 4, you see that there's a screenshot then that Sergeant Nkosi sends to the general of your conversation.
503 of file 4 on my side is a transcript. So I've got bundle 3 open.
Bundle 3, or 503 of bundle 3, which is, I think, file 4, unless I've got the,
Okay.
so it's your bundle 3.
So
So we'll just be dealing with bundle 3.
Same document.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 503 is a screenshot that was sent to Sergeant Nkosi at 9:46 was sent to General Dlamini at 9:46 by Sergeant Nkosi. It's a screenshot of your conversation with him. He then comes back to you at 9:48 saying he confirmed it will be sorted now. Now he will give feedback soon before 12. That is at 9:48. At 9:55, you tell Sergeant Nkosi, okay, it's not yet in my system, and he sends you an image of fingers crossed. That's at 10:07. Before he sends you the image of fingers crossed, he's WhatsApped your subsequent exchanges to General Dlamini. That's at 5:04. So now there's a similar screenshot, except it now includes your message, okay, it's not in my system. Back to 143, and Sergeant Nkosi tells you that the General said he won't disappoint. You say to him, thanks Mpofu at 10:11, and then at 12:20, and for this we've got to go to 427, General Dlamini sends him a message. That's page 427, 12:20. Morning, Captain. Please confirm for Mpofu ukuthi I am processing the issue, and I have spoken to Kane and Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher, and as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. Now, Kane, we've learned is Kane Mpofu, who is in the procurement department of Tshwane. Vusi, who is Vusi?
He's an official of the city within procurement as well.
Also within procurement.
Yes.
And Tommy, I think you mentioned earlier, was in charge of payments.
Payments.
In your department.
In Treasury.
In Treasury.
Yes.
Are you,
Still within Group Financial Services.
Yeah, so
Yes.
he's under you, Tommy.
He's under me, yes.
Now, what does he mean, increase the target value?
Okay. So budget is made available to departments either monthly or quarterly. So at this point in time, the budget that was made available for TMPD and Watchman services had depleted for the quarter in question. So they needed to make a motivation in order to increase the target amount based on whatever motivation they would bring on board. So in terms of increasing the target value, it was saying of the approved budget, less makeable funds up until the end of the month available in order to process these invoices.
And what would be involved in increasing the target value? Who has to authorize increase of target value?
It's a delegated function that is delegated to the divisional heads in supply chain management and the procurement. So it would have been Kane as well as Vusi.
And so what this does is it says, although your budget says you can spend this amount this quarter, are we going to adjust the budget upwards?
No, we're going to, sorry, SC, we're going to make monies available up until end of the month. The budget is approved. We're not increasing the thresholds of the budget. We are not making any additional funds available. It's just increasing what could be committed at this stage on the funds that are already allocated and assigned to TMPD for the full financial year.
So we've got a monthly guideline, as it were, or a monthly
Yes.
informal limit as to what you can spend under
Yes.
each budget line item.
Yes.
We're going to bump that one up.
Yes.
We then go back at 143, and that message is then forwarded to you by Sergeant Nkosi at 12:52. So it comes at 12:20, it only gets to you at 12:52, more than half an hour later, and you respond immediately at 12:56, thanks Mpofu, thanks. Can I just pause there? What we're seeing in this example is how the allegedly convenient mechanism that you're using to address this situation actually results in delays in your getting the information that you would otherwise get. So so the General communicates this at 12:20. You only learn about it from Sergeant Nkosi half an hour after that, at 12:52. You're nodding your head.
Yes, I'm agreeing to that.
So you're accepting that there are some inconveniences in
No,
this
I'm not
relationship?
accepting. I'm accepting the matter of the messages being sent a few minutes later, but I'm not accepting the issue that there's inconvenience. I'm happy that the matter is being attended to. Besides, at this point in time, I might be occupied with other matters of council as well. As long as I'm getting feedback that the matter is attended to, I'm happy.
But that feedback is being delayed by half an hour, more than half an hour.
Yes, and I'm still happy because the matter is at least being attended to.
Some 3 hours later, at 3:52 p.m., you WhatsApp Sergeant Nkosi again saying, thanks, is the general winning?
Yes.
Mpofu is the general winning. It takes him more than half an hour to respond to you, at which point he forwards something from the general saying, yes, we have won, busy with creating requisitions and at the same time releasing them in order for buyers to create purchase orders. The process is a bit long as invoices have to be scanned and uploaded individually, and I trust we'll conclude the entire process before 1700. As soon as the buyers have created purchase orders, we'll create service entries and submit them for payment. So you get that message more than half an hour or 40 minutes after you have asked, is the general monitoring, is the general winning? And the general says he's still in the office monitoring the process underneath, which is forwarded to you by Sergeant Nkosi. You also get a copy of the invoice that we'll deal with later, which is the invoice from the 23-24 financial year, and there will be problems with that. 235, you say, thanks, Mpofu. Sorry, that's 435. The next communication is roughly 2 hours after that. It's now 8:23 p.m. when you get forwarded through this chain a message from the general saying, evening, Captain, just to confirm for Mpofu-Walsh, everything has been processed and I've spoken to Kane and he promised to ensure that the buyers create purchase orders. As soon as I receive the purchase orders, I'll fast track the service entries. So that's a full almost 4 hours later that you get that message, and then you say, thank you, Mpofu, much appreciated. Let's push to finalize everything tomorrow so we can pay those guys before Friday. And on it goes until after 11, until the next morning. Your last exchange with Sergeant Nkosi is on that day is at 11:24 p.m., a call at 11:24 p.m. And the next morning you hear from, you message Sergeant Nkosi saying, please extend my gratitude to the General, he has delivered. Purchase orders as per the request have been approved, see you later. That's at 11:32 the next day. That is then forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi, by Sergeant Nkosi to the General, and at 11:45 at the top of page 146, you see that the message comes back from the General. Morning, Captain, I can see that Mpofu is happy and we are also grateful that we have assisted. So over these 24 hours, through Sergeant Nkosi's intervention, you've managed to have a conversation with the General that has resulted in these invoices being paid.
Yes.
Your version is that you just used Sergeant Nkosi because it was convenient.
Maybe just to make a quick correction, not invoices paid, purchase orders processed.
Purchase orders processed,
yes.
Sorry. I accept that. Your version is that you use Sergeant Nkosi because that is convenient.
It was easy for me, Chair, and I needed to ensure that the matter is being dealt with, and it was being dealt with.
But in the process, what you've effectively done is you've taken an outsider to the city and you've involved him in communications relating to city payment processes.
He had involved himself, Chair. What I should have done, which I've conceded, was that I should have, at the point where he involved himself and called the Deputy Chief, requested for those contact details, which was a flaw on my side on that matter.
Can I just ask, when you say he's involved himself, at which point does he involve himself? Because on your account, you're both in the car, he overhears the Madlanga conversation, he speaks to General Dlamini in your presence, and you become aware of that because you're all in the same car. And then a few days later, 2-3 days later, you ask him, is the general winning? So there is an unexplained gap of his involvement before you ask him, is the general winning? So when you say he had involved himself already, before you asked, is the general winning, what did you know about his involvement? Other than what happened in the car when you were together, what did you know about his continuing involvement in this, and how did you know?
So firstly, Commissioner, I didn't ask him to phone Deputy Chief Dlamini when we were in the car. He took it upon himself to call him. Once he had made that call, of course, I had a discussion or an interaction with the Deputy Chief Dlamini in terms of the matter that we were facing. Upon that phone call concluding, we concluded on the basis that I'll get feedback. And then Sergeant Nkosi, of course, took it upon himself to be the one to give that feedback.
When you say Sergeant Nkosi was already involved, you mean only that he called while you were both in the vehicle? He called General Dlamini and had the conversation with him in your presence? Is that all you're referring to?
And also
as him already involved?
That was the starting point, and also his commitment that he will give feedback.
So in the vehicle, as
Yes.
you are together, he said to you, I'll give you feedback.
Yes,
And the next thing is when you ask him, is the general winning?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to move to 4th of April. And as I understand it, all of the invoices other than that 23-24 financial year invoice had been resolved by the earlier process.
I agree with you.
On the 4th of April, at page 443, you'll see that at 2:59:37 p.m., chat number 2,
443.
443,
Yes.
the general message is Sergeant Nkosi saying, "Good day, Captain. Please check Mpofu if he has spoken to Kane about Gubis for processing. He just called me to say Mpofu has given a go-ahead." What was that about?
This message was never forwarded to myself. I've never received it. I can't comment on that.
Well, what did happen, that was at 2:59. At 3:34, there are a succession of calls between yourself and Sergeant Nkosi. They start on page 187.
Okay, 187.
And if you see, start with message time 1:34:25, then 1:34:34, then 1:34:39, call back from Sergeant Nkosi. And then at 1:34:41, you message, "I need General quickly." Why would you have needed the General quickly at this point?
I think this is when, by the telephonic discussions that we were having, you was giving me feedback that there is a perception that I have given a go-ahead, if I recall correctly. So I needed to clarify that I have not given any go-ahead. The necessary processes in terms of approving ex post facto invoices must be followed. So I needed to explain this to the Deputy Chief directly.
So you hadn't authorized payment of this previous financial year's invoice?
No, I couldn't. It's beyond my powers. I had not done that.
And what the General understood Kane to have reported was wrong,
Clearly.
and you needed to communicate that to the General.
Exactly.
And you then get from Sergeant Nkosi the General's contact details.
Yes.
Did you then call the General?
I think I might have given him a call to explain this matter and to try and put the matter to rest.
That's at 3:38. At 4:33, you call Sergeant Nkosi, and then at 4:37, you send Sergeant Nkosi a screenshot. In fact, first at 3:37:41, you sent him a screenshot. 4:37:41, you sent him a screenshot of a WhatsApp call from Chairman Obonza, and I presume that's Mr. Modise.
That's Mr. Modise, yes, I confirm.
And then underneath, another screenshot of a call from Mr. Modise.
Indeed.
Do you recall what this was about?
Yes, I do recall.
And will you share it with us?
If you go later on in the communications, the Deputy Executive Mayor wanted me to accompany him to I'll say a political event where they were needed to give feedback on the engagement on the status of Gauteng municipalities. If you go down just a bit on 191 and 192, 193 and 194. This was in relation to that. So at this point in time, I clarified to the Deputy Executive Mayor, look, this is not an official provincial government matter. It looks like it's more political party related. I'm uncomfortable to attend to such. So what I can do is just do the report for you and take you through the content of that report. You should be in a position to articulate that. So why I'm sending this to Sergeant Nkosi is part of me just venting and crying around saying, hey, this individual, which is his associate, and I had known this as well, keeps on calling me, wanting me to accompany him to this. I was uncomfortable with that, taking into account that it's not an official city or provincial government related function, it's more political party related. Due to my impartiality, I was extremely uncomfortable. So while I sent him this, I was just ranting and raving and just need a friend to talk to. Didn't expect him to do anything for me on that.
So it has nothing to do with the 4 April, with the previous issues relating to that 2013-14 invoice?
Absolutely nothing.
Sorry,
to do with that.
23-24 invoice. And your need to call the General urgently was to say, I haven't approved payment of this out of your invoice and don't do it on under my name.
Precisely, yes.
Let's go then to page 331.
Before you move on, at that page 191, the way you explain your calls to Sergeant Nkosi doesn't seem to accord with the text of these WhatsApp messages. You start off, good morning. Did the Deputy Mayor call you regarding the meeting on Sunday? That's you.
Yes, that's me, Commissioner.
Yes. So what meeting would the Deputy Mayor be calling Sergeant Nkosi about, who is a member of the SEPS? What would he be calling him about?
So there's a relationship to what was going on here. What was going on was that the Deputy Mayor knew that Sergeant Nkosi was an associate of mine. Within doing that, I presumably think he wanted him to convince me that I need to attend matters of this nature as well. I can't leave him to go alone. So we'll need to have that discussion to outline that. This was linked and fully aligned to the engagement which I was uncomfortable going, and I had expressed that to the Deputy Mayor previously.
And then in the next text, you say, I told them that I can't get hold of you.
Yes.
You say you told Nkosi, you're telling Nkosi here that you told the Deputy Mayor that you can't get hold of Nkosi.
Yes.
Why would that be an issue that between you and the Deputy Mayor that you can't get hold of Nkosi? Sorry.
He had said to me that in the meeting, I need to bring him. And I said,
no, that you need what?
That I need to bring Sergeant Nkosi, I think. So the purpose of me saying this was that I told him I can't get hold of you. He must call you himself. I don't want to get involved. I told him I can't get hold of you. So if he needs you to come to this meeting where I must be convinced to sort of engage in the political party-related engagement, he must call you himself. So I was expressing to Sergeant Nkosi that he said he's going to call you. I said I'm not getting involved. So did he call you? I was asking out of interest.
So the Deputy Mayor invites you, the
Yes.
CFO of the city, to
Yes.
come to a meeting on Sunday.
Yes.
And what does he say about Sergeant Nkosi when he invites you to a meeting?
We had already had a discussion and I'd already indicated to him that I'm uncomfortable.
Yes.
So he didn't express that, but I presumed that Maybe once Sergeant goes to try and convince me that I need to support him in all aspects, that if I don't attend this, I'm not supporting him, and it's part and parcel of my job, maybe. But that's what the context of this discussion was about, Commissioner.
So he said to you, I'm going to call Nkosi.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sense of these texts because you then also go on to say, I told them that I can't get hold of you, as if the deputy mayor sent you to get hold of Sergeant Nkosi.
It was both instances. Said, I couldn't get hold of him, you try to get hold of him. I said, oh, I also can't get hold of him.
Okay, I still don't understand, but I guess I'll leave it there. Thank you. Maybe Mr. Chaskalson, before you move off too far, let me, you moved too fast ahead for me. Can we go back to page 143? This is where, in that WhatsApp message, where that's the third WhatsApp message, where, morning Captain, please just confirm from Fowetu Guti, I'm processing the issue, and I've spoken to Ken Vusi also to increase the target value as the amount is a bit higher, and as soon as all of them are released, I will let you know for his intervention to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. What intervention by you is being spoken about in this WhatsApp message?
Presumably for me to have oversight on the payment process as well.
Sorry, to have what?
To have oversight on the payment process once the purchase orders have been created, taking into account that this is a matter that has been outstanding for the past 7 months, since June 2024, I think.
Yeah. Intervention is different from oversight. I think intervention is more an active step by you to do something to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently. I think it's, in my understanding, it's different from having oversight.
Yes, Commissioner.
What was anticipated?
So it's me reading this. Me reading this and understanding this, I needed to assist in playing oversight so that the matter is completed. Once purchase orders are created, the payment needs to be effected as well. So I understood this as me playing oversight, no intervention that I could do to force payment down. I've got a cash flow management function that operates within the city. Within this instance as well, I can even confirm, I think payment was done by the 14th of March, if I'm not mistaken, in line with the city's normal processes of payments. So I read this as a form of me playing oversight in the payment process.
As oversight as inactive, just watching and making sure it's being done.
No, watching and ensuring that it's done. Playing oversight so that this does not fall through the cracks again.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, when I read the rest of that sentence, which says to ensure that Tommy makes payment urgently, it suggests to me that you are going to do more than just looking at your computer to see that this is being done. You would unlock whatever, you would play a role in ensuring that Tommy makes payment urgently. That's how I'm reading it, and my reading of it accords with my understanding of intervention being a much more active role by you than just oversight, a passive role of just overseeing.
Indeed, Commissioner, I agree to your thought process, but I need to align this to the work that I do as well. And the work that I do, there are strict processes, and payment files are issued on various days. So I need to play oversight to ensure the payment is included in line with the necessary payment file uploading process with the city's general processes. That's how I understood this, and that's what happened in this case.
Thank you.
Can you just clarify this one thing, Mr. Mnisi? When you are in the car with Mr. Sergeant Nkosi and you are having this phone call with, it's Mr. Malachi.
TC Dlamini.
Dlamini?
Yes.
No, before then, the call that Sergeant Nkosi overheard.
Oh, Mr. Madlanga, yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Madlanga, sorry, not Malachi. The call that he overhears. How does Sergeant Nkosi know that the person at TMPD he must speak to is Mr. Dlamini, so that the process of payments can move forward? Because you say that's the first time he gets involved. He picks up his phone, he makes a phone call, he knows who to call, and that's how he inserts himself in the payment processes of Tshwane, which you then enable because you allow him to continue doing that. But how did he know that the person he must speak to make these things happen is Mr. Dlamini?
I think Sergeant Nkosi has a relationship with Deputy Chief Lamini. He knew that he was a Deputy Chief responsible for support and services and finance within TMPD. So by virtue of their own relationship, he had known his roles and functions and what he does. That's how he knew.
All right, thank you.
Also ask this, this process that is in 143 in these WhatsApp chats and your participation in them, how does it accord with the process that you described yesterday? Today's Tuesday. Yeah, that you described Tuesday, because all of it is happening on the 5th of March, and you described a process that involves other parties, right? I think you said TMPD, SCM, and then there was a third, I think it was you or something.
Yes.
The third party. Now, when I look at all of these WhatsApp messages, they don't seem to align with the process that you described, where I think among other things you were explaining that certain documents must be in, they must be checked, verified, the service was provided, was it properly authorized, does it accord with the deployment letters or the terms of the contract, all of that. This process that is happening within hours doesn't seem to align with what you've described yesterday. Can you just explain?
Yes.
that?
So while this was happening, a lot was happening in the background, Commissioner. A lot was happening in the background where the Deputy Chief was obviously in engagement with individuals from APSS, supply chain management. He played a role that coordinated all parties. He did not give a step-by-step feedback of where he was. What's important for us to take note of, at this stage, invoices had already been confirmed and signed off by the relevant departments, by APSS, as seen with one example here. So invoices were not being submitted from scratch, and the process was not starting from scratch. The process had halted at this stage, and it was at a stage where purchase order needed to be processed on the system. So the entire process from the beginning up to this point was already done. There was a standoff now on which budget must be utilized to proceed with the generation of the purchase orders and which cost center must be consumed. So that entire process that happened at this stage, there was just a deadlock at this point where budget and funds availability, there was a standoff between the department requested and TMPD. And Chief Lamini, throughout that process, was of course engaging. So the process was already at this stage, at this point in time. So it was easier to resolve, and a lot was going on in the background, Chair.
I mean, I'm not seeing you, for example, here. You're facilitating payment that you say is due and must be paid. I don't see any communication that suggests that you said something at the very least that seeks to ensure that the necessary documents are in. I mean, you got a call from Calvin. That's your limited involvement. You got a call from Calvin. He never sent you, I don't understand you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I never understood your evidence to be that you ended up with the evidence, the documentary evidence that shows that the services were rendered, they were contracted for, they were rendered, and. Your limited involvement on your account is that telephone call. And the next thing that we see is you overseeing, as the language that you use, without any indication that you satisfied yourself that you are overseeing and authorizing, and I'm using authorizing loosely, as an overseer. You are assisting in payments to be made where all the necessary documents that are required and that contain the necessary information have in fact been submitted to the different people in the city, in the TMPD, including in your finance, that must receive all of that information. I don't see that in these texts. I don't know if, I think I spoke long. I think the summary of what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem from these texts that you satisfied yourself independently that your internal processes and documents are all in order.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think, in short, this is not the first time the matter is brought to my attention. I attached in my second bundle GM22 and GM23, where the first discussion started occurring when representatives from Gubi Security Services were sending escalation communications to supply chain management requesting for payment. That was on the 29th of, 29th of January. It's there in annexure GM22. Nothing is done by supply chain management. The representatives of Gubis escalate that matter to me formally through email. And that is clearly indicated in GM23, if you might recall, on the 7th of February. Good day, CFO. We have this issue. Our invoices have not been paid. But within that is an attached letter, statement of account, and invoices, which appear to have been certified as correct and work done by the relevant departments. So what I do from there, also within GM23, as per my bundle, I escalate that further immediately. I say, TMPD, I directed that matter to Mr. Tukuru Malachi, who was on the email. I then CC Kane, or I direct to Kane, I don't CC him. I reply all. But replying all, I isolate the two individuals whom I think should be in a position to resolve this matter. Within that process, this is the 7th of February, nothing is done. Then I receive a call early March from the director of this company. So I had seen those documents throughout the escalation process. Okay.
Thank you.
Can we then deal with the events of 26 June? And possibly the best starting point for 26 June is file 4, page 566, which is the letter that Mr. Spiss sends to Gubis Solutions. And there you'll see that Mr. Spiss writes a letter that is dated 24 June. It's received on the 24 June. It's actually signed for on the as received on the 24 June. It says stoppage of ad hoc security services which have not been approved in terms of any written process. It says, kindly take note that all the sites mentioned on the attached Annexure A were identified by the TMPD as sites belonging to the Department of Water, on which ad hoc security services are being rendered without any approval based on written process. Therefore, the Tshwane Metro Police Department has taken a decision to stop these services with effect from 1 July. To this effect, you are hereby requested not to continue deploying security on all of these sites listed on Annexure A. And that is received on the 24th of June, and it is forwarded by you to Sergeant Nkosi on the 26th of June, and that is at page 331. And there at page 331, we see that on the 26th of June at 9:57, message time 7:57, you forward to Sergeant Nkosi the termination letter, and then you say, call him Mpofu. Who did you want Sergeant Nkosi to call?
Deputy Chief Lamini,
Why?
because we needed to close the loop on this matter. There needed not to be any further uncertainty. There was clarity on how the new internal control process that were implemented. Ad hoc security services was now fully assigned to the full control of TMPD. So this was me saying this matter is now reached finality. I just need to close on this effectively and ensure that all parties involved are clear. And there will be no elements of uncertainty moving forward. The TMPD has taken full authority of this matter, and Water Department, if there's a need for any ad hoc services, they will communicate with TMPD. That was the purposes of me.
So this is another example of you involving Sergeant Nkosi in operational matters that have nothing to do with him. Mr. Mnisi, this is another example of you involving Sergeant Nkosi in operational TMPD matters that have nothing to do with him. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, it's
Because
correct.
he's not inserting himself here.
Yes.
You are inserting him.
Yes, I am.
You are sharing with him contractual documents between Tshwane and its service providers,
Yes, Commissioner.
dealing with termination of contracts between Tshwane and its service providers.
I agree with you,
Can you
Commissioner.
consider that appropriate?
No, Commissioner. However, he was already involved in this matter, and this was closing the loop. This
No,
was
no.
all in relation to addressing these matters. If you can see further on,
Can you not, please? We agreed on this yesterday, that if you answer my question and you want to explain, I will allow you.
Okay.
And believe me, I won't gag you at all.
okay. Apologies, Commissioner.
Sergeant Nkosi was involved in the payment issue relating to an invoice. We are now dealing here with termination. And you say he was still involved. How was he involved in the termination of the appointment of Gubis? Please explain that to me.
So from my perspective, this was the context of that starting point of that matter, that this matter needs to cease. And if you look at the next chat, Chair,
No,
I
I
do
don't
ask
wanna
for
go-
Dlamini's number, DC Dlamini's number.
I don't
And
want to go to the next chat. I'm
Okay.
asking you, how was he involved in the issue of the termination?
from my perspective, it was still around the same topic. When we are discussing it now, does provide a perception that it's two separate events, but in my mind, Chair, this was closing the loop on this matter indefinitely, that we'll no longer have any issues of this nature, and I wanted to communicate this with the Deputy Dlamini.
Remember that it is Commissioner Spies who takes the decision.
It's a committee which sat, and I was part of that. Within that, there was a discussion with Water Services. Deputy Chief Spies was assigned to ensure that he runs with the process moving forward, because this function was now fully delegated to him, and there's no uncertainty any further.
Let me tell you, because Deputy Spies has given evidence before this commission. He says on the 12th of March, he gave an instruction to Mr. Malachi to terminate this ad hoc appointments the following morning, the 13th of March. Mr. Malachi did not comply with that instruction because he said the instruction had to be in writing. And when Deputy Spies realized that Mr. Malachi was stalling with these terminations, following an investigation which led to Mr. Malachi's suspension around the same period, he then wrote the letter terminating the services. And that's his evidence, which Mr. Malachi came here, although he disputed the issue of the insubordination, he admitted that that is the sequence. Now, was Sergeant Nkosi part of the committee discussions to terminate the appointment of Gubis?
No, Sergeant Kosi was not part of that.
So he was not part of that. Now, this letter deals with that termination.
Yes,
So when you say he was involved, not in the one invoice from 2024, the termination in June 2025, how was he involved?
from the
Sergeant
context of my discussion and how I'm responding to you, Commissioner, is that this was closing the loop and closing this matter. Yes, it might seem like it's two separate events, but from my perspective, it was around this, it was for the same incident that he was involved in terms of ad hoc services. It was for the same instance of the same company that we're dealing with here. So I assumed at that point in time that it was closing the loop. And in fact, what I should have done was ask for the number first, because I asked for the number afterwards. And it's a hindsight that I've done, because immediately after that, I asked him for the details because I realized it. I should communicate directly. Presumably I had forgotten that I already asked for his details, or I hadn't saved these details on earlier on, but I do ask for his details and he does send it to me. And I then have further communications directly with the Deputy Chief.
Mr. Minister, I have a different issue with this. That the date of this letter received is 24 June 2025. The invoices that you were involved with overseeing payment following the call from Mr. Madlanga, as at this date, that had been resolved, no?
It had been resolved, except just for the ex post facto invoice.
Yes, so when you say if those invoices were resolved and there's only the ex post facto invoice, which according to your evidence was something above your grade. It was not for you to resolve the ex post facto invoice. At this point, there's no outstanding invoice issues that require the closing of the loop. So what loop are you talking about closing at this point?
I agree with you, Commissioner, as I have agreed with Commissioner Khumalo. Reason being, I'm saying that it was for the same services, being ad hoc, it was for the same company involved. In my mind, I assume that it's closing the loop for this matter indefinitely, so there's no longer the confusion. But I am agreeing that in hindsight, it does look like these are two separate complete events. But
It doesn't look like they are completely
Yes.
separate things.
In hindsight, they are separate events. But when I looked at this matter at that point in time, it was one event, and I was closing the loophole indefinitely on the matter. So I do agree with both yourself and with Commissioner Khumalo.
What is there for you to discuss with General Dlamini, and why, when his superior, Spies, has written this kind of letter? You say there was a committee meeting, you were party to that, Spies was in that meeting. So the executive has met, some level of senior management has met and made a collective decision. Spies, Commissioner Spies writes that letter to Goobies. What business do you have talking to his junior, General Dlamini, about this matter to close whatever loop you say you're closing when the head has communicated to a service provider? What are you discussing that you should be discussing with Spies, in fact?
Okay. Firstly, Commissioner, it's not his junior. They're equal. They're both deputy chiefs. They're both deputy chiefs, and they're equals with separate responsibilities.
Okay,
Responsibilities.
I accept that, yeah?
The responsibilities of deputy chief Spies is APSS. The responsibilities of DC Dlamini, support services and finance matters. So me communicating with him is be aware of this, ensure that you guard against this, so that if anything of this nature comes up, you know how to deal with it. You can't entertain this moving forward. There can't be confusion that we had seen. We had seen earlier on, there was confusion where individuals were saying, Mfoetu will deal with this, he has committed. So I needed to engage him directly to make that matter certain.
Was it not for Spies to communicate that with him? I mean, the matter is now with Commissioner Spies, according to you. You tell us that he was delegated now to deal with the matter. Why are you inserting yourself on the termination issue, which is not anything you have discussed with Dlamini previously? It's coming up for the first time with this letter, where Spies has been delegated to deal with this matter, and you are aware that Commissioner Spies is the one that's dealing with the matter. Why are you inserting yourself to discuss this with General Dlamini?
So this is part of my role. I need to ensure that all parties understand fully. Previously, there was a complete misunderstanding between APSS as well as payables or finance services within TMPD. That's why we had an issue of that nature. So I'm involved, Commissioner, by view of ensuring that all parties are on the same state of mind. There's no confusion from anyone.
So,
and DC, Dlamini, who's responsible for support and finance matters, must be fully aware of that as well.
So all you needed to do, you're telling us, is to tell General Dlamini that Spies has terminated the services of Goobies.
Yes.
The user, because the way we've understood it, there's the client and the TMPD has got a role. I think you said it's the user. So that's all you needed to tell General Dlamini, that Spies has terminated this agreement.
Yes, Commissioner. I need to ascertain myself that he is fully aware of that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can we just, I will leave this to Ms. Chaskalson. Do you remember offhand what your contract of employment says about confidentiality?
Offhand?
Yeah.
I know there is a clause.
I don't want to force you. If you don't remember, you can just say, I can't recite it.
I can't recite it,
And we
Commissioner.
don't have it in the bundles, am I correct?
I haven't seen it in the bundles, Commissioner.
Can you please make it available? I don't even mind if you redact or black out everything, because I'm only interested in the confidentiality clause.
At present, I'm suspended from the city, as you're aware. I've received communication that I'm unable to access the system, nor am I able to communicate with any individuals. I will try and have communication with the city manager from this request. I don't have that at my disposal.
And you don't have difficulty if we obtain it?
No.
Through our own effort?
That would help me even better.
And I can assure you, I'm only interested in that
Okay.
clause. I'm not interested in any other things.
I've got no issues at all, Commissioner.
And the reason I'm interested in that clause is I have reason to believe that you've breached the provisions of that clause when you inserted Sergeant Nkosi in operational matters of the city of Tshwane. If you want to comment on that aspect, you can comment, or you can leave it for later on.
Yes, please, if I can.
Maybe before you comment, let me try and help. I don't know where Commissioner Khumalo is going with this. It might be helpful, I hope, what I'm saying, that you should accept that as a matter of common law, an employee, and that includes you, has an obligation to keep the affairs, information of the employer confidential, and to disclose only insofar as it's required by their role in the discharge of their functions. I think I'm going to ask you to accept that as a common law principle that applies to all employees. And I think if you do comment, you should comment on the basis of what I'm suggesting to you is the correct position of the law.
Commissioner, firstly, on that perspective, I'll need to get guidance from my legal team. I'm not aware and I can't comment on that, and I can't accept it. I'll need to get guidance from my legal team. However, on the issues raised by Commissioner Khumalo, first of all, I did concede that Sergeant Nkosi involved himself. Second of all, from my perspective, there was nothing completely sensitive or confidential within the payment process. That entire process was general communications from me. He's the general winning. Fetu is the general winning. Please extend my gratitude to the general. There was nothing sensitive about those communications. In terms of this termination letter, it had already gone out to the service provider. The service provider had that. So there was no upper hand that Sergeant Nkosi would have obtained by having view of that letter in any case. So I do accept the oversight, and that in hindsight, I should have asked for the number first. That's why Commissioner Bala was saying on 332, I quickly realized that, hey, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And I immediately asked for his numbers again. He sends me the general's numbers. So that's an admission on my part. But at this time, the information that Sergeant Nkosi has is of no value. Can't assist him for any benefit of any sort. Hence, it was around the situation that we're discussing. That's my comment.
Let me tell you how it can assist him. You do know that Gubis is a competitor of Sergeant Nkosi's brother's company, right?
They are not appointed on TMPD1.
No, that's not what I asked you. They are competitors.
Yes.
Sorry, if I can just interrupt. They are in fact appointed on TMPD1.
No, this is TMPD2, sorry, 2016, 2017. They are not appointed on this ad hoc services senior council. Ngapesha is not part and parcel of TMPD2, 2016, 17.
But he is bidding for TMPD1 at this stage, and Gubis is ultimately appointed to TMPD1, along with Ngapesha.
Yes, SC, I agree with that. But on this particular tender, I would like us to treat them in isolation. They are competitors, they do bid, but on this particular one, they're not competitors. The other one has not been appointed by the city.
I did not ask you about Tshwane tenders. All I said to you was, you do know that Gubis is a competitor of Sergeant Nkosi's brother's company.
I am aware.
And any document that belongs to Gubis, such as an invoice or letters of termination, will show what rates Gubis charges for its services, right?
Not the termination letter,
No, I'm
but
talking
any
about
invoice, yes.
The 2024-2025 invoice we talked about.
Yes.
Now, why is Sergeant Nkosi entitled to see what his brother's competitor's company is charging? Because you said so yourself, they are bidding for tenders in Mpumalanga, which you said was that tender you were assisting with in April. So, really what I'm dealing with is your suggestion that Sergeant Nkosi does not stand to benefit if you allow him access to Gubis documents, including invoices, including knowing when Gubis is going to get paid, including knowing whether or not Gubis' services have been terminated, including knowing whether or not Tshwane favored Gubis in relation to allocation of ad hoc security services. Because those are all the things that Sergeant Nkosi's brother can use to his benefit to the detriment of Gubis. And it troubles me that you don't see anything wrong with that, because you say by sharing all these things with Sergeant Nkosi, he will not benefit. It is of no use to him. And I'm saying you are wrong, because the mere fact that his brother's company is Gubis' competitor, and you know very well that his brother's company tenders when it comes to security issues, and Sergeant Nkosi actively assists his brother in all of these matters, because that's how you get involved in assisting Ngapesheya. So you must know that all this information is of benefit to Ngapesheya. So I don't understand when you say he will not benefit. Do you want to comment?
Yes, I do, please, Commissioner, with your permission. Firstly, I need to focus on documents that I share, and I shared the termination letter. It's the only sensitive document which I'm of the view that it is of no value to him. Why I'm saying that the termination letter contains nothing in terms of rates, pricing, or anything that could benefit Ngapesheya. Reasons being, for this tender, which these ad hoc services are currently operating in, they're not even appointed. So even if he does know, there's no way or form that it could be allocated the work that was allocated to Gubis. Hence, I'm saying, from what I share, there's no benefit that he would have. I did not share an invoice. I did not share a payment date. I did not share a requisition with Sergeant Nkosi.
But you allowed Captain Ndlamini to share that invoice with Sergeant Nkosi, who then forwarded it to you.
I didn't allow him. He will explain why he shared it and what were the reasons behind that. I did not allow that.
But you didn't stop it when you became aware that Mr. Ndlamini shared it with Nkosi, clearly with the intention that he must forward it to you, because that was the whole point of the exercise. He assists you. That's the only reason Sergeant Nkosi got involved in that dispute with Gubis. He says so even in his evidence. It was to assist you.
And I agree to that. It was to assist me, but I did not ask him to assist me. He volunteered and out of his own took it upon himself to do that. Further to that, I couldn't stop the invoice being shared. It was already shared. There was nothing I could do from that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stalson.
Can I ask you why you asked Sergeant Nkosi at this stage to contact Deputy Chief Dlamini? Why didn't you call Deputy Chief Dlamini yourself?
I think we can see, and that's what I was trying to alert Commissioner Kumala. I had clearly forgotten that I had his details, or I did not save them. Hence, I asked for the details again on the next page. So I couldn't find his details when I tried to call him. That's when I reverted back to Nkosi. However, I further on the next page ask him for those contact details, which he sends them to me. And I communicate directly with the Deputy Chief.
Why wouldn't you have saved the details on the 4th of April when Sergeant Nkosi gave them to you then?
I have no reason why. I probably just called him from there and didn't save the contact number. I should have done that, but I didn't do that.
Was it possibly because you were quite happy to use Sergeant Nkosi as your go-between in relation to Deputy Chief Dlamini?
Not for all matters. It was convenient, as I've said, only for the matter of the payment. It got to a point in time where I wanted to communicate directly with the Deputy Chief. The reason why I'm saying it was not saved was pure oversight for myself. I probably made a direct phone call from WhatsApp without saving those contact details, and I couldn't trace them from there. Then I asked for them again in order to correct my own activities.
I see. If we go down the chats, you've told Sergeant Nkosi to call the General at 9:57. You haven't asked for Sergeant Nkosi for the General's contact details at 9:57. Why not?
I asked for them after that. I don't remember why I don't ask for them at that point.
Why is your starting point to ask Sergeant Nkosi to be your go-between as opposed to getting the contact details so that you can deal with the General directly?
So I think from my perspective, as I was stating to the Commission, that this was still a matter that I was relating to from my context to the ad hoc services, one. Secondly, to the issue of Kubis. Hence, I asked Sergeant Nkosi to do that. But immediately, I asked for the contact details as well, as an element of correcting myself, because it does click to my mind that, let me engage this directly. I don't need Sergeant Nkosi to assist with this. He then sends me the contact details, and I proceed with having discussions.
It wasn't immediate. Let's look at the chats. You ask him to call at 9:57.
Yes.
What then happens is that at 10:12, we see on page 466.
466.
That Sergeant Nkosi forwards the termination letter to General Dlamini. You see that?
I see that.
So he now has the document that you're going to need to speak to him about. At 10:13, there is a voice call between from Deputy Chief Dlamini to Sergeant Nkosi. That's chat number 4. You see that?
I see that.
At 10:21, back on page 331, foot of 331, Sergeant Nkosi, having spoken to Deputy Chief Dlamini, says to you, I found him, what time can we meet today? He gets no response by 10:29, so he sends you 2 question marks. That's over on 332. You see that?
I see that.
You finally get back to him at 12:58, saying, we'll confirm Mpofu. And at 12:58, you also say, I need to call him urgently in the meantime. Can I have his number? This can't wait for the meeting, bro. So why, by 12:58, was it urgent for you to speak to General Dlamini, but by 8:57, approximately 4 hours previously, 9:57, 3 hours previously, it wasn't urgent?
So I think this was me realizing that I should have asked for his numbers in the first place. So that it was urgent for me to have a direct discussion with the General in reference to being on the same state of mind in terms of the termination letter. I was, in short, correcting my own actions of sending that to Sergeant Nkosi by saying I need to have this discussion with him on my own. Please send me his numbers. I need those numbers now.
You're going to meet with him later that day. That's what Sergeant Nkosi has arranged for you, at your request.
Yes.
What is so urgent that can't wait for the meeting later that day and that requires your immediate communication with Deputy Chief Dlamini?
From my perspective, there was no need for a meeting. I could address this over the phone. Hence my urgency in wanting the contact details in order to enable me to have direct communication with the Deputy Chief Dlamini. The context of the discussion was to ensure that everyone is on the same page in terms of the termination of these services, and he himself is aware that in the event he receives any communication of this nature, he need not entertain it. That was the urgency of that matter, and I wanted to close this, and there was no need for a meeting have we ensured that this is done accordingly.
I still don't see any urgency. I mean, you could have just said, I can resolve this with a call, send me his number. What was so urgent that you had to speak to him immediately?
You'll recall earlier on the escalations and the phone calls and the messages that were received. This was urgent for me because this needed to be resolved. I didn't want a situation of this nature to reoccur. We're sitting at a stage where we are sitting almost the end of the month. Account payables, from my perspective, must be dealt with accordingly. I can't have a dispute of this nature, which will have an impact on the city's books. At this stage, Chair, it's the end of the financial year. It's the end of the financial year. I need to ensure that we commence the process of closing our books, preparing financial statements accordingly. There is no way at this stage that I can afford a dispute from a service provider who claims that no, we still had outstanding invoice at this stage. This was particularly extremely important for me because we're engaging in our year-end closing activities. And at this point in time, my payables must be dealt with accordingly. The city was previously qualified in this matter. I was not prepared to receive another qualification in this matter. I had resolved this in the previous financial year, and I could see the materiality of the 14 million rand, and that would have been a significant problem. So the urgency is on the basis of the financial year and getting our books in order to ensure that we prepare financial statements that are free from material errors.
Financial year end is 30 June, is it not?
Yes, it's 30 June.
The letter only terminates services with effect from 1 July.
Yes,
The letter only terminates services with effect from 1 July.
that's true.
How on earth can it affect financial year end if no services that are provided up to 30 July will be subject to the termination?
Firstly, SC, what essentially is that outstanding invoices from this point in time must be adequately reconciled and captured accordingly. If it's issued on the, can I just go to the page? You said it's page. I want to see the actual letter.
566.
566. I want to go to that actual letter. So 566. The letter is issued on the 24th of June, not July.
Look at paragraph 3.
Yes, but the letter is issued. So the point I'm trying to drive is that reconciliation of invoices must occur at this stage. As the Deputy Chief responsible for support and finance services, it's his responsibility to ensure full alignment. I wouldn't want to be engaged in a process after year end of dealing with outstanding purchase orders that couldn't have been dealt with at this point in time. So that was extremely urgent from my perspective, SC.
Was the purpose of the meeting to get him to put in purchase orders, to ensure that purchase orders and invoices have been put in? Is that what made this urgent?
No. The purpose was to ensure that the books are in order, that we don't get a surprise after year end, after financial statements have closed. At this stage, I had received no complaint. It was me being proactive in saying, this is something we might expect. This letter stops the services from the 1st of July. What happened between then and now? Were there any further deployments? How has those been dealt with? Was the budget available? Were purchase orders captured? I wouldn't want a repeat of what we've just faced at the close of the financial year, because at this point, it's something that's outside my control. And submitting financial statements to the AG with such flaws could result in a qualification area.
Are you saying the committee that you were part of, which made the decision to terminate, didn't take those factors into account?
So that committee took a decision that internal controls around ad hoc services must only be dealt with by TMPD.
Yes. So what are you discussing with Lamini?
What I'm discussing is that we need to ensure that before year end, before the 30th of June, any outstanding matters in this regard have been resolved. We will not have the leisure of time to make necessary corrections.
Did you know for there to be outstanding matters at this point, when you are urgently seeking a meeting, in fact, seeking a discussion which can't wait for a meeting, did you know for there to be any outstanding invoices?
No, I didn't know at this point, but we had on previous financial years a massive scramble.
I know the history. We've had enough of that, so I don't need you to go back there. I'm asking you a very direct question. You proactively seek out General Dlamini, and the context of it is you were in a committee. That committee made a decision that from the 1st of July, we will not be using these services. A termination letter must go out. You tell us that someone was delegated to deal with the matter. Spies is dealing with the matter, right? We understand, I do understand your evidence. Commissioner Spies was tasked to attend to this matter and bring it to order and finality. After that meeting, General Dlamini gets a copy of the letter. You are aware of that. You are dealing with Sergeant Nkosi about that same letter. You ask for a meeting with General Dlamini, and you're telling us you were proactively seeking to anticipate any disputes about outstanding invoices. I must say it's very strange unless you say yes, I was aware that there are invoices that may be an issue, and I was dealing with Mnisi so that we sort that out. If that's not your account of why you are being proactive about this in the way that you are being here, if that's not your explanation, then it is quite strange to me at least that you, when someone else has been tasked to deal with the matter, you decide you're going to take it on, and you're going to take it on with Dlamini instead of leaving it to Space to deal with.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think firstly, I was not aware that DC Dlamini had received this letter. And the purposes of me having this urgent request to engage him was purely as a result of me safeguarding the adequacy and correctness of the city's books from a payables perspective. Towards the end of the month, his roles and responsibility is support services and finance matters. I had a responsibility to play in terms of ensuring that he ensures that the component that he deals with his colleagues, Deputy Chief Spees, is dealt with accordingly. It was a highly problematic area. We had seen issues on a regular basis, up to a point where it was even in mid-year. So it was extremely important for me to address this matter. I needed to be proactive because I could foresee that this, if not raised, could come up at year-end or a month after we submit financial statements, and I wouldn't be in a position to take on anyone. So proactively, I need to raise concerns and risk areas to respective colleagues.
Thank you.
And you could not send an email to both Space and Dlamini through proper channels to say, I have these concerns, please address them, make sure this doesn't happen come financial year. Why do you use back channels that involve Nkosi? Because it raises suspicions to me that an internal matter, the letter is from Space, you are in possession of it. What's so difficult with you sending an email to Space and Deputy Commissioner Dlamini and say, in the past financial year we had this issue, make sure that it doesn't arise in the current financial year? Why do you go and fetch Nkosi and give him the letter and say he must arrange meetings with Dlamini, who is your colleague at Tshwane?
Yes. Commissioner, I had already considered that I should have asked for his details first. And I do correct myself a few hours afterwards and I get his details. The reason for me addressing this via telephonic mode of communication with Deputy Dlamini, it is pure responsibility. It's his responsibility at year end to ensure that finance-related matters from TMPD are dealt with and dealt with
And
accordingly.
it's not the normal channel, that's my issue. It's the private cellular phone numbers. I mean, this is a work issue. This is at work. You can use your email at work to send an email to him at work to say, please bear in mind that we had these issues in the past financial year. Make sure that they don't happen again. If you need more clarity, give me a call on my landline in the office, or I call you in the landline in your office. It's the back channels that concern me. It's the back channels where the private cell phone, the private meetings arranged by Sergeant Nkosi, the private, very urgent meetings that must happen immediately and cannot stop. Those are the back channels that concern me. Because this is a Tshwane issue, it's an internal issue, it's an issue between colleagues who can send each other emails and does not need the involvement of Nkosi at all. Because these are now year-end issues.
Commissioner, if I can comment, modes of communication, there's different forms which I accepted. There was nothing untoward by me requesting his cell phone details and calling him. The area of concern is indeed that I first request Sergeant Nkosi to do that on my behalf. I concede and I do correct myself and I get his details directly. So there's nothing untoward with utilizing a cell phone mode of communication to relay a message to a colleague. It happens all the time. It happens between me and the city manager, the deputy mayor, all the time. It's a mode of communication that we might utilize. Further to that, even utilizing a private a landline number. My PA takes all my calls. I don't even have a landline number in my office. They're all redirected to my PA to handle because that phone constantly goes off the hook. So I couldn't have utilized that. And I preferred cell phone related communication because it would transmit the matter faster It would help me to clarify any concerns from the Deputy Chief immediately, rather than waiting for an email communication, which he might claim, I did not see this, I only saw this the next day. So I use the cell phone mode of communication, not as a mechanism of hiding anything or doing anything illicit. It was a faster way for me to convey the message and to address any concerns that might arise.
Okay. And the reason I'm mentioning this, so that you understand why I'm mentioning it, it's because of everything Sergeant Nkosi has been doing. And everything he has been doing, which you considered that by the third or fourth time, it looked like he was trying to influence a tender which was being evaluated. And everything we have seen that he was doing, and the conduct that even you said was suspicious. So when I look at all of that together, and knowing that even on your version, you thought he had misled you or was playing you at some point, you still engage him in these things. And it raises, to me, concerns. And I won't put it higher than that it raises concerns. That you knew at least by March, end of March, that he's trying to influence a tender that you are going to adjudicate. It's still being evaluated. And you found his behavior suspicious, although he never expressly said to you, I want you to rig this tender in my brother's favor. But you now know that he's doing all those things. And despite that, you still involve him in Tshwane matters. That's where, to me, the concern comes from. Thank you.
Mr. Chaskalson, just a couple of unrelated questions, but still relating to the same chats. Mr. Mnisi, you suggested quite a while back now, in response to questions by Mr. Chaskalson, that you wanted to make this urgent call so as to obviate the need for the meeting. You remember that?
Yes, I needed to address this matter
Yes.
urgently,
And
Commissioner.
yes. So once you got the number and once you made the call, there would no longer be a meeting. That's how I understood you, correct?
There wouldn't have been a need any longer.
Yes. Okay, now let's look at page 332, the third chat on that page, where you say, I need to call him urgently. And here are the words that I want to emphasize. In the meantime. My understanding of those words is that something is to happen now, but something else is to happen later. I want to call him urgently in the meantime. That is, pending the happening of something else. Would you agree that that would be the ordinary reading of those words?
I agree, Chairperson.
Yes. Yeah. Now, I do not get it then when you say that as soon as you would have called him, there would no longer be a need for a meeting. If you accept my interpretation of this as you have just done. Do you want to respond?
Yes, please, Chairperson.
Yes.
So, in the event that there's additional clarity-seeking questions, I had already requested for the meeting. I had already done that. And I'm sure Sergeant Nkosi had already informed the Deputy Chief. So I'm not sure whether he now moved whatever plans he had. So when I say in the meantime, I say if the need arises, and if there's any additional communication or clarity that we might need to have out face-to-face. So,
Continue.
yes. So it was in that context that I had already requested for a meeting, but I had realized that I should have asked for the number first.
Yeah.
So,
But you say in so many words that once you spoke to him, there would be no need for a meeting. So I don't understand the explanation you've just given.
Chairperson, I had already requested a meeting. I say in the meantime.
That means nothing. If you say, once I called him, there would be no need for a meeting. So it doesn't matter that you had already asked for the meeting. Because all you would then have to do would be to say, because I've now spoken to you, General, there is no need for a meeting, and you would then tell Sergeant Kosi that as well. You agree?
I was being courteous to Sergeant Kosi, Chair. I knew that once we have a discussion over the call, we would be in a position to resolve this matter, and there might not be any further need for a meeting. So when I say in the meantime, I'm telling him that I'll call him urgently in the meantime, and I will inform you if needs be, if the meeting must still continue. But for now, let me address the matter directly with my colleague.
But
That's-
you can't say if the meeting will still be necessary. You've just said in so many words now, when I'm engaging you, and when Mr. Shaskalsin was engaging you, that there would no longer be a need for a meeting. You said so in so many words.
Chair, our communications are informal, and I wouldn't express and expand in so many words. Hence,
I'm taking you on your word, Mr. Mnisi. I'm taking you on your word.
that's my word, and I stick to that, that I would have a correct, direct communication with the Deputy Chief, clear the matter, and if the need arises, we'll still have a meeting. That's what I meant by that.
Okay, moving on to the second point. One chat down, you say, because earlier you said you want to call him urgently in the meantime. The next chat is, this can't wait for the meeting, my bro. This is totally at odds with somebody who's saying there would, once you've spoken to him, there would no longer be a need for a meeting. Do you agree?
I agree, Chair. He was taking long to send me the details. I need the numbers now. I was trying to demonstrate urgency, that I want these contact details now. I can't wait. If he, in his mind, thinks, no, this can wait.
So you accept that this too is an indication that you were still expecting that there will be a meeting,
I accept that, Commissioner.
which I say is at odds with what you said in response to Mr. Shaskalsin and me, that once you called him, there would no longer be a meeting.
At this stage, I hadn't communicated with the Deputy Chief. But in the context of me sending these, I knew.
That's something else. That's something else. You knew what you wanted to talk to him about, and you knew that once you did, that would kill the need for a meeting. So whether or not you'd spoken to him is neither here nor there. Do you follow me?
Chair, I follow you, but I tend to disagree with that notion as a result of this being related. So, if I couldn't get hold of him for whatever reason, then the meeting must still proceed. So, I'm explaining it in the context of saying, I said that firstly to communicate that I already requested for the meeting, but I want to call this gentleman now. Please send me all these details. I send a variety of messages to try and show my urgency that I need the contact details now. But in my mind, I knew in the context of the discussions, it's just the informal nature that I don't go further to express.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Just listen before you do that. The call him and you need to speak to him urgently. Was that precipitated by this termination letter, when you received the termination letter? Is that what triggered the request to make a call?
In conjunction,
Or the need to make a call?
yes, in conjunction with ensuring that all invoices and account payables are dealt with accordingly.
Yeah. So the sequence of these texts here is you first ask for a meeting. That's where you say we need to have a discussion with him. So all three of you, I accept that the use of we here is not what you've told us earlier, which is it was a reference to just the other party alone. You were all going to meet, all three of you, and then he says, I will call him, and then you get the termination letter. So the meeting was always on schedule, according to you. The meeting was going to happen. Then you get the termination letter, and then you then say, call him, and that follows with the urgently. I found him, what time do you want to meet? And then you say, I need to call him urgently. So whatever you tell us, you've testified you are going to discuss with General Dlamini, it appears on the sequence of these WhatsApp messages that the telephone call, this urgent telephone call, was going to be a different discussion, or in addition to the meeting, in fact, because the meeting was with you, Dlamini, and Sergeant Kosi. And the meeting was not precipitated by the termination letter, according to the sequence of these WhatsApp messages. I say this to conclude that it seems that you were going to meet anyway. You just needed to deal with something urgently with him, but you were still going to have that 3-person meeting that you've asked for. Am I correct? That's what it looks like.
Commissioner, I respectfully disagree with you. The purpose of me requesting this engagement from the beginning was in terms of discussing the termination letter. The reason I send it is for General Dlamini to be aware of what the content of the discussion will be about.
Okay. So when you first said we need to meet, it's because you already had the letter.
Yes.
And you wanted to discuss the letter from the get-go when you said let's meet.
I agree with you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mnisi, your version throughout has been that this urgent meeting was to deal with year-end issues.
And outstanding invoices.
And outstanding invoices. Well, the termination letter was completely irrelevant to that. How could the termination letter, which only took effect after year-end, be relevant to year-end issues and outstanding invoices?
It's relevant because we need to reconcile any outstanding invoices for the current financial year.
But you need to do that whether or not there's termination.
But there's been instances where that wasn't done. We had seen that previously from TMPD. That resulted in 7 months worth of invoices having been dealt with only in January. So I needed to avoid a situation of that nature to reoccur. It was common practice that was occurring.
If there was no termination letter, you'd be faced with exactly the same problem. If there was no termination letter, you'd be faced with a problem that there is evidence that there is no reconciliation of invoices, and you're going to sit with the problem that by year end you can't reconcile.
But the difference there, Chair, is that this matter must be concluded. So there might have been...
Sorry, what must be concluded? Reconciliation by year end or...
Sorry, Chair.
Or termination?
Sorry. So these events must occur concurrently with each other, whether we like it or not. In this instance, firstly...
Sorry, what events? Please be clear now. I'm trying to work out what your version means, because I can make no sense of it at all.
So firstly, it's the termination and ensuring that no further accrual invoices are raised by this company. Second component...
Sorry, termination only takes effect on the 1st of July. There's nothing urgent, an email, a message. You can say to him, look, here's the termination letter. In 4 days' time, you're not going to be able to engage these people. Don't invoice them.
I completely disagree with you from that point. Taking into account what had occurred in the past, this was an urgent matter for me to deal with, to address on both events. Firstly, the outstanding payables issue and reconciliations being done accordingly.
Okay,
Secondly,
stop at that first one. That first issue is going to be there whether or not there's a termination letter. You accept?
I accept.
So the termination letter has nothing to do with that?
No, it does, because it's related. It's a related matter. We have seen major issue in the service provider. The service provider could have a deployment letter that we're not aware of. So this must be dealt with accordingly, and that all parties involved must work together.
The service provider has received a letter that says you may not provide any services with effect from 1 July. Next financial year, you may not provide any services. Service provider can't, there are no issues with deployment letters that might affect the next financial year in the face of that letter.
This was extremely urgent from my perspective, taking into account the past events.
Let's take a step back. So do you accept that in relation to year-end invoices, this termination letter is irrelevant? It has nothing to do with making sure that accounting matters are in relation to the 2024-25 financial year are in order?
Chair, like I said, these matters are interrelated.
No,
you can't read them in. I don't accept.
Please let him finish, please.
I don't accept that at all. These are interrelated events, and I stand to what I said. The urgency of this came in 2 aspects. Firstly, we need to ensure that the books are reconciled accordingly. Secondly, we need to ensure that this issue desists from reoccurring, completely moving forward. So the termination letter triggered my concern from the past events that we had seen and that were evident on board. So it was relevant for me to have a discussion on both matters to finally get this matter to rest.
You were part of the committee that took the decision that gave rise to the termination letter.
Yes.
So you were aware of those issues from months before.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have anticipated that in relation to the reconciliation of invoices for the 24-25 financial year, there may be a problem given the track record of the department and Gubis. Why did it only occur to you that this might be a problem when you see a termination letter on the 26th of June?
Termination letter triggered that, Chair. It was an issue that I was going to address in any matter. Termination letter triggers that, so that this matter is addressed urgently at this point in time.
So the issue would have been an issue whether or not there was a termination letter.
Or might not have, but it's an issue that I was aware of, and it was persistently continuing, so I needed to ensure that there are systems and safeguarding controls in place to desist that from reoccurring.
And the existence of the termination letter had no effect on whether that would or would not have been an issue.
Like I said, that's not the only reason. Moving forward, how we
Sorry, let's get rid of the first explanation that you gave us, because I want to put to you that first explanation is just simply wrong.
I
The
disagree.
termination letter could have had nothing whatsoever to do with issues as to whether invoices had been reconciled up to the point at which termination took effect.
Respectfully, SC, I disagree with you. These matters are interrelated. One matter triggers another, whether we like it or not. There
No,
could have been
you can say that again and again, but you actually need to give me some sort of rational explanation for it, because the termination letter takes place after year end. You're talking about a process of reconciling invoices up to year end. The two are not related.
I disagree with you, SC. They are related. That's my answer as a result of this triggering, whether these matters have been reconciled or not, and also ensuring that we put systems in place to avoid this from reoccurring in the new year. We saw what happened in the previous financial year. Invoices from 28th of June 2024 were claimed by the service provider, which had to be dealt with as an ex post facto invoice. So from my perspective...
But if we're talking about invoices from a year and a month previously, that's not going to be affected by termination. That is a problem that exists whether or not termination has taken place. You understand that?
I understand that, and I've given my answer on the urgency of this matter and what triggered both processes. And I think from my perspective, that was an urgent matter that I needed to deal with speed. It was also implemented by that. It's year end now. Further to that, moving forward, there must be systems to deal with this matter. It was an urgent matter from my perspective.
So I want to put to you that your evidence is false and that one of two propositions must be the correct state of affairs. Either the urgency had nothing to do with the termination, or the urgency did have something to do with the termination, but it had something that you're not telling us about.
I respectfully disagree with you on that proposition. I am giving evidence from an objective perspective. I am telling the truth to the Commission. The purpose of this engagement was in reference to dealing with the matters that I just raised. Firstly, year-end processes ensuring count payables are in place. Secondly, ensuring that this matter does not reoccur in the near future, as depicted by the sequence of events and the urgency of me actually wanting his contact details so I can further have discussions with him directly.
But Mr. Mnisi, what's the happening or not happening of something in the future? What's it got to do with the financial year end of 2025? Well, what's the connection between the two? The future in the context of that financial year would obviously be something starting from the next financial year onwards. So what's that got to do with the end of this financial year? I just do not understand you.
Firstly, Commissioner,
I hope you are not going to repeat the same thing you've been repeating to Mr. Shaskalsit. I hope you're going to give a new explanation.
I'm going to give you a true explanation of what occurred from my recollection and what happened on this event. Chairperson, risk management processes have dictated that there's a failure within the internal controls around this process. I will not repeat. We've already discussed it and we've seen the evidence towards that. Secondly, I am a proactive individual in terms of managing risk and mitigating measures from reoccurring in the near future. So I don't just look at matters.
What's your near future? What's your near future?
The new
Is it-
financial year.
Is it from 1st July onwards?
The new financial year and to put safeguards in place from the beginning. That's my proactive thinking in terms of addressing this matter and mitigating it from reoccurring in the near future. So I had to deal with it firstly. I assessed the risk management processes. There were severe issues that were reoccurring. It's evident we've seen that. Secondly, let's be proactive and stop this so that everyone is on the same state of mind. From my perspective, that was urgent.
What exactly would you have had to say in your year-end report about this matter? At least in this context, with the exception of saying this has been terminated.
Chair, the first aspect.
I know you would have had to give a history, this and that and that and that happened leading to the termination. But my understanding is that you wanted to talk to the general about the termination, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, what's the agency in that in relation to the financial year end? What's the agency? If all that you want to talk to him about is the cancellation, that's my difficulty, especially regard being heard, and Mr. Shaskalson has said this repeatedly, regard being heard to the fact that that cancellation was only going to take effect from the 1st of July. So telling the general that there has been a termination or discussing that termination with him, what's that got to do with you finalizing your report for purposes of the financial year end? What you've said thus far just does not make sense at all. Yes?
Chairperson, with all due respect, this is what occurred, and I am giving evidence to the Commission that the purpose of me having a discussion with Deputy Chief was in relation to ensure that, firstly, account payables are recorded accordingly to avoid
What
accounts payables, the creditors, that if there's any matters outstanding, reconciliations must be done accordingly so that our books are
relating
complete.
to which financial year?
To the financial year that was closing, which was the 30th of June 2025. Further to that, the termination moving forward and that the matter is being closed, that was urgent for me. I needed to address that. I saw that as something that's pertinent for me to have a face-to-face discussion with the general in order to avoid anyone saying anything else. We've seen in other chats that the general, between himself, what was presented to me, it's something that said Mpofu-Walsh is okay that, which I hadn't. So I needed to ensure that I have a direct communication with him and I outline this in full so that this matter is closed completely.
And then on something you consider to be that urgent, you don't get the number directly from within the system and you want it from Sergeant Kosi.
It was easier. He had it readily available.
And your PA could not easily have gotten it for you.
I chose to ask it from Sergeant Kosi. I could have asked it from my PA, who would have phoned his PA, who would have first asked for permission. It would have been easier for me to see Sergeant Kosi.
On these chats, how long did it take him to give you the number?
I'm just going to page 331. So on 331, I asked for the number. Can I have his number on 332?
I just want the time, how long. You can look at the beginning and then right at the tail end and just give me how long it took. How long did it take?
Okay, that's where I'm going. It was at 11:58. He sent it to me at 11:03. So it looks like it was about 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, all right. Mr. Shaskalson?
No, before you do, can I please? Sorry, Mr. Shaskalson. Mr. Mnisi, you say urgency for two reasons. One is for the future, the new financial year, but this termination letter is on the 26th. And in fact, you say it cannot wait before the meeting. I need to do this on a call and I need to do it now. But the termination letter is on the 26th of June. And so, even if one accepts that there is an urgency to deal with what not to do in the future, you actually have a good 4 days good 4 or 5 days before the new financial year starts. So it doesn't make sense that you have a meeting that you're scheduling and then you say, I have to speak to him now so that I can talk about the future that is only starting on the 1st of July. So it doesn't make sense at all as an explanation for why it's urgent to have a call. Similarly, the reconciling of the previous years or the ending year payments, invoices, and purchase orders, it doesn't make sense because you have 4 days before the year closes, but the close of the year doesn't mean come the 30th, all your documents and everything are in. It's a process that continues to run as you prepare your documents. I see you nodding. I think you agree with me.
I agree with you.
That it's a process in itself. So your explanation that I needed to speak to him now, before the meeting that we are scheduling, and that's what made it urgent, is not a satisfactory explanation because you had time on both sides. I would like you to comment on that if you've got a comment. But the second thing is you are speaking to Sergeant Nkosi about having this meeting and having a discussion with General Ramini. So it must be that it is just about Goobies, and we know it is about Goobies because it's about the letter that was sent to Goobies. But Goobies is not the only service provider who is implicated by a termination of these ad hoc services. It's not the only service provider that likely has financial accounting and reconciliations and purchase orders issues. You have the whole lot of your service providers who are similarly situated, and you're not obviously not going to be addressing them with Nkosi because he has nothing to do with them. So that again is to me suggests that in fact your telephone discussion and your meeting that you are asking for had nothing to do with what you are telling us that they were about. It was going to be a completely different discussion other than what you're saying about the future and the reconciliations that you want to be done before financial end, because that explanation doesn't make sense at all for the agency that you've put into this process.
Commissioner, I respectfully disagree with you on the grounds that we had 4 days left and we do provide additional 10 days. TMPD is a big spending department. For them to reconcile all the status of accounts, they might need way more than 4 days. Taking into account that there must be confirmation and engagement with the service provider, have an agreement in terms of what's outstanding. From that point, they need to undertake the process of ensuring that invoices are certified, purchase orders are created. So that's something that takes a bit of time in some instances, particularly on the verification component. So from my perspective, this was essential, and I needed to give him a heads up so that we don't face an issue of this nature when time is up.
Interrupt you, but that's what happens every year end. Mm-hmm. It's not unique here. Every year end, that's exactly what the processes of closing the year entail. So you have to explain why this is different, that you are rushing things in this way, and specifically relating to Goobies.
So every year end, the department was getting this wrong. The previous year, I had to make restatements on the financial statements as a correction of findings that were picked up by the Auditor General. We had to accept that indeed these are matters that are outstanding. So it was something that was not occurring correctly in the past. Hence, this time around, we needed to ensure that this finding does not repeat itself and there's no need to make a correction on the submitted financial statements.
Goobies' June invoice was only going to come in late July anyway.
So within this process, we also request the service provider to submit early. It's a standard process of closing our books. All service providers are sent letters to ensure that you submit your invoice that's due for the year-end financial year before 10 working days. That's the last invoice.
So that was going to happen in July, and all the recon would happen in July. There was no urgency on the 26th of June.
But invoices that might not have been dealt with subsequent to either the period of May, April, and March, took note that we resolved an issue of Goobies' outstanding payments in March for all invoices that were due up until February. So what happened to March invoices? What happened to April invoices, May invoices, and June. So there was 4 months that needed to be dealt with accordingly.
But you said at this point you were not aware of any outstanding invoices.
Yes, but there was a perception that I need to get confirmation. So the Deputy Chief Dlamini must ensure that that has been dealt with accordingly. I might not have been personally aware, but it's a process that must be undertaken.
Okay, Mr.
Can I try and spell this out in very simple steps so that you and I can actually find ourselves on the same page?
I'm very, very sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chaskalson. Did the council discuss the end time today? For today, rather.
We were aiming at 4, but unless the witness is going to come back tomorrow morning,
Perhaps let's take a short adjournment. I will not indicate a time. May council have that discussion and come to us outside once you've done that? Let's adjourn.
We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Mnisi, I was hoping to close off this subject of the relevance of the termination letter by postulating three different steps, three different scenarios. The first scenario is a scenario extremely unlikely, but a scenario where the TMPD is presented with an invoice from before the 24-25 financial year. The scenario that you faced earlier that month in relation to the one outstanding Goobus invoice. Now, you'll accept that that scenario, how to deal with an invoice from the 23-24 financial year, would be completely unaffected by the fact of termination. It would be a problem whether termination took place or not. Do you accept that?
I accept that and accept that this is a highly unlikely event.
Highly unlikely. So now we deal with a much more likely scenario, the scenario that there are a series of invoices for the 24-25 financial year, invoices before the 30th of June, in respect of which there are disputes. Payment hasn't been made. That is an issue in relation to year end that will be an issue whether termination has taken place or not. Any financial year, if there are disputes on invoices in relation to that financial year, that will be an issue whether or not the contract is going to survive the end of the financial year. You accept that?
I accept that, which justifies my urgency in terms of dealing with the matter as well.
Yes. And anticipating that issue is something that shouldn't be left to the 26th of June in any financial year, because it's something that will be an issue in any financial year. It's something that you can anticipate months in advance. You can have in place procedures for dealing with year end that will ensure that if there are any disputes in relation to invoices for that year, they are resolved speedily enough to meet your reporting requirements. You accept that?
I disagree with that, SC. The environment that we're working in is not the perfect environment. In the perfect environment, all of these issues must be dealt with on a monthly basis. These are some of the issues that we're still struggling with in the city, and we're still trying to ensure that the systems that we put on board deal with that. At present, we still have issues where we are experiencing concerns of this nature. Hence, I disagree with that notion. We are addressing these internal controls. This was a relevant, urgent matter for me to address.
But you're addressing those issues in relation to contracts other than contracts that end at the end of the financial year, are you not?
With all contracts.
All contracts. So it's an issue that arises in all contracts, whether they terminate on the 30th of June or whether they run into the next financial year.
Agreed.
So the termination of this particular contract wouldn't make it a special situation.
I disagree with that. I was being proactive. I needed to ensure that this matter doesn't persist in the future.
But you would have had to have been proactive whether or not the contract was continuing past 30 June.
Especially at year end, which is a major concern for me, to get the books in order, one, and to ensure that in the future, this matter does not repeat itself.
Yes, but that's an issue that you face not just in relation to this contract, but in relation to all other contracts of the city.
No, it's predominantly within TMPD security services.
Yes, well, let's not take it outside of TMPD. In relation to all other TMPD contracts, whether or not they're terminating on 30 June.
Other TMPD contracts are smaller in nature. They don't find themselves having complexities of this nature. Watchman Services one is where the biggest budget and expenditure is. They've got too many stakeholders and too many sites where they deploy service providers to do their work. Hence, this is a particular case.
Well, let's change the counterfactual. Let's assume there had been no termination letter. That's an issue that you would still have faced in relation to this contract. you would have needed year-end books to be, year-end procedures to be in order in relation to this contract, even though it was going to roll over into the next financial year.
I agree with you, SC.
So the termination per se, it did not make that issue a different issue for this contract.
I disagree with you, SC. This was an urgent matter for myself. I analyzed, knowing the context of this issue, looking at the risk that we faced in the past. For me, this was an urgent matter that had to be addressed.
Well, look, I don't know if I can take it further in relation to the current financial year. Let's talk about the next financial year. The 25-26 financial year. If Gubis had received a letter saying you may not provide any services with effect from 1 July, you were aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So if Gubis provided services with effect in August 2025 or on the 5th of July 2025, they knew they were doing something that the city had expressly informed them that they may not do.
Agreed.
And the city would be under no obligation to honor any invoice furnished for those services.
Yes.
So the termination letter couldn't have created any difficulties for the city in relation to what might happen in the 25-26 financial year. The city would just ignore an invoice that Gubis submitted for the 25-26 financial year.
I agree with that.
What I want to put to you is if we look at those three scenarios, the fact of the termination letter couldn't have had any effect on the urgency of a need to meet with General Dlamini. And I think you've given your answer in that respect, but what I want to put to you is that having regard to the situations with respect to the 23-24 financial year, the 24-25 financial year, and the 25-26 financial year, the termination letter, the fact of the termination letter, didn't make any difference to the urgency relating to year-end procedures.
SC, I respectfully disagree with you. From my dealing with this matter, it was urgent and it was necessary for me to deal with.
Well, let's leave it there. We may just have to agree to disagree. Can I deal with one last issue in relation to what happened between you and Sergeant Nkosi on the 26th of June? If we...
Page numbers, apologies, SC.
So we were at page 332, and the last exchange between you and Sergeant Nkosi in relation to the meeting or the non-meeting with Deputy Chief Dlamini is at the foot of 332, where you say, please let him know, I'll give him a call. And Sergeant Nkosi says he's inspecting it, and that's at 1:49 p.m.
Yes.
That evening, over the page on 333, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a screenshot of a chat that he's had with the MMC, Ms. Marodi, and saying at the bottom of the, towards the foot of page 334 where it says today, which would be 26 June, appointment booked and confirmed 11 o'clock at Pretoria North Verosky Spa. Let me know when you leave home. Please bring your car so I can take it to valet while you're busy on your massage. That's from Sergeant Nkosi, and the MMC responds, thank you so much, I will do so. And Sergeant Nkosi forwards you that screenshot with a little message at the bottom, Mpofu-Walsh. Why did he forward you that message? What did you understand him to be saying in that regard?
Well, I knew he knew and had an association with MMC Marodi. Was just informing me. I can't confirm further than that. From my perspective, he was just informing me.
He was informing you that he'd arranged a spa booking for MMC Marodi and was going to arrange for a car to be taken for a valet service while she was at the spa.
Yes, as per the message that he sent to me.
Can I take you, why would that be relevant to you?
Well, I can't comment on that. I had no interest in it as well.
You had no interest in it?
I just took note. I had
You had no interest in Sergeant Nkosi's steps to get into the good books of MMC Marodi?
Absolutely, yes. No interest.
Let's go to page 388. That's the next screenshot that Sergeant Nkosi sends you of a chat with MMC Marodi. And there you'll see there's a screenshot, it's from the 7th of October of that year. Again, it's a chat with MMC Marodi, and Sergeant Nkosi sends, top of it is a picture of some sound equipment at a meeting venue, and then a response from the MMC saying thank you so much with 4 hearts, and then another picture of the sound equipment, and then underneath Sergeant Nkosi says she asked for assistance. Your response to that message is thanks for helping her, Mfowethu. She must brief us of any developments. Now, why were you thanking Sergeant Nkosi for helping MMC Marodi?
It was just a courtesy for me saying, oh, she asked you for help and you helped her. That's very nice of you.
And what developments did you want MMC Marodi to brief you on?
If there were any service delivery matters that occur from the meeting that she was in, she needs to raise it so that we're able to deal with these issues accordingly.
Did you know what that meeting was?
I wasn't aware, but it's clear to me. Well, I don't recall now, but I probably think it was a community meeting that all councillors have. She was a chairperson of a region where they discuss urgent service delivery matters. Within that context, billing issues are raised as well. So if she encounters any issues of that nature, I would like to assist in terms of resolving the concerns raised by the residents.
But you didn't say she must brief us in relation to any issues or in relation to any concerns. You said brief us of any developments. What did you mean by development?
I meant if there are any issues that come above from the meeting that she has with the community from a service delivery perspective, and if there are finance-related issues, kindly brief me of any of those developments so that I can address them. That's what I meant.
I want to put to you that that's not the ordinary meaning of briefing someone on developments. When you ask for someone to brief you on developments, you're talking about an ongoing process that may change.
I disagree with you, SC, respectfully. Myself and Sergeant Nkosi have informal discussions where we don't look deep into meanings of words. The purpose of this, like I said, was any service delivery issues or finance matters that are raised by community so that I can assist in resolving them.
And when you said she must brief us, did you mean Sergeant Nkosi and Ngapeshea, or did you mean you and Sergeant Nkosi?
No, I meant me. When I said us, it's a similar way of speaking with the hours and the way that I had previously seen on circumstances like we see when the number 1 issue came out. I said, should we be concerned? It was in that context. I meant me.
So you meant you?
Yes.
So when you, in relation to number 1, when you said, should we be concerned, you were asking, should you be concerned about Sergeant Nkosi's meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
He, not me. I referenced he. So we were using the words of we, ours interchangeably as a result of us being close. Here I was saying, you must let me know of any issues that might have occurred so that I'm able to assist the residents.
So when you say she must brief us of any developments, you mean she must brief me of any developments?
Yes.
Not me and Sergeant Nkosi?
No.
And when you say, should we be concerned about the meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni, you mean should Sergeant Nkosi be concerned about the meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
That's exactly what I said as well earlier on.
Yes, so you're using me in 2 completely contradictory ways in those 2 meetings. It's you'll accept.
In short, this meant when I say we, is your problems are my problem, my brother. So should we be concerned? Please, can you brief us on the developments? It was our way of speaking.
So brief us of developments is brief me of developments. Should we be concerned is should you be concerned?
Yes.
So we is serving as a multi-purpose pronoun that can mean any any singular or plural pronoun that you want. Is that what you're saying?
Informal discussion. We didn't ensure that English grammar is up to scratch when we had discussions.
I see. Can I put to you?
You're still on the same topic.
No, it's
Okay, maybe then let me ask my question anyway. This event, this assistance that is offered by, or that was provided by Sergeant Kosi to the MMC, what did you know about it?
I don't recall exactly, Commissioner, what was it about.
Sorry, you say you don't recall?
It was a service delivery meeting that she normally has. It looks like here she requested him for assistance with additional sound systems. So I said, oh, in that meeting that you're in, if there are any issues that are raised, please let me know so I can assist the communities that you're meeting.
So, and you say when you, firstly, you don't remember what it was about?
I don't remember the exact meeting where it was. I do remember the context around.
And you say the context was what?
Commissioner, I'm saying that she was in a service delivery meeting. Within that service delivery meeting, it's clear that she had requested Sergeant Nkosi from what he had sent to me. I said to him, oh, thank you for assisting her. I wasn't even involved. I didn't even know this was going to take place. From that point of view, I offer, say, if she encounters any issues, please, she must let me know. So I'm able to address the developments or the issues emanating from that meeting.
Okay, so when you say she must brief us of any developments, you're saying if there are any issues, she must tell you?
Yes,
of
yes,
service
Commissioner.
delivery?
Yes, Commissioner.
She must tell you and Sergeant Nkosi?
No, she must tell me.
Well, he seems to think that she must tell both of you because he responds, yes, indeed, my brother. So according to Sergeant Nkosi, whatever developments means in this preceding WhatsApp message must be briefed to both of you.
I can't comment on how he understood it, but when he responded, I'm fully aware that he knows how we speak because we don't have issues previously and our understanding is clear. So my assumption was he understood exactly what I meant when I said that.
Yes, well, I'm looking at your text and his text. I don't know what he was thinking, but I'm working with the text and your text as well. Your text is she must brief us of any developments. Mr. Chaskalson has told you what his understanding of that is, and I agree, I concur with him. It's similar, I understand it the same way. But importantly for me, Sergeant Nkosi says, yes, indeed, my brother. So he agrees with you that the MMC must brief you of developments. That's his text. And on the plain reading and understanding of the text, it is not you, it doesn't refer to you in the singular, it refers to both of you, that you both must get that briefing. I've heard your response to it. I'm just putting to you that I share Mr. Chaskalson's view of what's here. You may comment. I don't mean to stop you if you want to comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd rather not comment on that message from Sergeant Kosi's perspective, but on my understanding, I'll stick to what I said earlier on, that he knew how we speak and he knew exactly what the us would have meant, as did on previous occasions.
Thank you.
So when we look at these conversations between yourself and Deputy Chief Dlamini, intermediated through Sergeant Nkosi, we see a pattern where messages get sent, a repeated pattern, not just through the Gubis email, WhatsApps that we've looked at, but also through the TMPD one emails, WhatsApps that we've looked at. We see a repeated pattern where messages from Deputy Chief Dlamini get sent to you through Sergeant Nkosi, and where messages from you get sent to Deputy Chief Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi. So you and Deputy Chief Dlamini are in effect exchanging messages through Sergeant Nkosi. You'll accept that we see, probably more than 100 of those instances.
I accept that we saw instances of that nature occurring, but my discussions in terms of the relevant matters that were discussed, in terms of TMPD1, in terms of the outstanding Gubis payment, which was only instances where we had those indirect communications as well as the termination, which I tried to stop. But my explanation on those matters and the reasoning behind without going back is still relevant and stands as well. But I do accept what you're saying with the provision of my explanations being taken into account.
No, absolutely. We've heard your explanations. What I want to put to you is there is a possible other explanation. And in order to do that, I need to draw to your attention that In the WhatsApps of Sergeant Nkosi, we see the same mode in his WhatsApps with General Sabia and his WhatsApps with Mr. Vusimuzi Kat Matlala, and in his WhatsApps with a Mr. Stephen Motsumi. So we see that Sergeant Nkosi, that General Sabia and Mr. Matlala never communicate directly on WhatsApp, that we are aware of. General Sabia and Mr. Motsumi never communicate directly on WhatsApp that we are aware of. But we do see messages being passed from General Sabia to Sergeant Nkosi and on to Mr. Matlala, and then back from Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi to General Sabia. And similarly in relation to Mr. Motsumi, messages from General Sabia going to Mr. Motsumi through Sergeant Nkosi, and messages from Mr. Motsumi coming back to General Sabia through Sergeant Nkosi. And in those cases, we understand that mode of communication as serving a very obvious function, that General Sabia doesn't want to leave a trace of direct communications with Mr. Matlala, so he communicates with Mr. Matlala through Sergeant Nkosi. And similarly in relation to Mr. Motsumi. That's the appearance at any rate. And this mode of communication that we see between yourself and Deputy Chief Dlamini in relation to TMPD1 and in relation to into the Gubis issues about invoicing and termination has the same hallmarks, that you're actually having very extensive communications, but there's no sign of them on either of your phones. All that one sees is your communications with Sergeant Nkosi and General Dlamini's communications with Sergeant Nkosi. And what I want to put to you is that why you are using this mode of communication with General Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi is that you are engaged in activities that are irregular activities, and you don't want to leave a trace of direct communication with Deputy Chief Dlamini in relation to those activities. What's your comment on that?
Thank you, SC. I think firstly, I must respectfully strongly disagree with you. I'm not going to comment on other issues that you might have seen through other discussions that don't involve me. I'm going to focus on the matters at hand. And as stipulated earlier on, it was an issue of convenience. I did mention that. Also, an equally important point is that that channel is broken. I request for his contact details and I start dealing with him directly as a mechanism of avoiding the hindsight agreement that I set. I did agree that in hindsight, I should have asked for the contact details immediately. I agreed to that. However, I strongly disagree with the notion that we're engaged in illicit or illegal activities that are unlawful. And the major difference is that there is trace of communication directly between myself and Deputy Chief Dlamini. There's significant evidence to that. We did break the chain because I did realize the hindsight error of allowing Sergeant Nkosi to involve himself initially. So I strongly disagree with you with respect, SC.
Well, you broke the chain when it was urgent and you needed to speak to the General. That leaves no trace of what you said to the General. Are you suggesting that you have WhatsApps that you sent to the General in relation to TMPD1 or in relation to the Gubis invoicing?
What I'm suggesting is that I requested for his contact details in order to deal with the matters moving forward, particularly on the matter that we have just discussed now, on the accounts payables matter, as well as the termination letter. I did request that.
Are there any WhatsApps that you and General Dlamini exchanged in relation to either TMPD1 or any of these Gubis-related issues?
No, there are no, because I didn't have his contact details from the Gubis invoices, and I wasn't interested, and he wouldn't send me any WhatsApp messages for TMPD1. There are no WhatsApp messages.
So the only WhatsApp messages, we see extensive WhatsApp messages in relation to TMPD1 and Gubis where you are communicating with the general, but they all go through Sergeant and Corsi.
Gubis in relation to the payments have been resolved. TMPD1, I did not at one point agree to have those communications. I did not at one point request any of those messages to be sent to me. So I'm going to distance myself from that completely. I'm not going to respond to those because those were not WhatsApp messages for myself. I didn't even trigger any of those.
So you understood that Sergeant and Corsi was sending you messages from General Dlamini in relation to TMPD1. Let's take that last message, that last set of messages, the fourth case, where on the 25th of March, you, I'm looking for my page now. It's page 177. Let's look at that text at message time 7:08:18 p.m., 9:08 p.m. on the 25th of March. You get a message from Sergeant and Corsi which says, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given ku Mpofu-Walsh in order of priority. El Shaddai and Gapesheha, and on it goes. So you look at that message and you know it's coming from Deputy Chief Dlamini. You're nodding, is that a yes?
I confirm, yes.
You answer it. Thanks, Mpofu-Walsh, I'm on top of this. You follow up. This is ours, Mpofu-Walsh. This is the final list, right? And he responds, yes, it's our final list. And follows up with another screenshot of an exchange from General Dlamini. Did you not expect that he would send your messages back to Deputy Chief Dlamini?
From my perspective, I was clear. In this instance, I was huffing and puffing as a result of me realizing.
We dealt with huffing and puffing. I'm dealing with a separate issue. You said you never authorized any communication with General Dlamini through Sergeant and Corsi in relation to TMPD1. You did in relation to Gubis, but not in relation to TMPD1. So I'm asking, did you not expect that Sergeant and Corsi would return those messages to General Dlamini?
I didn't expect that. I didn't request that.
What would the purpose of the huffing and puffing be if the originator of the person you wanted to stop sending you messages didn't receive your message of huffing and puffing?
Like I said, the purpose was to stop this from persisting any further. I had realized that they were taking me for a fool. I did the same thing.
So the only way that that purpose could be achieved was if General Dlamini, who was the originator of the message that said, find below our vehicles for land to be given ku Mpofu-Walsh in order of priority, received your huffing and puffing response.
I can't comment on that. I didn't authorize him to send. If he were to send, he would have sent it on his own. But from my perspective, there was no expectation I was addressing him.
You wanted both Sergeant and Corsi and the person who was sending messages through him, Deputy Chief Dlamini, to stop sending these messages in the mistaken belief that you had now accepted their invitation to interfere with the tender. Is that not what your intention was?
I wanted the person who was sending me these messages to stop, and that person was Sergeant Corsi.
But you knew that Sergeant and Corsi was forwarding you messages that he got from Deputy Chief Dlamini.
I knew that.
And so the flow of the messages would only stop if what you said to Sergeant and Corsi in your huffing and puffing exercise also made its way to Deputy Chief Dlamini.
It was up to him, SC, whether he sends it or not. I was not interested in that. My pure interest was getting this matter off my table and ensuring that I close it indefinitely.
How would it get off your table if Sergeant and Corsi didn't communicate to Deputy Chief Dlamini that the CFO is on board, he's understood that this is our final list, and he's going to ensure that our final list gets the tender?
As long as I have sent the message clearly to the individual who was sending it to me, I was completely happy. I was not interested whether he sends it to whichever third party. I did not authorize that, I did not sanction that, and I didn't request it at all. I was interested in the individual that was sending me these things.
Well, I'll leave it there. I want to turn to one brief topic before I get to the final topic, and it relates to paragraph 25 of your statement on page 6 of your statement, where you dealt with the problem with Mr. Lekukela, or your conflict with Mr. Lekukela, and how you reached out to Spiwe Mashile to approach Sergeant Nkosi to try and facilitate a meeting between you.
I'm on page 6. I'm on
page
that.
6.
Yes.
Sergeant Nkosi explained, also testified about what we assume is the same meeting. And if you can go to page 665 of file 4, I think it's your bundle 3.
665,
665.
bundle 3.
There you'll see chats.
Apologies. My bundle 3 ends at 664.
Those are documents that we gave to your legal team.
Okay, I've got a printout.
You've got hard copies, great.
Yes.
And are they paginated, 665?
Yes, true. They are, yes.
So there you'll see Sergeant Nkosi's, an extract from Sergeant Nkosi's chats with Mr. Mashile, who he saves as Comrade Didi Mabuza, Deputy President. And you'll see that he sent that Mr. Mashile sent 2 screenshots to Sergeant Nkosi at 5:36 p.m. on the 17th of January 2024. And the first screenshot is a screenshot which appears to be a screenshot of a chat between Mr. Mashile and yourself, whom he describes, whom he saves as Jerry Kazi. Does that, if you look at that screenshot on page 666, do you confirm that that is a screenshot of an exchange between yourself and Mr. Mashile?
Yes, I confirm.
And there, the message goes, okay, Kazi, from you, I've got an issue. And then there's a voice note and a voice call. And then you send an extract from your diary saying, I've got an urgent special exco now at 6. He says, you'll indicate. And you say, let's meet 007 tonight. After my meeting, it's urgent. Now, is this the meeting that you set up in relation to Sergeant Nkosi and Mpho Lekukela?
I can confirm that, SC.
And you refer to Sergeant Nkosi as 007?
In our first encounter, he was introduced to me as 007.
As 007. Did you ever ask why he was introduced as 007?
No, I was not interested. He even says me as Mpumalanga CFO. You look at Mr. Mashile says me as Jerry Kazi. I wasn't interested.
You didn't think he might have ambitions of being James Bond?
No, I was not interested at all.
Okay, we had that conversation with him. So then the exchange continues. And in fact, if we go back to page 665, you'll see that you'll see that a venue is given, the pivot please next to Palazzo, but at 667, there's another screenshot that gets sent to Sergeant Nkosi, which has essentially the same picture, except now Mr. Mashile has said to you, sorted and confirmed, and you've said, thanks, Kazi 7-ish right. Now, who was present at that meeting?
Myself, Sergeant Nkosi, Mr. Mashile, as well as Mr. Lekukela.
It was just the four of you.
Just the four of us.
You see, the one strange thing that we saw in relation to this screenshot is that shortly after he received the first screenshot asking for the meeting, Sergeant Nkosi forwarded that screenshot to Mr. Steve Motsumi. That's page 668. Have you ever met Mr. Motsumi?
No, I've never met him and I don't know who that is.
You don't know who he is, so
No, I don't.
you can't comment on why Sergeant Nkosi would have told Mr. Motsumi about a meeting he'd been asked to attend to broker peace between yourself and Mr. Lekukela.
No, I see, I can't confirm at all. I don't know who that is.
The very last topic you'll be glad to hear. We don't have in the papers the declaration of interest forms that you signed as a member of the BAC, to the best of my knowledge. But I think they're generic, and maybe you can correct me. If you go, for instance, to file 5, page 109, there's one for the BEC. And I think that these forms, we know that the BSC also has the same form.
Page 109.
109.
In my pack, it's the fourth pack.
Yes, your fourth bundle.
109.
In fact, it's right through, it's 104 onwards to the whole series of them. Do you see it?
I'm on page 109 SC.
Now, is this the same? I'm not, obviously it says bid evaluation committee at the top of it, but does the BAC have to sign a form in the same terms?
Yes, I agree with you.
And those forms are in content identical, even though the title at the top will be
I
different?
think they would be similar, extremely similar.
So the paragraph I'm interested in is the paragraph under the first box or table. And it says, is there anything else or the perception by others that could affect your objectivity and independence in this meeting? If your answer is yes, please supply details. Now, is that in the form that you sign at BAC?
Yes.
And it refers to the perception by others. You see? Or the
Yes.
perception by others.
Yes.
Now, and you presumably signed this form at your BAC meetings.
Yes.
And did you disclose anything under this form?
I had no interest to declare.
You had nothing to
I
disclose
had
under
nothing
that.
to declare because I had no interest with any of the bidders.
Well, let me put to you certain facts which I think are now common cause. The first is that Becky Nkosi is the owner of Ngapa share. That's accepted, is it not?
Accepted?
And Ngapa share was one of the bidders in the bid that your BAC was adjudicating in relation to TMPD 1.
Accepted?
Accepted. His brother, Sergeant Nkosi, is a close friend of yours and someone who you regard as your brother for life.
Accepted?
By the time the BAC sat, Sergeant Nkosi, your brother for life, had been approaching you, trying to get you to rig the bid in favor of Becky Nkosi's company in Ngapa share.
He didn't expressly state that, but yes.
That's what you understood
That's what
him
I
to be
understood
doing.
in the end, yes.
And he'd made 4 different approaches in that regard.
Yes.
While the TMPD 1 bid was pending before the Tshwane Council, you'd also been assisting Sergeant Nkosi in relation to another bid of Ngapa share that you say was for a different organ of state.
From a general perspective, I've never not once interacted with any of the returnable documents.
Yes, but you say that you were offering advice in relation, your version is you were offering advice in relation to the abstract tender document and what Ngapa share had to do to put itself in a position where it might comply.
Yes, SC.
During the period in which that TMPD 1 bid was pending before the city, you were also in direct communication with Becky Nkosi and invited him to submit a bid for a different tender to the city of Tshwane. You recall that, I think it was the refuse bags
Yes,
tender?
but also to add, I did not know that he had bidded at that point.
No, but we're now looking at objective facts that were true from which others might draw an inference. That others might think your objectivity and independence was. In relation to that other tender, you had written to Sergeant and Corsi saying, quotes, "I have sent the above to Becky. We need to regroup on it." You recall that?
I recall that, and I did explain what the regrouping meant, that if needs be, if they don't understand the mandatory administrative and evaluation criteria, I'm available to help clarify from a general perspective.
You'd also been involving, while this TMPD1 bid was pending, you'd been involving Sergeant and Corsi in a range of matters relating to the affairs of the client department, the TMPD, including processes relating to the payment and termination of private service providers contracted by the city through that department.
He had involved himself, like I had previously said. I did not actively involve him. I did, however, on the second instance in terms of the termination, send him that communication, which I have agreed that it's a perception that I involved him in that instance, but I further did try to clarify that as well when I requested the direct contact details of the user department.
Well, whoever started that process, you continued with it, and you continued to communicate in relation to those Gubis matters with Chief Dlamini through Sergeant and Corsi.
I accept that for the Gubis payment, SC.
In the process of involving Sergeant and Corsi in Gubis-related matters, you put Sergeant and Corsi in a position where he gained access to documents exchanged between the city and one of the competing bidders in TMPD1, namely Gubis, including an invoice that showed the pricing used by Gubis in its dealings with the city.
I disagree with that respectfully, SC. I did not share an invoice with Sergeant Corsi.
You didn't share an invoice with Sergeant and Corsi, but if you hadn't involved Sergeant and Corsi in the Gubis process, he would never have received that invoice.
I also respectfully disagree with that notion. The general or whoever sent him that invoice took a decision on their own, and they will explain for themselves. I cannot account for that.
But the general only got involved with Sergeant and Corsi in relation to Gubis because Sergeant and Corsi had set himself up as your intermediary with the general in relation to Gubis.
I agree to that. However, at no point did I authorize any sharing of confidential information in terms of the Gubis payment, and at no point did I personally share any confidential and sensitive information on the Gubis payment.
So we've looked at 8 different facts. Did it not occur to you that if competing bidders in TMPD1 were aware of these 8 facts, they would have thought that you were not a person who could objectively preside over the adjudication of TMPD1?
At that particular point in time, I'm going to cover this question. At this point in time, Chair, I did not perceive that as an interest, purely based on the fact that, firstly, my bias or my objectivity was not impaired. I did not know Peggy. He's not an associate of mine. I agree, the brother is an associate of mine, but Peggy is not an associate of mine whatsoever. I only have engagement with Sergeant Corsi. So I knew from that perspective that, firstly, my bias was not going to be, my objectivity, was not going to be impaired whatsoever. Second to that, the PAC is a panel-based decision-making body. It's not one individual. There are a number of subject matter experts who sit throughout that process, meaning objectivity is further enhanced. Chairperson, I also want to confirm on the TMPD1 matter, which we are raising. There are score sheets that were provided to me as part of the bundle. Within this bundle, I think it's the 4th bundle, independent members scored all bidders accordingly, which gives an indication that these bidders were compliant by the 11th of April. That's when the score sheets were signed, and that's an essential date for us to consider. Lastly, Chair, on the basis of my objectivity not being impaired, because I don't know Peggy, I'm not Peggy's friend. Yes, I'm his brother's friend, I can concur, and I have admitted that. At that point in time, I saw that my objectivity would not be impaired whatsoever, and I signed the declaration. Further to that, a panel-based decision-making process where there are a number of subject matter experts within BAC, including legal services, also assurance that my objectivity wouldn't have been affected. However, Chair, in hindsight, when we are discussing all of these matters, I need to agree that now when we're discussing these matters, there is a perception of conflict, that it's clear and it's apparent, and I can't avoid that. However, what I'm certain on is that when I signed this declaration form, from my perspective, my objectivity was not impaired whatsoever. It remains not impaired at this point in time. It was a panel-based decision-making process with a number of subject matter experts who would have equally made their views and objectives to this matter.
Let's deal with two separate issues. The issue in relation to the BAC being a panel. That can't affect issues relating to the declaration of interest, because the purpose of the declaration of interest relates to the bias or appearance of bias of any individual member of the panel. You'll accept that? I accept that. However, the decisions that are taken are not solely mine. In the event, for argument's sake, which I don't agree to, and it was not the case, my bias, I was not objective, and it was impaired. Based on this panel-based decision-making process, it would have been a further safeguard. However, what's essential from my perspective is that initially, from the onset, and now as we speak, my objectivity is not was not and is not impaired. However, I'm seeing the perception that is being created around this when you are raising the sequence of events of what occurred, and we've discussed the merits of those issues in a separate discussion. The purpose of these declaration of interest forms relates to individual cases, doesn't relate to the committee. Each individual needs to sign them. So the fact that the committee acts as a safeguard is irrelevant to these individual interest forms. I see, at the time, when we're evaluating or adjudicating over this process, my bias, my objectivity was not impaired, and I still agree to that. I'm just adding a further factor to give you comfort that in the event it was, which it wasn't at all, and I confirmed that there's a panel-based decision-making. And in light of that, it is a further safeguarding process that I on my own would never be able to take a decision of this nature on my own. I also further agree that in hindsight, through the revelations that are coming out of this commission, there could be there might be perceived conflict of interest. But from my perspective, at the point of signing this, was not conflicted at all, and my objectivity would not have been impaired.
On your logic, the logic that the BAC is a committee and a decision that comes out of that is a committee decision, and therefore an individual couldn't impact the outcome. On that logic, then there's no point to this safeguard that people who have an interest or potentially have an interest should declare it, and in fact go so far as not sit through that process, because on your logic, it's a committee decision, so it shouldn't matter. And so you could change the facts here and say, even if Begi were your brother, or he was your friend, your direct friend, that would not disqualify you or require you to make a declaration, because the BAC is a committee decision. So even your bias would not matter, because others would overrule you by votes. That cannot be. That's not correct. And I think, maybe I may say, I expect that as CFO and custodian of your procurement processes, you are not proposing that the way you are reasoning it is correct. It can't be correct.
Commissioner, Begi is not my friend.
No, that's why I say you could change the facts for purpose of my discussion with you, following your logic. Remember your logic is BAC is a committee, so no one individual can sway the decision or can determine, in fact, the outcome of a BAC, because it's a committee which comprises other people. Effectively, meaning it really shouldn't matter that you may or may not have had an interest and not declared it because it's a committee. That's the effect of what you're saying, and I'm saying, but it cannot be correct that is so, because then if you are correct, then there's no point to these declarations, to these committees, because it's a committee of people, and the decision is not the decision of a single person.
Commissioner, I feel there is a point, because in terms of these declarations, you need to declare if your family members, your close friends, are directors within these companies. So it's still a relevant matter that must be considered. Fact of this matter is that Begi is not my friend. Sergeant Kosi is not a director of Ngapeshea. On the signing of this declaration, my objectivity was not impaired. I still maintain that till now. However, in hindsight, I'm agreeing that with the sequence of events, there is a perception of conflict. But at the point of signing, I had no conflict whatsoever. I still have no conflict whatsoever. But the perception, it looks like there is something that's there.
Okay, I've heard you, thank you.
Are you aware of what the administrative law in relation to perceptions of conflict is? Do you know that if there is an objective perception of conflict, that the administrative decision can be reviewed and set aside?
I'm not aware of that.
So in administrative review cases, you don't need to show actual bias or actual conflict. You only have to show a reasonable appearance of conflict or a reasonable appearance of bias. That is the law.
I don't know the law. So I think I'll have to engage that with my legal team, but I can't comment on that. But what I do know is that there have been cases that we've seen out, particularly in reference to perception of compliance and how those were ruled against. There's many cases that we could refer here to. I think the first one that comes to the top of my mind is the previous Chief Justice Mogoeng, and I think his wife saving the state attorney presenting a matter to him. That was a matter that was deliberated on. There's another matter that I'm aware of which involves yourself, Senior Counsel Chaskelson, where your dad at one point in time was a president, you had been an advocate in a specific matter, and panel-based decision-making process was also considered. So I'm aware of the general matters around that in terms of the perception of conflict, but like I'm saying, I will address the matter further with my legal team for any further clarity.
Look, in relation to my personal position, the issue of panel was utterly irrelevant. And there's certainly no suggestion in any of these matters, including the decided judgment that because it's a panel issue, it is different. It has nothing to do with being a panel court. But what I want to put to you is, well, let's just establish, you accept now that those facts that are common cause give rise to a reasonable apprehension that you may not have been objective. You say you were objective, didn't impair your objectivity, but a third-party competing bidder would have had a reasonable apprehension that you could not objectively assess this, be part of the adjudication of this tender.
No, I don't agree with you. And I have stated the reasons why I don't agree with you. I'm only saying that in hindsight, there is a perception of conflict, which must further be assessed on its own merit. I do not agree with you. I was objective in terms of handling this matter. I have no interest in the company Ngapeshea whatsoever. And my reason behind that, I signed this declaration with my knowledge of objectivity not being impaired. So I don't agree with you on that perspective.
Let's put it this way. A reasonable competing bidder could have had a perception that you were conflicted, could have had a perception that you were conflicted. I'm not saying that you were conflicted for now. I'm putting to you that a reasonable competing bidder, now in possession of all of these facts, could have had a perception that you were conflicted.
I don't agree with you, SC. These facts have its own merits, and we've discussed that in general. If we present these as facts, it's as if we are not taking into consideration the critical discussion that we had around those. Hence, I'm saying I agree to the fact of there being a perception in general. I'm not saying any bidder would have seen this and said, yes, there was a perception, but in general, there seemed to have been a perception. But I maintain that during me signing this declaration, my objectivity was not impaired. Further to that, the panel-based decision-making process was an essential step of concurring the process.
So what is this? So there would have been a perception, or there could have been a perception that you were conflicted. You accept that?
In hindsight, I accept that.
In hindsight, you accept it,
Yes.
based on the objective facts, not that you were conflicted, but the facts that we've been through might have created a perception that you were conflicted.
I've agreed to that,
And
taking into account the explanations that we had on each item. It's important for me to raise that so the record is clear.
And just looking at those facts, would it have been reasonable to have had that perception, just looking at those facts?
I don't know. I can't comment on that. Hence, I'm saying this matter must be adjudicated on separately. I can't comment on that fact. I'm just saying from my reviewing of this, a perception seems to have been created in hindsight.
You see, Mr. Mnisi, what I want to put to you is that, quite aside from the true facts of whether or not you were biased and you were involved in Sergeant Nkosi's attempts to rig this tender, your conduct in continuing to sit on the BAC as a matter of law renders this bid capable of being reviewed and set aside by any losing bidder. And what you have done is you've put the city in a situation where this bid is capable of being set aside by any losing bidder because of your inability to see that the objective facts relating to your relationship to Ngapashare disqualified you from sitting on this bid.
Yes, I completely disagree with you. A thorough supply chain management process was followed in terms of the evaluation and the appointment of this bid. Further to that, the external legal firm played a significant oversight in terms of validating the contents and the facts around the award. In terms of the declaration, I was clear. I've got no interest in Ngapashare. I still have no interest in Ngapashare. I'm not an associate of the director whatsoever. I am an associate of the brother, but that does not make me an associate of the director of Ngapashare. I also confirm that on signing this declaration, my objectivity was not affected at all, and it's also key to add that the panel-based decision-making process is essential in order to add additional weight to that. So I respectfully disagree with you on that notion.
Did you disclose any of the facts that we've gone through to the independent legal firm?
Which facts?
Becky's brother, Sergeant Nkosi, is a close friend and someone who you regard as a brother for life. Sergeant Nkosi had been approaching you, trying to get you to rig the bid in favor of his brother's company. While the present bid was pending before the Tshwane Council, you'd also been assisting Sergeant Nkosi in relation to a bid that Ngapashare had submitted to another organ of state. During the period in which the present bid was pending before the city, you were in direct communication with Becky Nkosi, the director of Ngapashare, inviting him to submit bids for a different tender. In relation to that other different tender of the city, you'd written to Sergeant Nkosi saying, have sent the above to Becky. We need to regroup on it. You'd also been involving Sergeant Nkosi in a range of matters relating to the affairs of the client department, the TMPD, including processes relating to the payment and termination of private service providers contracting with the department. And in the process, you'd given Sergeant Nkosi access to documents between the city and one of the competing bidders in TMPD1, including an invoice that showed the pricing used by that bidder in respect of the city. Did you disclose any one of those 8 facts to the law firm?
Yes, thank you so much.
Sorry, well, the question is, did you disclose any one of those facts to the law firm whose rubber stamp you now want to rely on?
These are not facts, SC, and I can't agree to that as being facts. Because I did not share, firstly, I did not share any sensitive information with Sergeant Corsi in terms of invoicing. You raised it as the last fact now.
I thought we'd agreed that these were facts, but let's take them one by one so we can actually address them one by one. Becky's brother, Sergeant Nkosi, is a close friend and someone who you regard as your brother for life. Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Did you disclose it to the law firm?
There was no need to disclose that to the law
Yes
firm.
or no? You can give explanations and theories as to whether there was a need or not. Did you disclose it?
First answer to that is no.
Okay. Well,
Can I
you can give
explain?
your explanations later. Let's just clarify the position in relation to the facts first. You can come back, take each one and give your explanation. I just want to establish the facts because you weren't willing to say, when I asked you, did you disclose any of these facts to the lawyer?
My profuse apologies, Essie. We're going to get lost in discussion if you're unable to allow me to please expand.
No, I want to establish the facts in answer to my question. I just want an answer to the question. Don't want your explanation yet. You can give the explanation later. Let's get the ground facts ready.
Essie, that I respectfully request.
Mr. Mnisi, you've just said what Mr. Shaskalson put to you were not facts. Can we just establish the facts? You can, if you then want to explain, and you can take notes on all of them. But let's just establish the facts, please. If at the end of it you want to say, although I say A, B, C, D are facts, here's an explanation I want to give. Let's just get a move on what is fact and what is not, please.
The next fact, Sergeant Nkosi had made approaches to you, which you understood as approaches that were trying to get you to rig the bid in favor of his brother's company. Is that a fact?
That's what I understood.
So it is a fact that you understood that Sergeant Nkosi had been approaching you in an attempt to persuade you to rig the bid in favor of his brother's company.
Okay?
It's a fact. Did you disclose it to the attorneys? Simple yes or no?
Right now, no.
No.
There was no need, but I'll explain later.
You
Sorry,
can talk
Essie.
about need later. He had made 4 different approaches to you in this regard. Is that a fact?
Yes.
Did you disclose it to the attorneys?
No.
While the present bid was pending before the Tshwane Council, you'd also been assisting Sergeant Nkosi in relation to a bid that Ngapa Share had submitted to another organ of state. Is that a fact?
Yes.
Did you disclose it to the
No.
attorneys? During the period in which the present bid was pending before the Tshwane Council, you were in direct communication with Becky Nkosi, the director of Ngapa Share, inviting him to submit a bid for a different tender from the Tshwane Council. Is that a fact? Is it a fact?
Yes.
Did you disclose
No.
it to the attorneys? No. In relation to that tender, you had written to Sergeant Nkosi saying, have sent the above to Becky, we need to regroup on it. Is that a
Yes.
fact?
You spoke at the same time.
Yes, Commissioner,
thank
apologies.
you.
Yes.
And you didn't disclose this to any
Nope.
attorneys?
No, Essie.
You had involved Sergeant Nkosi in a range of matters relating to the affairs of the client department, the TMPD, and these processes included processes relating to the payment and termination of private service providers contracted by the TMPD. Is that a fact?
It's not a fact.
What is factually incorrect in relation to it?
Sorry, Essie, what's factually incorrect is about payment. I involved him in terms of the purchase orders. No involvement whatsoever on payment aspect.
Okay, so if I were to say, including processes relating to purchase orders and the termination of private, you would be happy with
Yes.
that? And you didn't disclose that to any attorneys?
Nope.
And in those processes, through involving Sergeant Nkosi, you put him in a position where he got access to documents between the city and one of the competing bidders, including an invoice that shows the pricing used by that competing bidder in relation to the city. Is that a...
It's not a fact. I did not give him any information, nor did I put him in a position to receive that.
So you are suggesting that if you had not consented to Sergeant Nkosi intermediating your relationship with Deputy Chief Lamini, he would still have got the invoice that Gubis issued to the city.
What I'm suggesting is that I did not give him authority at any stage in time to obtain any sensitive information. I'm sure Deputy Chief Lamini will have to answer it on himself. From my perspective, this is not a fact.
If you had said to Sergeant Nkosi at the outset, Sergeant Nkosi, you have no business getting involved in any TMPD matters. I will speak to General Dlamini myself. Please do not approach him. Would he have got access to that invoice which discloses Gubis's pricing to the city?
Chair, I can't comment on what would have happened. The matter that you're putting towards me is that, is this a fact that I enabled him or I gave him information, sensitive information of bidders? And that's not a fact. I'm not going to speculate on what would have happened.
You were aware that Sergeant Nkosi had got access to that document?
Afterwards, I was aware, and there's nothing I could do to stop that. He already had that.
Yes, but at the time that you sat in the committee, you knew that Sergeant Nkosi, the brother of the Ngapashare director, had got access through the city to the pricing of a competitor in relation to the city.
9 months down the line, I was aware of that.
You were aware of that, yes. Now, you disclosed none of this to any attorney who was expressing a view on the probity of the process. That's common cause.
I've said yes to those issues, except for the last issue that you're saying.
Well, you didn't disclose that to any attorney. Did you say to someone, I didn't facilitate it, but Sergeant Nkosi actually got access to a Gubis invoice to the city?
Okay. No, I did not disclose that. I didn't see the need.
I see, yeah. Now, if you want to explain any of that, please feel free.
Okay. I can explain now. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
my
Yusuf.
guest.
The first one is, did I disclose a relationship with Sergeant Nkosi is my friend? Sergeant Nkosi is neither a director of Ngapeshare, nor is he a shareholder of the entity. As per the declaration form that's in front of us, it's clear on what you should disclose against. Any friends that I have that have no interest or any association with the firm, there's no need to disclose that. I saw that irrelevant, and there was no need for me to disclose that to the probity teams. Secondly, further to that, the exercise that was undertaken, there was no request for me to disclose that. I had disclosed information of the directors as per the declaration of form interest that the city has. The second matter, you say, Sergeant Nkosi made approaches to me, and I did clarify on the approaches that were there. Firstly, I had insufficient evidence to disclose this to any party because it was clear that he was asking me for compliance. I did suspect, I can agree, that at one point, due to the persistence, it's now resulting to an individual persisting that I go further than that. I had no conclusive evidence. There was nothing for me to declare to any of the property teams. Item number 3, you raised the same issue but on 4 different occasions. Equally, I had no conclusive evidence. There was nothing for me to declare. This was an individual constantly saying, may you please assist with compliance. Hence, there was nothing for me to declare to the probity team. The 4th one is on an assistance on another bidder. I have explained this matter. Assistance that I provide was on a general perspective. Did not interact with any of the returnable documents of the company at hand. Hence, further to that, I expected no financial gain. I had no interest in that. It was just me providing guidance to a friend in general terms to a bid that was open at the time. I did not see the need to disclose that because it doesn't affect any objectivity that might be there on a bid that is currently in question. You refer to direct communications on another bid. That bid was open, and in reference to discussion they had had with Sergeant Nkosi, the regrouping clearly meant, if needs be, I'll explain to you the contents of administrative requirements, the mandatory requirements, as well as the evaluation criteria. There's nothing wrong with that. I have given evidence on why that's allowed if individuals do ask you to clarify for that. That ultimately didn't happen. Secondly, they weren't even awarded. I still maintain that I have no interest as a result of that factor, which brings me to conclude that there was nothing necessary for me to declare. The 3rd one is on the Gubis payment. On the Gubis payment, I was clear. Sergeant Nkosi involved himself. I didn't actively say, may you please assist me with mediating this. A phone call was given to me and had a discussion. Hence, from that perspective, I did not actively encourage him to assist me in terms of dealing with that matter at hand. I did, however, admit, Chair, that in hindsight, on this matter, I should have requested for a number. And on this, I should have requested for a number so that I'm able to deal directly with the Deputy Chief Dlamini. On the second aspect you have raised on the Kuwi's payment on termination, this was clear. I asked for his number afterwards, and I subsequently took the matter up with the General directly. There was no further interaction with Sergeant Nkosi in reference to the termination letter. In hindsight, I'd also agreed that this is an issue that could have resulted in a problem for me, and I should have got the details directly, and I subsequently received those. Hence, from my perspective, there's nothing to declare. I still have no interest in my objectivity would not have been impaired whatsoever. The last one that you had raised in terms of giving him access to information, I disagreed with this. It's not a fact. There's no single instance from my perspective where I shared any sensitive documentation with him. The termination letter, like I said, was general. We've seen that. There's nothing sensitive about that. The service provider had already received it. And from my perspective, he would have got no advantage, firstly. Nor would his brother's company would have gotten advantage, purely taking into account that they're not even a bidder who would be eligible to be allocated any ad hoc related services work. Thanks, SC.
So, Mr. Mnisi, if this whole process is repeated next year in another bid, and all of these facts were to happen again, would you still sit on the BAC and not make any disclosure on your interest form?
In hindsight, I did agree that there is a perception of conflict having existed. Firstly, during this exercise, I've learned a lot and I've identified my mistakes and errors. I can assure you, errors of this nature will never reoccur in the near future. However, if they do reoccur, a perception is there, and I would not sit in that committee. Like I said, this is a perception issue that would still have been evaluated, because I'm saying, as I speak at that point in time, I've got no interest and my objectivity wouldn't have been impaired. I still maintain that. However, I've seen a lot of shortcomings and shortfalls and gaps within the conduct, and I would put systems in place to improve that moving forward.
Well, my question was first, would you sit on the BAC again? Yes or no?
Okay.
If all of these facts are repeated and you now are called to a BAC meeting against that background, would you sit on the BAC?
The first
yes or no? Yes or no? Just simple yes or no.
Okay, no.
No. Okay.
Me expanding further on that, SC, is that this would never happen again. So if we speculate what would happen in the future, it's a bit difficult for me to concur with. I can explain what happened, but in the future,
I'm
this would never
satisfied with your
occur
answer.
again.
No, you wouldn't. I appreciate that. Mr. Mnisi, you'll be relieved, as I am, to hear that I have no further questions.
Thank you, SC.
Mr. Mnisi,
Chair.
when Mr. Chaskalson engaged you on the grounds for cancelling TMPD 3, you dealt with what you called an irregularity that related to the bid specification requirement of firearm licenses. Is that correct?
It was one of the issues that...
No, I'm just focusing on this one, not the rest.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And do you accept that the effect of the BAC's resolution in relation to this ground of cancellation was to undo a stage as early as the bid specification? Because you are effectively saying the bid specification ought not to have been framed like this, and therefore the tender document itself ought not to have been framed in this manner. So do you agree that your resolution as the BAC was effectively to undo a stage as early as the bid specification?
I agree. It was one of those reasons, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, can you show us where the BAC derives the power from to invalidate an entire tender process based on its view of shortcomings in the bid specification?
Chair, this particular matter was not invalidated by the BAC. The BEC brought a report with these resolutions already there that the tender must be cancelled. The BAC assessed and found additional matters which were added, and it's the 3 requirements that you just made
I'm
reference
asking
to.
you about the power. Can you just say, I may be wrong, as you seem to be suggesting, that it was the BAC that effectively, in fact, you've already agreed that it was the BAC that effectively upended the process going back to the bid specification. So what I'm saying is, show us where the power the BAC has to do that.
The BAC has power to recommend. The BAC doesn't have power to cancel. They have the power to recommend, and the accounting officer has the power to cancel. He has the authority not to agree to the recommendation that the BAC has, so they don't have that power.
Okay, where does the BAC, because the BAC can only make a recommendation that is based on a power that exists. So whether the power lay with the BAC or the accounting officer, show us where that power is.
Within this pack, it's not here.
A power, it does not need to be in this pack. Where does the power come from for an entire tender process to be undone from stages early as the bid specification? Where does that power come from?
The city manager delegates that in the form of appointment letters when he's delegating his powers to the BAC.
No, the municipal manager can only delegate powers that she herself has. So if you say that this is a power that rests on the accounting officer, the municipal manager, show me where that power comes from.
I don't have that information with me at present offhand, Chair. I will have to come back to you on that. But I can confirm to you that that power is by law rests with the city manager. He delegates that to the BAC through a letter when he appoints members.
You wouldn't know, you wouldn't be in a position to say by law that power vests in. If, as you've just said, you do not know where this comes from, would you?
Chair, maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Maybe I'm not.
So are you
understanding.
saying,
Can
okay,
rephrase?
let me ask the question differently. Are you saying, as a matter of fact, if not law, the municipal manager does have the power to undo a tender process right from the start, the bid specification stage, based on shortcomings at that stage, undo it at right at the tail end? Are you saying the the municipal manager, has that power?
He has the powers, Chair.
Based on shortcomings in the bid specification?
Chair, he
I'm
does have those powers.
I'm specific.
Yes, he does have those powers. If he picks up this is an anomaly that will lead to irregularities, he does have those powers.
I'm just thinking, the bid process is a very expensive process for the tenderers. I would imagine there's a lot of expense, in fact, even for the municipality itself, not only in monetary terms, but also in terms of the person hours that have to be used to run this entire process from the beginning all the way to the end. So are you saying the municipal manager can just sit by and say, right at the tail end, I may undo all of this based on the fact that the bid specification ought not to have provided in this manner?
He is the accounting officer, he has those powers. As long as he satisfies himself, he's got a duty to satisfy himself as well, with the reasons behind that, and he can take a decision of that. So by virtue of being an accounting officer, he does have those powers.
Do you agree though that a sensible way would be for the municipal manager to be in the know right from the beginning as to what the tender entails? Because if that were to be the position, this strange process would be obviated. The municipal manager would be able to pronounce right at the beginning and say, no, we can't have a tender process along these lines because there's everything wrong with the bid specification.
Chair, you will remember an advert is signed off by the accounting officer. Before any advert goes out, that's a specification. So
So-
at that point in time, if he wants, he could request a specific document and say, I want to see the contents of this specification. He has that authority and he can see that at that point.
Thank you very much for that response. Then surely the accounting officer cannot, having approved the bid specification, which finds its way into the tender document itself, cannot, having approved it at the tail end, say, oh, by the way, I've since changed my mind, and now I'm saying there was everything wrong with the bid specification. Surely that cannot be, because, as you say, the municipal manager will already have signed off on that document. They can't change their mind. Surely not.
Chair, I respectfully disagree with you. He is the accounting officer. We have to analyze the cost of compliance. In this terms, compliance is key. And if any irregularities amount, if there's irregular expenditure mounting this tender, and the accounting officer would have been alarmed that there is an issue on the specifications, he will be held accountable. So the powers are with him, he can decide.
Signing off on that document right at the beginning, even before entities begin to put in bids, is an indication that the accounting officer is saying there is nothing wrong with this document. So the accounting officer is already happy that there are no irregularities. Otherwise, what's the point of the accounting officer signing off at the beginning? It would be pointless. So there's already a pronouncement on the existence or otherwise of irregularities. And in this instance, by signing off, the accounting officer is saying there are no irregularities. Surely, Mr. Mnisi.
Chair, I agree with you on that perspective. He would sign it off. He might not have picked up any irregularities. And just to add practically how it happens, these are delegated functions. So we rely on the work that the bid specification committee would have done. In practice, he does not request to review, nor do I request that. We rely on the work of the BSC, the bid specification
but it
committee.
goes beyond the bid. It goes beyond the bid specification committee. It goes to the person who actually takes the final decisions on these matters, and that person takes a decision right at the beginning and says everything is in order here. That's the last point on that one, but you may comment. I'll move on.
Chair, the accounting officer is ultimately responsible for the procurement environment of the city. He's ultimately responsible for ensuring that bid specifications are in place. The functions are delegated. He doesn't even, he trusts the work of the BSC. As a result of them being constituted by members of the department, specialists within supply chain management, I rely on their work as well. At the tail end of that process, if we identify an irregularity, we can't ignore that, even though we had signed on it previously. So the accounting officer, on the recommendations of BAC, then takes that decision after analyzing that. It's a sore point to experience, Chair, but it's necessary in order to avoid irregular expenditure. I wouldn't want irregular expenditure to be recovered for me as a result of overlooking a matter of this nature. I can recommend to the accounting officer, he still has the duty to evaluate those reasons, concur or refer them back. In this instance, he concurred with the reasons, and he approved.
Just one. There's a fancy Latin term, Mr. Mnisi, that says that an organ of state cannot revisit their decision if they are functus officio, which means basically that once an organ of state has taken, which would be the accounting officer here, once an organ of state has taken a decision on something, they do not have the power to revisit that decision. They would have to go elsewhere, court to be specific, to say, oh, by the way, I made a mistake by signing off on that document. Court, can you please set it aside? On what you are saying, which is the accounting officer is assisted by all the actors at these various stages and can then take a decision at the tail end, surely that has nothing to do with what the accounting officer has already signed off on. It will be whatever happens in accordance with what the accounting officer has already signed off on. Cannot revisit the decision on that aspect. Do you want to comment?
With your permission, yes, please, Chair. Firstly, in terms of the difficult legal terms that you had raised, I'm not aware of them. And of course, I'll request my legal team to help me clarify that if needs be. However, in the second aspect, I can confirm, I can comment on that, that the procurement process, Chairperson, is looked at holistically. Even if you pick up an error from the beginning of the process, you have a duty to raise that. If it's an error that's valid, that might lead to irregularity, you can't ignore that. We do take a decision to cancel that bid. We then leave that onus on any supplier who says, no, but you shouldn't have canceled this bid, because we make that public as well. Bidders ask us what happened, and this will inform them. This was canceled because of these reasons. If a bidder chooses to take the city to court, we'll then deal with it at that stage. That's the process that we follow at the city from a practical perspective.
I asked my question about an empowering prescript without the knowledge of what you later told us, which is that the accounting officer signs off right at the beginning. Let me repeat my question, but adding to it what you told us. Is there any prescript that entitles the municipal manager to revisit and alter a decision on the bid specification? Can the municipality in law undo that decision? Is there a specific prescript that you can show us in that regard?
I think I can refer you to the city supply chain management policy.
Yes.
On that policy, it's clause 11, which terms evaluation of bids, clause 7.
Which says what? Because the very reference to evaluation does not seem to have anything to do with the municipal manager undoing the bid specification.
That clause,
You are talking evaluation.
that clause guides the cancellation of bids. In terms of cancellation of bids,
That still says nothing about the power of the municipal manager to undo a bid specification.
Chair, like I said, the accounting officer is responsible for managing the city in all respects. He
Okay.
has the powers to ensure
Let's leave it. I'm not done, but Commissioner Baloyi wants to engage you on this.
Yes. The city's SEM policy will tell us what the functions of the various committees
Yes.
are, including the role of the city manager, right?
Yes.
If I want to know what the powers of the city manager are, I'll have to go and look at the SEM policy when
Yes.
it comes to procurement matters.
Yes.
Okay. And unless it's in the policy, that power, unless it's prescribed by the policy, the city manager doesn't have it. Can we accept that as a proposition? That the powers of the city manager, they derive from the SEM policy relating to matters of procurement.
Commissioner, I can't accept that. What I can put to you is that the accounting officer, he's accountable for all aspects of the city.
Okay.
He needs,
Let me ask my question anyway. Are you saying to the chairperson and to us that the city manager plays a part in defining the specifications of a bid? And I'm asking you because my understanding from other evidence, including yours, is that the client, the user of that service that is being procured, is the one that defines the specifications. There's a committee, and it is that committee that takes into account what the user requires to specify the specifications. Now, your evidence suggests that the city manager is part of that process.
that's incorrect. That's not my evidence. Those are delegated functions to this bid.
Sorry, what is incorrect?
That's not my evidence. I did not say the city manager has a role in defining specifications. I said those are delegated functions which rest with the bid specification committee.
Yes.
The user department prepares terms of reference and presents those to the bid specification committee. The bid specification committee analyzes and assesses the contents of that and approves it accordingly.
Yes. But you see, you say the city manager, and I'm taking into account the other evidence you gave. In fact, the reason that you recommended, the BAC recommended the cancellation of TMPD 3, one of the reasons is the specification does not say anything about CIRA guidelines, and you say that was a valid reason for cancellation. Now, therefore, it must mean that should have been in the specification. You are saying to us that the city manager is entitled to refuse to approve on the basis that the specification didn't include the CIRA guidelines. That must mean that the city manager has a say into what goes into the bid specification. It means that, logically, it means that. It means the city manager has a role in what goes into the specification. In your case, right at the end, when the recommendation is made, the city manager will say, I don't like the fact that the specification did not include the CIRA guidelines, but that is to have a say in the bid specification, and unless it's in your supply chain management policy, which is not before us, but we will verify it for ourselves, unless it is in the SCM policy, that I want to suggest to you or to put to you that the city manager will be acting outside of his powers. If he tries to exercise a power that goes back to the specification and then say, that was not included and I don't like that fact and therefore I'm not approving. In short, what I'm saying to you, Mr. Mnisi, is you are not correct to say the city manager has any say whatsoever in the specifications.
May I please
Comment?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I think firstly, the reasons for cancelling TMPD 3 is not only the 3 reasons that are recorded in the report, and I've raised that. And for the record, I just want to be clear. The primary reasons are contained in the probity report. These were 3 additional reasons.
Let's not discuss that. Let's not discuss that. I have mentioned to you one of the grounds. One of the grounds, because you're mentioning the other things that I'm not referring to, ends up obfuscating, in fact. I'm very specific. You've given 3 reasons why that tender was cancelled, and you've canvassed this with Mr. Chaskalson at length, so we don't need to go there. I've given you just one reason that you've given. You've said the specification did not include the CIRA guidelines, and that's one of the reasons we recommended to the city manager that the tender should not be approved or should not be awarded. From those facts, which we've established from your evidence, that's the facts. I'm saying to you, if the city manager says, I don't like the fact that the CIRA guidelines were not included in the specification, that is to have a say in the specification. And the city manager, I'll be surprised if your supply chain management policy empowers the city manager to have a say in the specification of the bid. I'm simply putting that to you. And if you say to me it does, the SEM policy does allow him to do that, I'm putting to you that we will look it up. We will look it up, and I'm brave enough to say to you there's no such provision in the policy.
Maybe to comment on that, I firstly indicated that specifications are delegated. The city manager doesn't have time to look at every single tender specification that go out. We literally take out hundreds, if not thousands, of documents that are advertised. The city manager will not have time to look at each and every single specifications whether he's happy with from the beginning. Practically, that's not possible, and practically, that does not happen, and that's not my evidence. My evidence is that the work of the bid specification is delegated. The department initiates the compilation of the terms of reference. They present that to an independent committee called the Bid Specification Committee. The Bid Specification Committee interacts with the terms of reference and the key conditions that have been set within that process. They could either approve or disapprove that for whatever reason that they have. They then approve that accordingly. Once that's approved, an advert is issued, which is endorsed by myself as well as endorsed by the city manager. We rely on the work that was done by the PSC, that indeed these terms of reference are compliant. However, at the tail end, if there are issues that emanate in relation to this bid, as a result of issues in bid specification, the accounting officer does have the power to cancel that.
And you say that includes, the exercise of that power includes that the specification did not include a the requirement of CIRA guidelines. It didn't include that, and that the city manager has a power to rely on as a basis to refuse to approve the tender.
It would include any shortcomings which...
No, Mr. Mnisi, let's not do that. I'm asking you a very specific question. If I wanted to ask you a general question, I would have done so. I'm asking you a very specific question, and please answer my question. My question is, are you saying that the city manager has the power deriving from the supply chain management policy that when eventually the BAC presents to him its recommendation to approve a tender, he can say, the specification did not include the CIRA guidelines. I therefore am not going to approve because the CIRA guidelines were not included in the specification. You can say yes or no, and this doesn't require an explanation. I just want to know yes or no.
In that case, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's continue, Mr. Mnisi, to a different point. Earlier, I think it was this morning, you said in response to a question by Commissioner Baloyi, you did not consider the tender process to have been corrupted by the fact that Sergeant Nkosi had accessed the draft admin report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. If Sergeant Nkosi had access to the BEC draft admin report, which starts at page 158, the possibility exists that he could access any other bid documents. Do you accept that?
I can't accept that because I wouldn't know.
But you can't deny it as well.
I can't accept it and I can't deny it.
So you cannot discount the possibility that he could. Is that so?
Yes.
Yes. At the very least, it's not speculation, please. I'm testing the witness. This has nothing to do with speculation. At the very least, the known fact of Sergeant Nkosi having access to a BEC document must have raised alarm bells. Correct?
No, not correct, Chair. There was no sensitive information, as I've stated earlier on. There's nothing confidential that's there or sensitive information in that leaked report that I confirmed is a leaked report.
What I'm saying is the fact that he could access an internal document. Doesn't matter what nature, it doesn't matter what effect it actually had or could not have had. What I'm focusing on is the fact of him being able to source an internal document. And what I'm saying is, surely that must have raised alarm bells.
From my perspective, my answer was no.
Is that purely because of the nature of the document?
Chair, the nature of that document was not sensitive. It only contained...
No, I'm asking, are you saying in your case it did not? Are you saying that because of the nature of the document or not?
Yes.
So if he has sourced a fairly innocuous document, it basically means nothing. It does not matter to you that the very fact that he has accessed an innocuous document shows that he could very well access documents that are not innocuous at all. Is that not...
I've agreed to that. I said I am concerned.
So that possibility, the possibility of other documents which may not be innocuous, must surely raise alarm bells.
I agree to that, Chair.
Yes. So I must go back to Commissioner Baloyi's question then. If the possibility of Ms. Sergeant Kosi not only accessing the one document, but the possibility of even accessing others, surely it must tell you that that may well be an indication that the process has been corrupted. As you sit there, you do not know whether he had actually accessed other documents, but you had seen that at the very least he had accessed one. So on what basis can you say, as you sit there, that the process could not possibly have been corrupted?
Chair, I've agreed to you in terms of my concerns of him obtaining the document. I've also agreed with you in terms of his prospective ability to obtain further documentation. He could have. I've agreed to that. I did not deny that.
With the possibility of corrupting the process. My focus is on Commissioner Baloyi's question. So with the possibility of the entire process being corrupted, yes or no?
I have agreed to that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mnisi, just one from me. Please go to page 52 of bundle 3.
Page 52. Yes,
Are you there?
I'm there.
So this is the letter from the Hawks,
Yes,
DPCI,
yes,
addressed to the office of the CFO,
yes.
City of Tshwane Municipality. That would be your office, correct?
Correct?
And they say the Hawks are investigating alleged case of corruption against the City of Tshwane municipal officials attached to the SCM department, together with other finance officials. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then they ask for various documents relating to certain companies
Yes,
and certain officials.
yes,
So this is a document that the Hawks have addressed to the City of Tshwane, correct?
correct?
And you have shared this document with Sergeant Nkosi, correct?
Correct?
And then all the communication with the investigating officers in this case, you have also shared that with Sergeant Nkosi, correct?
Correct?
And the City of Tshwane's response to the Hawks, you've also shared it with Sergeant Nkosi to review before the response is sent to the Hawks, correct?
Correct?
And that is on page 65. If you want to satisfy yourself, you can have a look at it, but it is there. And it goes to my issue, which I raised with you earlier today and again yesterday. Your propensity to share with Sergeant Nkosi documents that are confidential to the City of Tshwane. What business does Sergeant Nkosi have with the Hawks investigating tender irregularities in the City of Tshwane?
Chair, first of all, this was a fake and a fraudulent letter that was sent by imposters, I'm going to put it that way, imposters purporting to be from the DPCI. We've got a process that's validated and tested in terms of how we deal with investigations, organs of state, Chapter 9 institutions. The protocol that is followed, firstly, any communications must be addressed to the city manager. It's in standard protocol. We deal with these issues on a daily basis. We've seen a number of these communications daily. Secondly, there must be sufficient communication and reference information in the document. If you look at this document, firstly, it doesn't even have a tender number, nor does it have any official communication instruments to communicate with the purported investigation. I'll give you a sequence of events of how this emanates.
I allowed you to answer and you didn't even answer my question, but I was patient because I wanted to give you a chance. Let's assume that this letter is fake. The first time you get it, you don't know that it is fake, correct?
No, I know because I analyzed the letter.
Yes.
I look at the letter, I analyze the process that's followed, I pick up anomalies. I know immediately it's fake.
Where was it sent to, this letter?
It was left at reception.
At reception where?
At the city.
At the City of Tshwane?
Yes, at the City of Tshwane.
It is a letter left at the reception at the City of Tshwane. What business does Sergeant Nkosi have?
It was a test of legitimacy. I needed him to give me advice on how I can take this matter up further. I needed to ensure that these individuals are trapped so that behavior of this nature does not carry on any further.
Did you report it to the police station?
I was waiting for advice from Sergeant Nkosi in terms of how we deal with this. Even if you look at the communication that you refer to on, I think, page 64, I commit to submitting these documents to the purported individuals, CC the supply chain management officials. The plan was to test legitimacy and to trap these individuals.
So two years later, have you reported it to the police, to SAPS?
No, I haven't reported it to SAPS.
But you, in a City of Tshwane letterhead, sent a draft response to Sergeant Nkosi to review.
I was asking for advice on how to trap these individuals.
In a City of Tshwane letterhead, you sent a draft response to Sergeant Nkosi to review. Is that correct?
If not, it's an email with my signature. It's not a letter. That's my signature that's appearing there. So I was saying, did I cover the contents correctly? Will this help me catch these individuals in order to enable me to report this case? In short, this was an unlawful letter. And there's no unlawful conduct for myself because this is not an official document for the city. You'll be aware, Chair, that these individuals disappeared from here. We sent a team to go there at 10 a.m. to deliver documentation. When they were being contacted, they completely disappeared. That number stopped working as well.
You see, you're telling me about the facts, and I'm not asking you about the facts, but I accept that that is your answer. My question is really why you involved Sergeant Nkosi in matters that relate to a letter sent to City of Tshwane. Forget about it's fraudulent, you are aware that it's fraudulent. You've already said yourself, it is sent to the City of Tshwane, it is left at the offices. My question is, why do you involve Sergeant Nkosi in City of Tshwane matters?
It's not a City of Tshwane matter, it's an unlawful event. I needed to trap this individual so that I can open a case against him. He is a member of Hawks. He should be aware of the process on how I can escalate any irregularities of this nature. I was asking for advice on how to escalate the matter further.
So if a fraud happens at the City of Tshwane's offices because it is a fraud, you are at liberty to involve Sergeant Nkosi, not internal fraud people, but Sergeant Nkosi. He's the one who must advise you on what to do. He's the one that must comment on your draft responses on letters that are dropped off at the City of Tshwane's offices.
Unlawful letters that are not official documentation. The procedures are not followed up. I will even give an example. We had a matter of this nature where I had my first encounter with the senior counsel, Charles Kelson. They had a matter where he was dealing with another organ of state. The protocols that were followed, him and the representatives I was working with communicated to the city manager. This is a matter that was now delegated to me officially by the city manager that we have received an inquiry of this nature. CFO, you need to deal with this accordingly. I then action it accordingly. Protocol is not followed. This is not a lawful letter.
So if there's a fraudulent inquiry made at the City of Tshwane, the port of call is Sergeant Nkosi to advise on how to respond to that fraudulent letter sent to the City of Tshwane. That's your answer, as I understand it.
No, that's not my answer.
What is your answer?
My answer is I asked for advice because he is a member of the Hawks and he should know the escalation processes.
He's a member of?
He is the member of DPCI. He's a SEPS official. He should know the processes of escalating these matters. From my perspective, this was a good deed. This was in good faith. I needed advice on how to deal with the situation moving forward.
And was it reported to the police? I think that was my last question. Yes. You said you were waiting for advice from him, but that was in 2024. So what has happened in the last 18 months?
Since the disappearance of these individuals, I guess I was overtaken by events because they never ever came up, they never ever called, nor did they ever respond to this formal correspondence that was sent.
You never reported this attempted fraud?
Officially, no. I was overtaken by events, the individuals disappeared. When I tried to contact them to say I'm here, the number just didn't work. Didn't go through any longer.
Does it mean you're resorting to Sergeant Nkosi on something like this? Does it mean that the City of Tshwane doesn't have its own internal investigations department or people that could have investigated this for you?
It does have that. But
why did you decide to go to Sergeant Nkosi instead?
It investigates internal matters. Their matters are for issues that occur within the city. They are not authorized to investigate other organs of state.
No, but this is a matter that is occurring within the city. You've been addressed in your official capacity as the Chief Financial Officer, so it is a city business. It's not a personal matter. It says CFO, City of Tshwane, so it is a city matter. And you don't refer it to the legal department, you don't refer it to your internal investigators, you don't refer it to the city manager. You say there's protocol, it should have gone to the city manager. You don't say, city manager received this, I'm giving it to you because that's our protocol, that these kind of things should be coming to you. You go to, and then you don't lay a complaint with the SAPS. And if I'm not mistaken, they'll correct me, Sergeant Gossi is not a member of the Hawks. You don't lay a complaint with the SAPS, you go to your friend to help you solve a City of Tshwane matter. Even if it's a fraud, it's a City of Tshwane matter. Can you just explain why you choose not to follow protocol? You say we have a protocol. You don't follow protocol. Why?
Chair, I do follow protocol.
No, you didn't follow protocol. Your protocol does not include Sergeant Nkosi. Can we settle that? Nkosi is a member of the public. He's no different from me. So you going to him is not to follow protocol. And I've said to you, and I've indicated to you, bodies internally that you could have gone to, your internal investigation people whom you say you have. You have a legal department, and you have the city manager that you tell us correspondence is addressed to the city manager if there are issues, but you don't escalate this to the city manager to decide what to do with it. You instead go to your friend.
Okay. Chair, firstly, group audit and risk and legal investigate internal matters. They can't investigate external institutions. That was my understanding. That's still my understanding now. I couldn't have referred this matter to them. Firstly, I needed to ensure that I find processes in place to escalate this accordingly within the SEP structures. This was me asking for advice on what process I need to undertake to raise this matter accordingly to the relevant officials within SEPs. It was a SEPs-related issue where an unlawful...
Did you formally, when you gave this to Sergeant Gossi, are you saying that's you reporting to the SEPs? And if your answer is yes, then I leave it at that. I will not ask you any further questions. Are you saying that when you handed this over, that's you escalating it to the SEPs?
I can't find an easy way out, and the answer is no. Me sending to this to Sergeant Gossi, I needed to understand the escalation processes on if I receive an issue of this nature, which I've ascertained myself, it's a fake letter, it's unlawful. What steps do I need to follow to raise this accordingly within SEPs?
Okay.
That was the reason I sent it to Sergeant Gossi. I needed advice and guidance, which he provided me.
But you did more than getting the steps. You actually, as Commissioner Khumalo says, prepared a draft response on Tshwane communication record, which is your email with a signature. So you prepare a response to which Sergeant Nkosi makes an input. So you did more than, in fact, it is not correct to say you were asking and he provided you with how to escalate this. You actually, with him, started dealing with the matter, responding until these people disappeared. I mean, there are WhatsApp messages here where people are being asked, who are you? Where can I come and deliver documents? That's more than, or in fact, has nothing to do with escalating.
Okay, from my perspective, there was nothing wrong asking for guidance from a subject matter expert. He seemed like a subject matter expert. He knew the process to be followed. He guided me accordingly. There was nothing wrong with that.
That's your answer. Thank you.
Ms. Vandenheefer, I think we've reached the stage where you should indicate whether you will be re-examining. And our practice is to ask upfront what you will be re-examining on. I know the evidence has ended just now, and I do not know if you have applied your mind to that.
At this point, our indication is that we do want to re-examine.
Yes.
And we would like to have an opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
But in the lateness of the hour, I assume we were going to have to arrange for a date.
We certainly cannot say no to that. And what did you say? I'm very sorry, I was whispering to Commissioner Baloyi. What did you say about the lateness of the hour?
I said I assume we'll have to arrange for a date
For
for the
that.
re-examination.
For that, yeah. I think we cannot avoid that. Let's just adjourn without this will actually afford, an adjournment will actually afford you an opportunity to put together beforehand the questions, not so much the questions, rather the aspects or issues that you will be re-examining on. And must we give a timeline? Maybe, what?
Chairperson, may I be so bold as to request that
Yes.
I discuss it with my learned friend on availability of dates. As I said to him earlier today, we've accommodated, we've had to, for a number of days, rearrange our diary. So we would really like to be able to have a say in when we do that. Both Mr. Matopo and myself had to.
By all means, and I would not suggest otherwise, yes. Mr. Shaskalson, do you want to make a suggestion with regard to the timeline on the issues that the re-examination will deal with? And perhaps before Mr. Shaskalson's response, let me just alert you, Ms. Fallon here, for that is it the rules? I think our rules, or the regulations provide that after your re-examination, the evidence leader may again examine the witness. Just, you are aware. Thank you very much, thank you. Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, I certainly if we could get an indication, I need to have a sense of the topics just so I have a sense of how long the process is going to be able to schedule it. So if we could get that indication by the end of the week, then we could, Ms. van den Heever and I could just then arrange, look for a date that works for both
So
of us.
perhaps let's just leave it at council coming back to us on the timeline.
We would be indebted, Chairperson, Commissioners.
All right, then, the timeline is agreed. End of the week. The date, that will be resolved between council.
Thank you, Chair. We'll do that.
Yes. Is
Thank
there
you.
anything else? Nothing else.
Not
Okay.
from my side either.
All right. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Mr. Mnisi, you will come back on a date to be advised. Thank you.